Let's see. What up, what up, what up, what up? Can't hear me. Can you hear me? All right. Let me turn this up a little bit here. All right, what up, everyone? Welcome back to Financial Education and Business. Today, we're going to cover something very specific, SBSPs. Uh, this is something Elon talked about today during the shareholder meeting. I thought it was really interesting, and it might be something worth looking at. Obviously, anything, companies in this kind of industry are, very, very, very futuristic looking, and the interesting part is that we are moving in that direction very quickly, especially Elon with everything that he's doing. So I wanted to spend a little time just doing some research on solar-based power, space-based solar power. How do we capture that energy and um, send it back to Earth? So here's this 30-minute video kind of explain that, which is about 7 years ago, which will be interesting. I think it'd be nice to find one that's not as far out. So too boring. So let's just look at this one right here. It's about a year ago. They go into kind of Isaac Asimov and to the history and SpaceX space solar. Good idea. Let's see where it goes. So obviously, most people know how many SpaceX um, satellites are in space. Kind of weird to say. So I think it's probably over 100,000. Oh wow, okay, not as much. So about 8,562 as of October 2020. SpaceX has about 8,600 active satellites in lower Earth orbit, which is part of the satellite network that they have. So says this accounts for just over 66% of all active satellites in orbit. Additionally, SpaceX has launched over 10,000 Starlink satellites recently, indicating significant presence in space. So Elon continues to ship these SpaceX space, satellites to space, but then eventually, this is going to be something that's going to be used to gain or take power from solar and be able to use it on planet Earth. And that would be significant amount of energy. I'm sure there's companies in this industry it might be worth taking a look at. I do not know any of them, but I'm just going to do research while one of these videos plays in the background. So let's get into it. Let's start with this one.
Thinking of solar, but not sure whether it's worth it for your home? Well, before you get quotes, there are three things.
Now, it's 2024 and Space Solar, a startup based in Oxford in the UK, is making plans to do the same, using a 2 gigawatt satellite almost 2 kilometers in size that hangs 22,000 miles above us, sending down clean energy day and night. Humanity has long been captivated by the idea of a Dyson sphere, efficiently harvesting the energy of the sun. Today, I want to talk about solar power in space, generally, but also I want to look specifically at the recent breakthrough by Space Solar in actually proving that you can get energy back down to Earth. I reached out to Sam Adlin, co-CEO of Space Solar, to understand more about what makes solar in space so captivating.
We've got huge challenges with both net zero and energy demand generally. Energy demand going to at least double by 2050, and we really don't have a credible solution for this. Net zero is really an illusion without new, more capable technologies. And in the sun, we've got an incredible long-term clean energy source. So space solar power is about how to use that in new ways that can really meet our energy needs for the 21st century.
The idea of harvesting solar power in space and transmitting it to Earth has only transitioned out of the realm of total science fiction very recently. This new reality is largely due to a reduction in the costs associated with the idea, both for producing solar panels at scale and also for launching materials into space. Over the past couple of decades, the price of solar in particular has dropped significantly thanks to initiatives like the German feed-in tariff in the early 2000s that paid twice the market price for electricity generated from renewables like solar. Today, solar is cheaper than coal and natural gas, even without any further subsidies applied to it, which is a really interesting case study in how government backing and intervention can help new technologies generate market demand. This reduction in the price of solar is compounded by the reduction in the cost of launching materials into space. During the era of the Space Shuttle program, which ran from 1981 to 2011, the cost was approximately $18,000 to $22,000 per kilogram to get an item into space. But nowadays, recent projections from companies like SpaceX are forecasting a launch for the Starship of $3 million for a 150-ton payload. That's $20 per kilogram. That is an astronomical, no pun intended, drop in price point that will fundamentally change the economies of commercializing space, though yes, you do need to take everything Mr. Musk says with a small grain of salt and an understanding of inherent hyperbole.
So building a space solar power station in orbit is something that the world is moving quickly towards. So we're entering a completely new era in terms of how we use space with things like Starship coming online. So we've lived to date in a mass constrained era in space where the natural thing is to launch things to be as far apart as possible from each other. You do that so that you avoid things like collisions and for interference. But actually, it's a stupid way of using an asset. Absolutely daft. And what we're getting now with the onset of Starship is we will move towards launching stuff to cluster and be together. It's what will drive economic interaction and the future growth of the sector. So something like space-based solar power is really the first cab off the rank in terms of the sorts of large infrastructure that we'll be able to build in space. But think data centers, direct mobile communications, new materials in space. These are all things that...
In the Win with Zen sweepstakes, you can get a chance to win $100,000. But there's more than one way to win with Zen. Here's how it works. For 5 weeks until November 24th.
This new era in space is going to drive.
This makes the interest in solar projects in space both economically somewhat believable for the first time ever, particularly for projects on this size and scale. And these projects are big. Space Solar aims to produce a solar harvesting station 1.7 kilometers in diameter. That's more than twice the length of the largest man-made object ever, the Burj Khalifa. And they intend to construct it in space, requiring an estimated 68 missions to move the required materials into orbit. The station, Cassiopeia, will use 60,000 solar panels that collect the sunlight from a pair of reflectors that align to capture sunlight regardless of the orientation of the station. Initial estimates, which we have known about for a while now, but that look to be backed up by an independently conducted report by Fraser Nash, suggest that plants could produce 2 gigawatts of energy, which is about the same as a nuclear power station. The question is, how do you get that solar energy that is collected back to Earth? We're going to cover off that question in detail, but first I have to thank today's sponsor that makes these sorts of long-form episodes possible. We're on the pathway to unlocking solar power from space, but there will always be need for energy resilience on a home-by-home scale to protect against fragile energy grids or extreme weather events. Charging itself from your solar panels even in extreme temperatures from -4 Fahrenheit to as high as 130. Follow the link down below or in the description to learn more. Thank you to Anchor Solix for supporting the channel. Now, back to the video. The idea of transmitting power across free space, otherwise called wireless power transmission, sounds like the stuff of mysterious Nikolai Tesla folklore, often lamented for the lost technologies of the past. But you'll be pleased to know that this isn't the case.
So much like communications went from wired to wireless, the future of power is very much wireless as well. You've got organizations like DARPA looking at this in the US, grid operators looking at this, or ways to get power from offshore to onshore.
We've actually made a lot of progress in the technologies necessary to make energy transmission, even from outer space, a possibility. The Oxford-based team are looking to use a well-established technique as the basis for their approach, an energy beam steered by a phased array. If you've taken a physics or engineering course before, sure you've probably covered the basics of these, but the operating principle I always find equal parts simple and surprising that it works. If you take a radio antenna and apply an alternating electric field or voltage to it, this sends out an oscillation into the electromagnetic field around the antenna, ultimately making you a really boring radio station and a really inefficient way of sending energy from A to B. We can visualize this antenna as just an oscillating point in space sending out radio waves in all directions. An interesting thing happens though if we place two of these antennas next to each other, oscillating in sync with each other. Now we get an interference pattern between these two waves, cancelling in some places and adding in others. That looks a lot like a double slit interference pattern, largely because, to a certain extent, it is. If we continue adding antennas, this effect compounds, and we start to notice that very little wave disturbance is moving in some directions, and a lot is moving in others. We are now sending energy in a specific direction. This is also how cell phone towers work, to make sure that the cell phone signal that they are sending is outward and downwards towards the ground, not up into the sky, which would be a waste of electricity. There's one last trick we can do in this system. If we add a delay in the antennas from left to right, this changes how the signals interfere. The result is the beam is steered left or right, depending on the relative delay between the antennas. And you can imagine this is just in 2D. You could also build an array in 3D, and now you can steer up, down, left and right, and make sure your power is transmitted to the location of interest down on, say, planet Earth. But how is Space Solar taking this approach and adapting it into their designs?
It's neat. So I could take the laptop over and show you now. This is gonna be interesting. So here's a picture, Ben, of a sort of 3D mock-up of the helical structure. And if I take it above the structure, the lights are pointing down from the top. And you see the different steps there. It's the steps that have the PV on it. And then if you look from the side, you can see the antennas there. And so the system then beams out horizontally towards me in 360 degrees, depending on where the pilot beam's coming from.
The breakthrough announcement that you might have seen in the news recently was that the team proved that their design, spreading the antennas across this helical spiral system, is capable of transporting energy wirelessly and steering that beam to the desired location, here a transceiver on the far wall. And that's a really important proof of their design principle.
One of the challenges with space solar power is as you go around orbits, you see the sun at different angles. There's lots of sort of fairly flat panel approaches, but certain parts of the year they get, or day and night, they get absolutely zero incident energy. So other designs have very complicated mechanical rotating joints. What the Cassiopeia helical design does is it's a completely solid state solution to this, but it beams in 360 degrees like a lighthouse, and provides a constant aperture towards the Earth. So it's a very, very novel solution. And it massively reduces the mass because all the components used all the time. Other designs, components used, say, half the time. Mass is about 60% of the capex of a system. So it really does provide really compelling costs in terms of the ultimate cost of electricity that comes out of the system.
Inherent to this phased array approach is that it requires no moving parts. It's steered entirely by electronic signal delay, which reduces the chances of failure that would potentially end a mission based out in space. The Space Solar team will use a beam in the microwave frequency of 2.45 GHz, partly chosen because it easily penetrates the atmosphere even in the case of cloud cover and rain, which you can see in this diagram that is so hard on the eyes only a physicist could have made it. Back on Earth, the power that is delivered is captured by a similar but much larger array of antennas, estimated to require a small fraction of the footprint of a modern day wind farm, about 8% according to Space Solar. And as evidence of what is possible, while no systems have operated at the proposed energy scales of the Space Solar system, similar technologies have run terrestrial proof of concepts, including microwave transmitters sending power from Maui to Hawaii, a 148-kilometer distance back in 2008, and Mitsubishi transmitted a 10 kilowatt beam beam over 500 meters back in 2015. Last year, a team out of Caltech used their MAPLE system to demonstrate energy transmission from space using off-the-shelf transmitters. So we aren't in the field of, is this science possible? We are much more asking the question of how do we optimize the engineering, and that is a good thing for this technology. But are we out of the woods yet? Definitely no. Building something of this size in space has never been done before, and that will be a huge challenge. So let's talk about some of the concerns.
I'm stumped. Friendly insurance lizard, first letter G. Geppetto?
Come on, you just switched to Geico for car insurance? They knew exactly what you needed?
The friendly people at Geico weren't lizards.
The initial projection for the cost of the first project is just under £12 billion. Reasonably steep, but subsequent systems should be significantly cheaper, on the order of about £3 billion, and that's comparable, if not slightly cheaper, than new nuclear sites. But honestly, I never put too much faith in exact projections this far out from having a technology in hand. Instead, I think it's better to look at the trends. And those trends are, the cost of launching is tending down, solar is tending down, and construction in space, well, we don't really have an idea yet. That's probably a major risk factor. In-orbit assembly of anything like this scale has never been demonstrated, so you're looking at a black box at the moment with any number of things that could go wrong. Space Solar's next challenge is how do they tackle this problem in a sensible and scalable way?
And so to build a space solar power station, for us it's in a total of 68 Starship launches for a 2 gigawatt system. And then these are assembled by, it's fairly simple robotics in many ways. These systems are comprised of hundreds of thousands of the same dinner plate sized modules designed to be clipped together. And so it's sort of fairly simple assembly line type robotics, not sort of complicated robotic arms and that sort of thing. So where we've got to with Space Solar now, we've created the monolithic design for our system. And the next step is how you then slice and dice and build the plans for how to build it in space.
For the moment, the full innovation load rests on the shoulders of the companies aiming to deploy these solar technologies, and that should be scary, both to those companies and to people thinking about investing in those companies. I've seen in other people's coverage a lot of people expressing concern about safety of these systems. People often cite solar concentrator examples as the cause of their worry, which yes, have been known to accidentally incinerate birds, leaving tiny smoke trails in their wake. And we already know that people have a problem with 5G, which is harmless. So I'd imagine that we will have a bigger problem with an energy beam being directed down to Earth from space. Are we right to be concerned? From a first-pass practical point of view, all systems are fallible, regardless of how clever their safety engineering is. So let's take that as given, that the idea that if something could go wrong at some point, it will go wrong, regardless of the reason. Let's run through some of the numbers, though, behind the space solar system. They estimate an energy intensity of about 1/4 of the midday sun. As far as initial studies run by NASA conclude, this is safe for human beings, and we shouldn't have any partially microwaved humans running around anytime soon. 2.5 gigahertz is also a reasonably long wavelength, about the size of your hand, so photons don't contain the energy to damage DNA. The likely deployment point of these systems will also be offshore, according to the company occupying about 6 kilometers by 13 kilometers at UK latitudes. That's elliptical because the Earth is curved, which flat earthers might not like. In terms of interlock or safety systems, any deviation of the beam from the intended collection point will trigger a failsafe stopping the power beaming process. There's also often a lot of mention in comment sections of coverage of these sorts of stories about the inefficiency of these systems. How exactly do they stack up?
PV up in space, so we use high concentration photovoltaics, about 40% efficient. RF to DC conversion is about 85% efficient. The other losses, there's about 2% loss through the atmosphere. The beam, because of diffraction, ends up as a bell curve, an airy disk. And so depending on where you chop the edge of the receiving antenna off, you've got some losses there. That's about 90% efficient. And then you've got DC to RF at the other end, again, 85%. Sun to plug compared to terrestrial solar. Terrestrial solar is about 1% efficient. Space solar power sun to plug is about 18% efficient.
We may find that the answer is just make the hardware more powerful, which has been the recourse of bad software engineers for a very long time now. Making these systems bigger on Earth in a solar farm is difficult because land is very expensive, but it is basically free to make this system larger in space. Basically free. It's a bit of a weird way of looking at the problem, but if the actual space of land on Earth occupied is one of your concerns, the initial estimates for the same land area usage suggest that space-based solar power could produce 2.5 times more annual power than terrestrial solar farms, or about 12 times more than offshore wind farms. I haven't seen it talked about a lot, but I also like the idea that it could be providing power during the day to one location and somewhere else during that location's nighttime, or if there was a low power requirement, almost instantly switching to another location. So a single infrastructure project might actually be able to service multiple locations. My ending reaction to this space, no pun intended, though this is one of the first times that I've looked into it, is this is an interesting field, yes, partly because I'm biased and I really want a Dyson Sphere to exist, but also because in solving the problems associated with getting these structures set up in space, we learn how to set up these sorts of structures in space, which I think opens a lot of doors to applications. Not that it needs it, but it also provides further volume and demand drivers to lower the cost of solar and space launches. Space Solar wants to install their first commercial solar farm in space within the next decade. However, they are aiming to launch an initial prototype in the next 3 years, followed by a larger version before 2030, able to power a village of around 1,000 homes. I think a space-based power generating system of some form is an inevitability. Whether it's the UK, America, or China, all of which are working on this technology, someone will get there. The question is, will it be this first wave of ventures that get it right? Or who among them will be the first or do it best? I think that is still very much to be determined at this point, but I will always champion smart folk trying to tackle really hard problems, because you never know where the output, the pursuit of these answers will lead us. If you liked this video, leave a like or a comment down below. If you're interested in other technologies making their way into space, I just covered how to build the first force field. Check it out.
Alrighty, that's kind of interesting there. It seems like from what he was talking about, there are some companies that are doing this kind of task already. So let's go ahead and see.
In tonight's Future of Everything, we're talking about the future of solar power, which is facing several setbacks. One of them comes from...
Let's go ahead and see if there's anything else more. All right, damn. Let's see if there's additional videos around this solar power becoming Florida. If we can see anything around space-based power, why space solar might finally work, and then just continue doing research and finding that stock that is definitely gonna help here. The one thing I thought was kind of interesting here is that the investment notes, so many space-based solar power initiatives are in the R&D or pilot stage, making revenue streams indirect or long-term, because obviously there's no infrastructure for it as well, and so things have to be really built out. And the interesting part about this is what it makes me think of is like companies like SpaceX, obviously, AST, and Rocket Lab. So all these companies definitely already are launching items to space or have the potential to carry the items that we need for space-based solar panels up to space. So Rocket Lab and AST are companies that could significantly benefit in this industry. So if there is a play in this industry, that would be the case. So doing some kind of play in the like Rocket Lab or AST, because there isn't a revenue that the companies can actually make off of this. Let's look at almost all we see right now is obviously in the United States. They're kind of saying like Trump just recently removed a lot of the stuff around solar benefits So, and so that's going to hurt a lot of the solar companies, but in the long term, it seems to be the goal. So it has to be a company that is very space oriented, power generation in space, and most of the time, this is going to start with defense. A lot of the companies that we saw, is it this? A lot of the companies that we saw here are, defense companies. Right here. So Airbus, this is a China company right here, aerospace, and and technically they are going to be some private companies. Um, Here's a decent list of them. So we have so publicly traded companies with the ticker symbol like Airbus, Northrop Grumman, and Thales SA. And this company seems to be in that kind of like space industry, and we'll check them out right now. And then the rest are like private or government entities and not publicly traded. And yes, this kind of this there's no way they can make money, so it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to actually make a company out of something like this. You have to have the product in space, you have to have the research development money, and you have to have the product on Earth and be able to link those two. So you need the money and government backing, and that's what we're seeing here. That space tech. That's why a lot of them are government companies. The one that just came up around this though, Dallas. I feel like I've heard of them, but let's see. Let's see what the company actually does here. Thales SA. This company, this Google Finance. I need to go to the company's site. All right. Solar companies here. Let me go to the company's site and look at what the heck do they actually do. It will be kind of interesting to see. Thales SA. There they are. So this is let's zoom out a little bit to see, maybe it'll show us when they went public. All right, this company has been around for a while. The stock has just been chilling. Are we seeing anything else that's interesting? So Seabridge Gold Inc. engages in a business of acquisition and exploration of gold. What is okay? The company was founded. All right, this has nothing to do with power. Yeah, that has nothing to do with space-based power. So I don't know why they are even on the list. But we have we have a list of solar companies. Solar industry has a total of 25 stocks with combined market cap of 64 billion and total revenue of about 33 million billion or million, $33.6 billion. Obviously, most likely there's more than these, but this is the list that we're able to get on stock analysis, and filtering out by size in market cap, largest to smallest. First Solar, Nextracker, Sunrun. So a lot of these companies did get beat up. So if I go to Run, there was this probably months ago. Here you go. A while ago, Trump kind of said, we're not gonna prioritize solar, and it's probably around here. The company just dumped here to $6, and since then it kind of recovered. And overall, like from its height, this stock is definitely down, up 5% at the max, and at the peak it looks like it was $83. And that was what this is us getting out of COVID, and this is during the Biden era. So this kind of business does, I think, it does need some kind of a government that is able to give money to companies for this type of research. So right now, Trump is not the kind of person that's going to invest in something like this. I think maybe because this is considered like clean power, like all this stuff, and so that was more of like Biden era. So we need a government that's more focused like on clean energy, and maybe then there'll be some kind of money that might flow into this kind of business. So past 5 year here, the company's down 64%, which is which is significantly down, especially if you're investing up here. But it seems to have seen some kind of bottom, right? We're seeing some kind of bottom in solar industry, and maybe things are starting to pick up. We're seeing that China is developing huge solar factories all over their fields, and so they're taking advantage of this, and it makes you wonder, are they preparing for something? Like, do they have the technology, and are they starting to use that type of product, and is that why they're building all these solar power plants? Let's go and watch what they are saying here about space-based solar power emerging as the alternative as other solar projects shut down.
We're talking about the future of solar power, which is facing several setbacks. One of them comes from California's Mojave Desert, where a multi-billion-dollar solar project is scheduled to close next year. The Ivanpah Solar Electric Generating System. It's a mouthful, but it was once one of the largest solar plants in the world. But due to newer and cheaper alternatives and environmental concerns, it's reportedly no longer cost effective. News of that scheduled closure comes as the Trump administration cancels the review of one of the largest solar power projects ever. That one, known as Esmeralda 7. The project was set to generate enough energy to power 2 million homes in the state of Nevada. Both moves now pose the question, what is next for solar? Joining us now is environmentalist and author of Here Comes the Sun, Bill McKibben. Bill, is closing this plant down, let's start there, is that the right move?
Yeah, probably. This isn't a failure of technology, it's just an evolution. This was a complicated, what we call concentrated solar plant. You had solar panels, mirrors focused on a big tower, on and on and on. Good idea, worked okay, but now it's being undercut by the incredible cheapness of straight-ahead photovoltaic panels just arranged in those endless rows. They can produce power so cheaply that almost nothing else can compete.
So we're seeing some new emerging tech, right? Like collecting solar power in space. Is that feasible? What's going on there?
I doubt it. Again, it's so cheap and easy to just do it here on Earth. All you have to do is put panels on your roof, in a field, in a desert. We cover maybe 1.5% of the land surface of the Earth with solar panels and wind turbines, and then we're good to go. It's the greatest bargain in human history. The sun, which already gives us warmth and light and via photosynthesis our dinner, now it's willing to give us all the power we could ever want. The only trouble is when politicians like the Trump administration get in the way. Closing down that proposed solar plant in Nevada is one of the stupidest ideas of all time. It was going to give us 6 gigawatts. That's a lot of really cheap solar power. And now, just to please the fossil fuel industry, we're going to have to do without it. If you wonder why your electric bill is going up, that's why.
Let's go big picture for a minute here, because in terms of solar energy, where does the United States stand compared to the rest of the world, and where do you think we should be?
So this is the saddest part of this story. All this stuff was invented here. First solar cell, 1954, Bell Labs, Edison, New Jersey. But we're just handing it over to the Chinese. The Chinese are building now solar panels 10 times as fast as we are. They're going to own this industry. When historians of the world look back at the last 9 months, the story they're going to be telling is the United States ceding economic and technological primacy to the Chinese. And with it, I imagine we're going to be handing over political primacy as well. What a mistake. What a self-inflicted wound, and in such a short period of time.
Author and environmentalist Bill McKibben, thank you so much for your time tonight. We appreciate it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news.
Yep, that's exactly what I thought. You have to get a government that is supporting this type of industry for the business to actually do well.
And that's revived a 70s dream to beam clean solar energy from orbit. Space agencies around the world are revamping blueprints for giant solar farms capturing sunlight 24/7 and wirelessly beaming it back down. However, with solar power dirt cheap here on Earth and space beaming tech still unproven, I've always thought that the idea was a little out there. That is, until a startup announced plans to scale down both the tech and the price tag. Backed by the US government, Aetherflux is ditching massive solar farms for single satellites closer to Earth. They plan to use high-powered lasers to beam energy to small mobile receivers. Now, if this tech reaches liftoff, it could one day deliver power where infrastructure doesn't exist, from disaster zones to military bases. Now, with energy costs measured in not just dollars, but lives, could this be the special use case that finally launches space-based solar power? And if Aetherflux's approach works, could it eventually make orbital energy cheap enough for the rest of us? Or is power beaming still a moonshot? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided.
Is your home summer ready? The heat is on, and so is your electricity bill. Don't let your energy costs double or even.
This video is brought to you by 8 Sleep. It's always sunny in space. There's no clouds, pollution, dust, weather, or even atmosphere to dim the sunlight. And for most of the year, the sun would never set on a solar farm parked high above the equator in geostationary orbit, or GEO. The potential is astronomical. In 2007, the US Department of Defense's National Security Space Office reported a shocking estimate. 1 year of sunlight from a single 1-kilometer band in space equals the energy of every oil field on Earth. So how do you pull that off? The concept in sci-fi is simple. Just ship solar panels into space, let robots snap them together, collect the energy into a giant microwave transmitter, and aim it at the receiving station on Earth. It's no sweat, right? Okay. Well, robots aside, these proposed megastructures would dwarf the biggest space structure ever built, the International Space Station, which measures 109 meters. Now, this solar-powered satellite would have to be kilometers wide and assembled from materials launched over hundreds of rocket flights. The ground receiving station would also span a kilometer of antennas that convert microwaves back into electricity. In theory, microwaves work great for power beaming because clouds, fog, and even rain barely block them. But here's the catch. To steer a microwave beam from a kilometer-wide phased array onto a receiver on Earth, 1 million tiny antennas have to fire in perfect sync, with timing accuracy down to just a few picoseconds. That's not just hard, that's engineering hard. Challenges like these have kept space-based solar power grounded for decades, but a startup called Aetherflux thinks it's found a way around them. Founder Baiju Bhatt of Robinhood fame wants to lower the bar and the orbit of space-based solar. Aetherflux's strategy is to take a modular approach in low Earth orbit, or LEO. It's a page out of Starlink's playbook. Launch a swarm of small satellites in LEO to cover limited areas, handing off from one satellite to the other as they orbit the planet. For space-based solar, flying low does come with a built-in disadvantage. Earth is going to cast a shadow over the satellite's solar panels some of the time. A satellite at 550 kilometers up completes one orbit every 96 minutes, spending 35 minutes in darkness. That's why Aetherflux plans to launch not just solar arrays, but battery packs too to keep beaming power during the eclipse. So why on earth would you stick satellites where the sun don't shine? Because it lets them ditch the hard engineering problem. Instead of microwaves, Aetherflux is betting on laser power transmission. The company claims that at this lower altitude, a high-precision near-infrared laser can deliver power to a spot just 10 meters wide, which is about the size of 6 parking spaces. Based on what Aetherflux has disclosed and typical laser setups, the system likely works like this. Sunlight hits the panel, gets converted into electricity, powers laser diodes, and that light travels through a fiber to an optical system that focuses the beam towards the receiver on Earth. That's a triple conversion. Each step loses energy, and that's before factoring in losses from charging and discharging battery packs. Reception is another challenge. Microwave beams cut through bad weather, but atmospheric conditions can scatter laser beams, cutting the efficiency down even further. Dollar for dollar, watt for watt, how could a system with this many losses compete with dirt-cheap ground solar? Well, maybe when there's no land for a solar farm, say on the battlefield. Bhatt believes that Aetherflux's receivers could eventually shrink to just 5 meters wide or the size of 2 parking spots. That kind of precision power delivery has made the military stand at attention. That's because getting fuel into conflict zones isn't just expensive, it's dangerous. Aetherflux's website emphasizes that attacks on fuel convoys caused nearly half of American deaths in Iraq and almost 40% in Afghanistan, according to a report by Deloitte Consulting. Power on demand from space could be a game changer for forward military bases. If the tech works, and the price is right, the Department of Defense could become Aetherflux's first customer. In February 2025, the DoD's Operational Energy Capability Improvement Fund announced plans to help bankroll Aetherflux's 2026 proof of concept demonstration. If the demo works, Aetherflux's tech could do more than power the battlefield. It could keep disaster relief zones online, speed up rebuilding after a crisis, connect remote communities, and even keep mines operating where the grid doesn't reach. But how close are we to actually seeing this thing fly? Well, Aetherflux has set an ambitious timeline that might surprise you. Plus, there's some fascinating physics behind why switching from microwaves to lasers could shrink everything dramatically. But before we dive into Aetherflux's timeline and technical approach, let's talk about optimizing another kind of energy system that's just as important, and that's optimizing your sleep for peak daily performance. That's where today's sponsor, 8 Sleep, comes in. I've actually been using 8 Sleep for years now, all the way back to their very first crowdfunded version. Their newest generation is the Pod 5 Ultra. The Pod 5 is a high-tech cover that you add to any existing bed, packed with sensors and temperature control elements powered by AI. The newest generation.
What's Capital One's pre-approval tool? So glad you asked. Capital One's pre-approval provides an easy, risk-free way to check for credit card offers before you apply. I know all about pre-approval. That's literally why I'm here. I know all about pre-approval.
Aetherflux is a young company. It only announced its plans in late 2024. Its team is testing scaled-down versions of the tech that they'll need for a planned demo in 2026, where they hope to beam up to 4 kilowatts of peak power from a satellite 550 kilometers up. That's roughly enough to run 4 microwave ovens at full blast. To move this quickly, Aetherflux plans to use as many off-the-shelf parts as possible. The space industry has matured incredibly this past decade, so plenty of standardized components are now available. The satellite payload will ride on a stock chassis from Apex Space, which can be ordered with large solar arrays that track the sun. High-powered near-infrared lasers up to 10 kilowatts are also ripe for the picking. Space-grade solar panels are already established tech. These multi-junction gallium arsenide solar cells are designed to survive harsh radiation and convert about 30% of incoming sunlight into electricity, compared to around 20% for standard silicon panels here on Earth. However, according to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, these space-rated cells are still 100 to 200 times more expensive per watt than terrestrial panels. It's a lot of money. Launch is also off the shelf nowadays, as Bot told Archaea Media Group. We're building a small satellite and we're going to bolt it to the top of a SpaceX rocket and put it in orbit. With the development of reusable rockets, launch costs have come crashing down. Safely this time. In August 2025, a SpaceX Falcon 9 booster notched its 30th successful flight and landing. SpaceX charges about $2,600 per kilogram or about $1,180 per pound. That's just 5% of launch costs of the space shuttle. Once SpaceX's larger Starship rocket is fully up and running, prices are expected to drop even more. Aetherflux isn't the only one betting on cheaper launches and faster hardware development. Space agencies pursuing giant geo-based solar farms would benefit too. So why isn't Bot chasing a larger scale design? As he told Space News, that design is not one that you can iterate on. It's all or nothing. The approach of power transmission that we're taking, which is infrared laser based, is something that you can actually make on an arbitrarily small spacecraft. So why do geo-microwave solar farms have to be so gigantic? These kilometer-scale satellites delivering gigawatts of power are massive because of the physics of beaming energy through space. It's about how microwaves spread out as they travel tens of thousands of kilometers, and why that would force us to build such massive structures in orbit. In the extended cut on Patreon, I break down the surprising physics behind it and explain why switching from microwaves to lasers could shrink everything dramatically. However, even with smaller systems and standardized parts, Aetherflux still faces tough engineering problems it'll have to solve on its own. Bot says the company is building its own optical power transmission, reception systems, components tailored for laser power beaming, and a telescope. Swapping microwaves for lasers won't be as easy as just shrinking scales, though. Henry Bard, a former senior power system specialist at the European Space Agency and a longtime skeptic of space-based solar power, points out that laser-based systems just face different design challenges than microwave ones. He estimates that in low Earth orbit, each satellite might only have about a 10-minute window to beam power to a ground receiver before dropping below the horizon. That means a constellation of satellites would need to be kept flowing. Aetherflux plans for about 100 satellites to provide seamless energy delivery, each carrying battery banks to keep beaming power whenever the Earth blocks the sun. Bard warns that laser power beaming is inefficient. Lasers lose about half of the energy put into them as heat, and infrared receivers on the ground will capture less than half of what's transmitted. That means for every kilowatt that's delivered to the ground, the satellite would need to push about 5 kilowatts into the laser. To make that possible, Bard says the satellites would need large onboard batteries, ballooning both the weight and the budget of the constellation. Microwave systems don't face the same penalty. Transmission and reception each hit about 80% efficiency. And while microwaves cut through bad weather, laser light is scattered by atmosphere, clouds, and dust. These efficiency losses don't just add up, they multiply. And that said, as much as efficiency matters, cost matters more. With the Department of Defense funding projects like Aetherflux, it's clear they're interested in pushing laser power beaming forward. In May 2025, DoD researchers set a record of their own, transmitting 800 watts over 8 kilometers on Earth, a step proving that power beaming can go the distance. Now, accurately aiming that laser beam is going to be an engineering feat, according to Bard. He says that a laser pointed from over 500 kilometers up towards a receiver the size that Aetherflux is proposing would need to dynamically point with an accuracy of about 1 microradian. That's less than 1/10,000th of a degree. It's very small. That level of precision has been demonstrated both in satellite-to-satellite laser communications and military laser systems that can lock onto small, fast-moving targets that are kilometers away. Aetherflux's challenge is combining those capabilities, making something as lightweight as what's flown in space, but as powerful as the lasers that are mounted on ships and large aircraft. With all this talk of military lasers, you're probably wondering, is this dangerous? Safety-wise, microwaves have the edge. Radiation at the receiver is just a quarter of the intensity of sunlight. Lasers are trickier since they're invisible, but can blind or burn at high power. I'm sure I wasn't the only kid that was told not to shine one into someone's eye, and for very good reason. Even a brief misfire could be dangerous. To reduce risks, Aetherflux plans a lock-on safety system. The satellite pings the receiver before firing, and the beam automatically shuts off if it's interrupted, whether it's by a bird, a plane, or just bad aim. They'll also need serious cybersecurity. Space consulting agency Fraser-Nash warns that space-based solar power systems, whether it's microwave or laser, will need strong defenses against hacks and safety systems that are built right into the hardware. That means fail-safes like the one Aetherflux plans, along with hardware-level power caps. The dangers aren't limited to Earth. Space may seem spacious, but it's getting crowded up there fast. By 2030, there could be nearly 60,000 active satellites in orbit, driven mostly by mega constellations like Starlink, Amazon's Project Kuiper, and China's Guowang network, all competing for global broadband coverage. These satellites are sharing orbit with a growing field of debris right now. Right now, there are nearly 37,000 tracked fragments that are larger than 10 centimeters or about 4 inches. Then there's over 1 million smaller fragments that are too small to track. They're still incredibly dangerous. Satellites in low Earth orbit whip around the planet at more than 28,000 kilometers per hour. At those speeds, even a paint chip-sized piece of debris can punch through a solar panel, knock out a sensor, or reflect a laser beam away from its target. The more hardware we launch, the higher the risk of collisions and the dreaded Kessler effect, where one crash triggers a chain reaction of debris that can make entire orbits unusable. Basically the movie Gravity, except this time it's not special effects. To get ahead of the problem, the European Space Agency is planning its first active debris cleanup and now recommends satellites deorbit within 5 years of retirement instead of 25. Deorbiting isn't a clean escape. Most satellites burn up on re-entry, and their aluminum frames release aluminum oxide particles that can linger in the atmosphere for decades and damage the ozone layer. And all those valuable solar panels and battery metals, they're just vaporized instead of recycled here on Earth.
Have you ever thought about going solar but were put off by the upfront cost or having to wait decades?
Despite the drawbacks, price has always been the make or break for space-based solar power. NASA first explored the concept during the 1970s fuel crisis, planning a giant solar farm in Geo. But the numbers came back at $1 trillion in today's dollars and a timeline measured in decades. The idea, obviously, was shelved. Today, advances in robotics, composite materials, and launch capabilities have brought the concept back into play. Around the world, space agencies are revisiting the idea of a gigawatt-scale, geo-based, microwave-transmitting solar power station. The numbers are getting compelling. In August of 2025, King's College London found space-based solar could replace 80% of Europe's renewables and cut energy costs 15%. Recent analysis by Fraser Nash in London Economics shows that space-based solar is at about $76 per megawatt hour. That's competitive once you factor in battery storage costs for ground-based systems at around $120 per megawatt hour. The race is global now. Europe's Solaris program faces a go, no-go decision in 2025. The UK is planning a 30 megawatt demo by 2030, and Japan is launching a 1 kilowatt demo in 2025. And China is targeting a 10 megawatt pilot plant in orbit by 2035. It's a big gamble, but one that's finally getting serious money. Aetherflux? Well, unlike those mega projects, Aetherflux isn't competing with solar farms on Earth. It's focused on replacing fuel convoys in combat zones where the cost of delivery is measured not just in dollars, but sometimes in lives. Its success hinges on proving it can beam power from low Earth orbit to a receiver the size of a pickleball court at a price point that the Department of Defense can keep in play. And the applications don't stop at the battlefield. If the system works, Aetherflux satellites could sell surplus power as they pass over other parts of the globe. Andrew Yermula, Aetherflux's head of engineering, told Freethink, "I see our technology providing power during heat waves, frigid winters, and lightening the load on failing electrical infrastructure so it can be repaired before causing catastrophic damage." Long-term, Aetherflux wants to become a commercially viable provider of clean, affordable power for everyday consumers. Whether that happens depends on how cheaply and safely the company can deliver energy from space. That is, if Aetherflux or any of the other contenders can launch this 1970s moonshot into a real-world score. But what do you think? Is space-based solar power the giant leap for clean energy we've been waiting for? Or is it destined to crash and burn? I, for one, am still pretty skeptical. You can also check out the extended cut of this video over on Patreon. If you'd like to join, the link's in the description, and be sure to listen to my follow-up podcast, Still to Be Determined, where we'll keep this conversation going. Keep your mind open.
I am also just skeptical. I think just looking at the emerging research, this is actually a cool website here, but just looking at some of, definitely there's competition. There's competition here in the United States, Japan as well, and how space-based solar power companies, Space Power, Dream of Solar Energy, just space-based power reality. It just seems like a very difficult reality, just because of the revenue, and the governments have to really step in and make it reality. So in the 1940s science fiction novel, Isaac Asimov proposed an idea of space-based solar power. Imagine a space station that could collect solar power and beam it to Earth. Space-based power solar power had come a long way since the Asimovian days, with academia, industry demand, payload pioneer, Victoria Wharton World Economic Forum. So for Victoria, space has always been about more than rockets. Starcatcher 12.25 scene, Seed, Arthur Plux emerging from stealth this year, and Reflex Orbital 6.5 million seed round closed September, and you got plus Volet Space undisclosed seed amount 22. Space-based solar power 101. The original concept involves GEO satellite harnessing energy. GEO. What is GEO? I don't even know what GEO is. Global, I don't know. So the original concept, let's look at the original concept here. Geo energy, so European Space Agency. Okay, whatever. So the original concept of geo-Earth orbit, something probably geo-energy orbit, satellite harnessing energy from the sun and transmitting it via microwave, signal at 22.45 gigahertz, similar to the ones used in wireless communication. Dedicated Earth station can receive microwave insights. This kind of makes me question: are there products that can charge your phone without plugging in? So without plugging in, and while in your hand or pocket. So that is the question. If this exists, I think this is probably what's going to happen first, and then they're going to let people get used to it, and then we're going to go into the next to space. Similar to the ones with communication, dedicated Earth stations can receive microwave signals, which convert them back into electricity. So boom, you have your, let's zoom in. Jeez. So in orbit, the intensity of sunlight is much higher than the intensity on Earth's surface. All right, so sunlight comes in to sunlight captures an energy regulation. Sunlight is converted into current, then prepared for radio frequency beaming to Earth, the Moon, or another planet surface. 3. Power beaming. Geez, this is the difficult part. Energy sent down to Earth using phased array, laser emitters, or other wireless technology. The energy beam must be accurate, reliable, and should retain as much of its power as possible. I wanted to put one question here. Is this tech being used on the moon right now? So that I could see them practicing on the moon as we are trying to do more research what's going on over there. The energy beam is captured with photovoltaic cells or with an antenna that converts electromagnetic energy into electricity. Satellites can beam energy down to a single ground site or to several locations around the planet. That's kind of crazy. Since it is a radio frequency, you could do that. And what something this video brought up is, what if you have a military base somewhere and they need energy and they need power? You can just beam power to the Humvee or to the helicopter or whatever you want. Pretty impressive. And so power transmission systems that collect the space-based solar power on Earth must be safely and sustainable, integration into existing power grid. Energy utilization, as well as having a potential to aid Europe's global economic carbon 2050 space-based solar power technology could provide flexibility and reliability. Companies can generate energy via solar array, reflectors, or concentrator array. Solar array, reflectors, concentrator array. Tap focus sunlight into small surface area. Direct sunlight to a specific location, reflectors. And solar array absorbs sunlight energy via photovoltaic panels. The energy can then be transformed into microwaves. In 2013, Caltech received a $100 million donation to build a research program around the vision of space-based solar power and has launched LEO demonstration to begin providing interest in the technology. Proponents view SBSP as a promising technology capable of delivering power to any location on Earth, space, or moon. The system could be particularly effective in remote or hard to reach places of the earth. One key advantage of over the traditional source is the ability to deliver energy on demand, right? And all these electrical power that we have to use right now. So if we have to charge our phone, imagine this is going to be even crazier for like electric vehicles. So the technology challenge, despite its potential, skepticism remains about whether space-based power can deliver meaningful amount of energy over distance of hundreds of kilometers. Critics also question the efficiency of these systems, as energy losses occur at each stage: generation, storage, and transmission. That often exceeds those of traditional solar panel energies. Here's this company called Atroplex Space to Earth. Atroplex, founded by Robinhood co-founder Baiju Bhatt, is planning a 100 satellite LEO constellation to supply power to remote locations, such as deployed infantry units, maritime or mining operations. Satellites are designed to harvest energy via solar array and transmit to power to Earth. The user transmits, obviously we know that, reflection orbit, space to Earth. So it's space to Earth, okay. So reflection orbit is taking a different approach than Atroplex, using a large space-based mirror to reflect incoming sunlight directly to Earth. Interesting. The company's primary goal is sell sunlight after dark by directing sunlight to a solar farm on Earth after sunset, expanding their operational hours. This method integrates seamlessly with existing solar farm, eliminating the need for specialized receiver stations and reducing energy loss typically associated with transmission systems. But the problem with this is redirecting the sunlight. It may work, but that's if solar panels are actually consuming enough energy. A demo satellite is slated to launch 2025. Reflect Orbit co-founder Tristan told Payload it will feature 10 by 10 meter reflector, star catcher, space to space. Interesting. While Atroplex and Reflect Orbit focus on powering Earth, Starcatcher has set its sight on using its satellite to power other satellites in LEO, low Earth orbit. LEO satellites have see this I can see happening because the risks are significantly reduced, and I think when you build a satellite, you probably want to have that satellite focus on one thing. So a satellite that does that is created for LLMs is going to do only that. Satellite that is created for beaming energy is going to be created just for that. You don't want to mix. You don't want to have the energy and the satellites all in one place, and you might create two different ones that kind of maybe rotate around Earth in concert together, kind of supporting each other. That's very, very interesting. I didn't think about that. Let me so there are three types of companies can generate via solar array reflectors. 3 ways for SBSP. 3 types of solar space-based power systems. So we got 1, solar array, 2, reflection, 3, you got the concentrator array. Earth reflects space to Earth. And then you got reflection orbit. This is also space to Earth. And you got 3, which is the concentrated array. And I think this, I can see this working as a business. Company that could support this business, and another company company reflection array, and then we got company here, catcher space to space. So these are the companies that I think are going to be interesting, because I didn't think about the different concepts of how space power generation can be used. Yes, we can send solar power from space to Earth. That's one. But we can direct the sunlight to Earth using these reflectors. But third, we can use that energy to power other satellites that are in space using this low LOE, which is low Earth orbit satellites. And so I think this concept might work even more in a safe manner versus actually sending these radio frequencies and beams, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be angry with radiation, cancers that can be caused because of this. So I think this is where it's most likely going to start, and this is where the money actually might be. The reason I say that is because of these companies here. Google, AMD, NVIDIA, a lot of the larger companies are thinking about creating these large language models in space. And so because of that, they have the money. I mean, especially NVIDIA, $5 trillion market cap, already working with a space company that is launching these satellites to space that are gonna be used for LLMs and data centers. And so when you have a product that is being shipped to space, like, it's gonna need power. And I think I could see something like space to space. So while the other two companies focus on power on Earth, the Starcatcher has set its sight on using its satellite to power other satellites in low Earth orbit. The LEO satellites have an insatiable demand for energy, but are limited by how they can generate this energy. So practically the Starcatcher is going to help support that. The proposed concept, 200 satellite orbit, about 1,500 kilometers altitude, would be able to reach most LEO customers, offering energy in range of 100 to 100 watts to 100 kilowatts. Yes, obviously going to be complex with existing satellite solar and Starcatcher tech. The companies, I think I might want to just pull up a YouTube video just to see what that looks like. Starcatcher, Starcatcher was solar space power. Let's see if there is anything. So here's a 7-minute video on what they are trying to do there. Power base, energy for space. This is a long video though. All right. So we beam power to space, Starcatcher. All right, this is a good short advertisement.
If you don't have goggles, please go get a pair.
Well, we can move the whole transmitter forward. Yeah.
The pins is off. We're aligning all the other transmitters, all safety protocols. We're beam on.
Every satellite essentially faces this struggle. We still do powering space like you're going on a camping trip. You're going to bring everything with you. We need a lot more power than we have on spacecraft today. How do we solve that problem?
Satellites can't actually generate enough power to even do the missions that we're already asking them to do. Our clients are satellite companies that need more power, and what we can do in space is actually collect the sunlight, concentrate it, and wirelessly beam it to their existing solar panels.
We're here at the JAG Stadium because it offers us a nice long distance with controlled variables to test out our white light beaming capabilities using collectors and transmitters of sunlight.
The problem with power in space is every ounce counts, so we're trying to limit the amount of mass by not requiring spacecraft to have new mass to get more power.
It started out where we were just doing small measurements over a very short distance, like 5 to 10 meters. You know, all the power measurements went really well at 100 meters away, so it's a pretty big feat for us as a company.
This is just the first of many tests that we'll be doing. I'm most excited about our upcoming demo. We're going down to Cape Canaveral, sending multiple kilowatts of power over multiple kilometers of distance. It's going to be our final large ground test where we're going to bring some customers to come showcase their capabilities, and then we're off to space.
Beam on.
Beam on.
Beam on.
Beam on.
Beam on!
On August 22nd, I told you.
That's pretty cool. All right, so from that, practically there is a company kind of testing that, and it seems like the more I research, the more companies that I'm finding as well. So this is pretty cool. Let's see what this is. Powering mission space with the first orbit energy grid.
Hello and welcome to Tech Talk, where you'll hear the latest in technology and investment trends directly from the trendsetters. I'm your host, Fritz Spencer.
All right, maybe not that. That was more of an ad. I kind of want to see kind of something that works. Starcatcher sets the new world record. All right, let's see how they do it here. It's about a day. This is about a day ago. It said that October 25, Starcatcher broke DARPA's world record for optical power beaming, a major breakthrough on the journey to building the first power grid in space. Interesting. Let's see.
Establishing a new world record for optical power beaming proves that Starcatcher owns the technology stack to build a space-based energy grid.
Today, we are at launch and landing facility here in Cape Canaveral in the Kennedy Space Center.
Think of all the amazing, NASA launches here. Several of the shuttle launches have actually landed literally on the runway right behind you.
It's been 6 or 7 months since our last demo, from beaming across a football field to beaming across a runway. It was really challenging to just get all that together in that short period of time. It's really probably the fastest paced project of this scale I've ever been involved with.
So we've had to basically do 24/7 ops. So it's been very long days. We've had a few people, more of a skeleton crew during the day, setting us up so that way the night ops crew can just focus literally on doing our ops.
So we have a couple different lasers. We have 5 total. We're using some Fresnel lenses to angle those and shape the beam, direct those beams to a certain size, minimize divergence to send them over 1 kilometer.
One of the unique things that we've done here in this test campaign is we invited customers to bring their hardware and plug that into our hardware so that they can validate for themselves that this is going to do what we need it to do.
Integrating your actual customers in the loop while you're testing, that never happens in this industry.
For this demo, I've been helping with the programmable logic controllers that help control safety for our lasers, and also helping control the emergency stops and things like that that make sure our team is safe throughout the whole testing event.
Do you get to push the laser button on?
Yes, I am the push the laser on person.
In 3, 2, 1, beam on.
Yeah. Beam on.
Run it.
The big moment that we have had here is that we have set a world record. Over 1 kilowatt of power, over 1 kilometer in distance.
The fact that we have a one little world record to join this rich aerospace history here is really special for sure.
We've been putting a lot of effort and time into making this happen, and it was very good to know that after all that work we had succeeded.
So in the near term, the team's focusing on celebrating and sleeping, but we're following that up with going to space. If we took the system that we've been exercising here, put it in space, it would easily do 4 or 5 times the energy delivery. It would likely go hundreds of kilometers. Establishing a new world record for optical power beaming proves that Starcatcher owns the technology stack to build a space-based energy grid to give satellites more power, higher concentrations of power, power in eclipse.
Bomb. It was like middle school, like after school, just kind of hanging out with friends, like, oh, let's take some like rocket engines apart.
So my name is Ben. I like to build stuff.
I was using like a table saw when I was 5 years old. My dad was a carpenter, so he always just like let me use the tools and I would build cooler and cooler stuff. The harder the thing is, the more rewarding it is. Building bombs is a fun thing to do when you're a kid, but eventually you're just like, I want to build some useful stuff.
Ben Nowak is the CEO and founder of Reflect Orbital, which I like to call the Dyson Sphere company. Ben, can you talk about basically how you initially came up with this idea? I know that you had like a few other ideas for like energy companies and stuff.
Yeah. Been thinking about energy for my whole life, basically. I mean, the climate crisis is one of the bigger problems we face as a species. So I was always trying to figure out a way to maybe solve that. Figured it could be worth it. And I never really thought I would do it. I thought it was kind of impossible.
Yeah.
But yeah, one day something kind of clicked. I was looking at the amount of sunlight that you get in different parts of the world and how much more sunlight you get in Africa than you get in Europe. And it's basically triple the amount of sunlight. So if you build a solar farm there, it makes $100 million. That same solar farm would only make like $30 million a year in Germany. So I was like, holy crap, like this difference in sunlight could be worth like $70 million. I wonder if you could start a company moving sunlight from one place to another. And you also see the maps of like, a tiny little square on Africa could power the whole Earth. So I was like, oh, if I could just move that much sunlight, I could power the whole Earth and make just tons of money. So I was like, this could be a great company. It could theoretically solve the climate crisis because it has the energy potential, right? Like the amount of energy that hits the surface of the Earth is 1,000 times more than what we use. And then there's even more outside of what hits the Earth that just like goes off into the solar system.
And you said that basically like every second the sun produces like 5,000 times more energy or something.
Yeah, than we've ever used.
Yeah.
Like if you integrate, the human energy consumption over time, it's I mean, we use a ton of energy. We burn a ton of fossil fuels, and we're causing all these problems. But on the scale of the solar system, it's basically nothing. It's just a tiny little blip, and we feel like it's a big deal here. And like getting that much energy in other ways on Earth is kind of hard, right? Like we can only use 5x more energy if we're getting it all from wind. Like wind can only supply like 5x more than we currently use. Like all the rain, like all the hydroelectric stuff. Like if we dammed up every river, we couldn't even power all of humanity right now. Like the capacity is extreme. We use a ton, but on the scale of the sun, it's very small.
Was this one of those things where I know that you like considered hydroelectric, nuclear, and like wind and solar, and then you kind of like landed on this? Was this one of those things where you're like working at SpaceX and you see the like launch costs to orbit going down or very quickly, I think, right? You kind of are able to predict that out into the future.
That one came kind of secondarily.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I got the job at SpaceX because I figured I wouldn't solve the climate crisis. I don't know. I made a fusion reactor in high school. I was trying to make antimatter after that. I was like, fusion's, pretty complicated, maybe harder than people are letting on. And
by fusion reactor, what do you mean?
Just like a little Farnsworth fuser.
Right.
I fused deuterium into helium and, got some neutron counts. That's about it. I mean, it was not generating power, is just kind of, doing some fusion, a small amount, in a measurable way. But
you also talked about basically like when you were a kid, I think, you really wanted to like build stuff and you just had a bunch of projects. You have an entire YouTube channel that's just full of different projects that you built. But basically like the harder something was to build, the more you wanted to build it.
Yeah.
Where did that kind of like come from?
I don't really know. I was using like a table saw when I was 5 years old. My dad was a carpenter, so he always just like let me use the tools and I would build cooler and cooler stuff. And I remember one time I was like, I really want to build an X-ray machine. Like, it would cost like $60 or whatever to buy this X-ray tube, and I can make a high voltage power supply myself. And it just kind of like, I think it kind of blew his mind a little bit. And he like told some of my teachers at school, and then they were like, oh, if you write an essay about building this X-ray machine, we'll give you school credit for it. We'll give you like, 2 credits or whatever, like as much as like a quarter.
So you gave a little
class.
incentive?
Yeah, in high school. And I was like, oh, of course I'll do that. And then my dad was like very happy to fund it. So I was like, wow, like the cooler the thing you build, like the more interested people are in helping support that. So then I was like, oh, well, this is obvious. I just have to build the cool stuff and people will really want to support it. And it'll go a long way. And I don't know.
No, that's stupid. So they're making a solar panel working. So this seems very scammy. Reflect Orbit, the company that's selling sunlight, it seems very scammy. It doesn't seem like it's gonna work at all. Like reflecting sunlight to. I just see too much like regulation here, because how will this impact humans and other environments around it? Because there's going to be light literally shining from space to Earth, and everybody might find that annoying, and it's going to really change our ecosystem as well, right? Because now we're changing how much light and sunlight comes in, how much that's going to impact the environment as a whole. So that actually might be a problem. So I'm not a very big fan of this reflection, like mirror reflecting light to Earth, because that could ruin, that could become a problem. And imagine like satellite investor scam, reflection over. Yeah, it is a scam, because imagine you look up one day and then you just go blind because the mirror decided to point the light, the reflection, in the wrong direction, or you just happen to be underneath it, or in just that direction where you go blind. So I can't imagine that being a business. But what I can imagine is maybe using it to power locations like Mars or Moon, or other moons, or even our moon. That would work. But this seems Reflect Orbital seems very scammy to me. So I am definitely not on that company. So something I do find very, very, very intriguing is that we know that the CEO of NVIDIA has spoken about data center in space. And they're talking about moving data centers in space, the importance of that, how AI data center eat Earth. Yeah, and how it's just becoming that there's no power constraint, and as well as energy constraint. And those two factors are kind of pushing some of these large companies to look for ways to continue their expansion, but also maybe even move these data centers to space. Building data center on the moon, obviously, there you go. I didn't even know this was a thing. We may just check this video out. But NVIDIA, it has been talking to, talked about this. Jensen about data center in space. I think he did. AI need much bigger compute, and yeah, this is actually data worth kind of looking at, and then we'll watch it, and then we'll go up and look at what does this mean for data centers, power generation in space, and if there is a way that to power other satellites, and if there's companies that are gonna benefit from this. Obviously, these are like, small companies. A lot of the business they have is more of a concept, but the money is kind of rolling in that direction.
Us that this is the fourth industrial revolution, and that there are room pretty much for everybody. So, surprising that Lisa Su and AMD team up with OpenAI after you just teamed up, or welcoming to some degree because you need to have everybody doing this in order to make it so that you're not the gating factor, because you can't make everybody's chips.
We could try.
Well, all right, but I mean, AMD,
give us a chance.
Well,
you could count on me. You can count on me.
Lisa were here. I think she said the MI450 is every bit equal to yours, and I would say I want to hear it from Jensen, because that's a chip. You're a platform, and you're software. You're loaded with software, and so therefore a piece of hardware may not be equal to it for total cost of ownership.
We do very different. We build some things that are similar in category, but we're very different companies. NVIDIA started out as a graphics chip company, and over time we became a computing platform company. And a computing platform company is largely software, and you have a lot of developers and ecosystem that create other software that sits on top of your computer. We became a computer platform company. When artificial intelligence came along, we realized that artificial intelligence are really large computers, and the entire data center is essentially one computer. And so we went off to work on distributed computing, using multiple computers working together into one giant system. So networking matters, switching matters, tons of software is involved. And so today, when you look at the computers we make, they're 1,000 acres large. It's a giant system. Hundreds of megawatts, gigawatts at a time. And that's the reason why a new industry has emerged. This industry requires factories that manufacture numbers, which when reformulated becomes intelligence. And so it's an intelligence manufacturing factory.
Don't miss a second of Mad Money. Follow @Jim Cramer on X. Have a question? Tweet Cramer. #MadMentions. Send Jim an email to madmoney@cnbc.com or give us a call at 1-800-743-CNBC.
There you go. So as you can see, he's kind of drawn to the idea of power demand and the need as the energy sector is kind of demanding that. So here in this video, they kind of talk
Let me tell you
about
one
it.
of my pet
They
peeves,
talk about
space
that
solar
one
power.
company,
Okay, the stupidest thing ever.
Arthurflex is
It's like super obviously not going to work.
They're focused
Space
on
solar power could be demonstrated in 48 months with net energy in the hundreds of kilowatts.
Is space-based solar power the answer to our energy needs?
It could be deployed in 10 years.
Array transmit power to Earth using
Nothing you see here exists. These machines are not floating around above the Earth right now. Space-based solar power, the idea of building massive structures to orbit the Earth and beam energy back for our use is, let's be honest, a fringe
You probably
concept.
think of energy from
It's
the
not
sun
business as usual.
on the ground.
It doesn't exist.
But what if we could also
Elon
get solar
Musk
power
called it
from outer
crazy.
space? Technology is making
But
that
others
dream a
believe
reality.
it
Heck,
offers a
outer
real
space
hope of a zero
is closer to
carbon
the
future.
sun than we are. Diana
My
Hawk is
name
here
is John
with a continuing series on
Mankins.
climate startups.
I used to work for
Fascinating
NASA.
story, Dan.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, it sounds sci-fi, and in fact, the first idea was floated in an Isaac Asimov short story back in the 1940s. Satellites using lasers to basically shoot solar power from space back down to Earth. But that is exactly what one startup is testing.
When you think of solar power, you probably think of energy from the sun on the ground. But what if we could also get solar power from outer space? Technology is making that dream a reality. Heck, outer space is closer to the sun than we are. Diana Olick is here with a continuing series on climate startups. It's a fascinating story, Diana.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, it sounds sci-fi, and in fact, the first idea was floated in an Isaac Asimov short story back in the 1940s. Satellites using lasers to basically shoot solar power from space back down to Earth. But that is exactly what one startup is testing. This is the launch vehicle for new space-based satellite technology designed to send solar power back to Earth. California-based startup Aetherflux plans to send it into space on a SpaceX rocket next year. Robinhood co-founder Baiju Bhatt is the company's CEO.
We're going to do a constellation of satellites where each one transmits power with infrared lasers. And the benefits of this are, number one, you get to distribute the power generation across a lot of satellites as opposed to one monolithic one, but also the spot that you're able to project onto the ground, the actual thing that collects the power, you can make small.
The idea is to collect solar power in space and then use lasers to beam it wirelessly to a network of small ground power stations. Having several stations to collect energy makes the satellite system more efficient.
You may have one satellite that's projecting power to one location on the ground, and as it keeps moving on the Earth, it'll find another ground station and start projecting power there.
Aetherflux is first working with the U.S. Department of Defense, an important market, Bhatt says, because it solves a real problem of getting power into the battlefield, where caravans of diesel generators can become enemy targets. This initial phase is attractive to investors who say it'll help scale the company quickly to the broader market.
We think that the military customer is large enough and, for lack of a better word, difficult enough of a customer that if we can serve, we can build a constellation and we can be at scale. And at that point, we will have dropped the cost of the technology such that we can expand into other customers.
In addition to Breakthrough Energy, Aetherflux is backed by Index Ventures, Andreessen Horowitz, and NEA. Total funding so far, $60 million. Bhatt admits it's expensive, and the challenge will be making it cost competitive with other energy sources. He said he thinks that advancements in launch tech.
There you go. So the company's there, and then I wanted to show you this video here, because it is kind of interesting. This is the company that is developing, kind of creating those products. So I might have to go back and show you the whole thing, but this company is actually, so this guy goes on, he tours a company who's building an AI data center in space. This isn't just a sci-fi, it's reality, blah, blah, blah. StarCloud is launching the world's largest data center in space in just a few weeks. So let's watch the video, see how they're doing it, and just kind of get a summary of what they do. It might be better to watch specific video, but this is the tour of the building. Probably won't watch the whole thing, but part of it.
For your create your brand.
We're also maybe the last and largest business ever, because we're heading towards towards building a Dyson Sphere, right?
Whoa.
Partially disassembled. Yeah, we can fire up the Vive table if you want to see what that looks like. Ooh.
Right behind me is the HQ of StarCloud. They are on the cusp of launching the first NVIDIA chip, the world's largest data center, sending it to space, actually operationalizing it. This is straight out of sci-fi.
This is going to be way thinner, for example.
All right, so we're here outside StarCloud with CEO and founder Philip. How's it going?
Going well. Great to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Stoked for the tour.
Yeah, of course. Excited to have you.
Testing. So what do you call this? The control room or something?
So this is for electro engineering mainly. It's mainly to test the different setups. So here we have different configurations of H100s, H200s. The Blackwell chip we're testing for the second satellite. We can see which configurations make the most sense. And after that, then we would put it into the radiation testing. So shoot proton beams at it. I think we're the only people in the world now that know where an H100 will fail if you shoot it with protons at that speed.
Wow.
Our first launch is in 3 weeks. That's going to have the first H100 ever flown in space. It's about 100 times more powerful GPU compute than has been operated in space before. The next one going up in October will have at least 10 times the compute capacity of the first one. It will have by far the largest commercial radiator in space. And the plan is to scale up so that in the early 2030s, we're building extremely large multi-gigawatt data centers in space, mainly for the energy. So we're facing enormous constraints on energy terrestrially for powering data centers. In space, we have almost unlimited low-cost energy in the form of solar. The only additional cost we have is the launch cost, but that's very rapidly trending towards, trending down as we have Starship and other launch vehicles coming online.
Wow. So Starship itself sounds so transformative that's really changing the economics, because it seems crazy to think a data center in space would even be remotely feasible. But I've been listening to you on some podcasts and learning more about it. It's interesting to hear that this is actually a reality, and it's like you're literally sending this thing to space on a SpaceX rocket.
Yeah, the fastest I've ever heard from a startup is going from 0 to launch in 4 years. We're doing it in, well, we were ready in 18 months, but it will launch in 22 months because it got pushed back a little bit.
Wow. I have so many questions about what it's like to be like a SpaceX launch customer, but it sounds super cool. So you're literally launching on, what kind of rocket is it?
Falcon 9.
Falcon 9.
We were down in Cape Canaveral last week where we were integrating the satellite onto the launch vehicle. It's become incredibly easy, or much easier to launch stuff to space than it was even like 5 years ago. So yeah, you notice we keep everybody in this main assembly room. We don't have anybody working in offices. That's my desk over there in the corner. So here this is a zero-G rig. So we've been using this to test different deployments of solar panels. So that's this.
Oh, that's this thing.
This thing here, yeah. So you essentially hook up different solar panel configurations, and then that allows you to test the deployment under kind of similar to zero-G configuration.
Wow.
And then behind here, we've got Juan, who's building various radiator components. So there's two key IP aspects that we're developing. One is a very large, low-cost, low-mass deployable radiator to dissipate all this heat. And the second is making these chips work in a high radiation environment. So we're a team of 11 now, of which 7 are working on the radiator and 3 are working on making the chips work in a high radiation environment. And that's split roughly between my co-founders, our CTO and our chief engineer.
Hey, my name is Juan Toga. I've been thermal engineer for the past 11 years, 5 years at Raytheon, 4 and some change at JPL, where I worked on the Europa Clipper program, handling the thermal hardware on that. And right now we're testing some of our cold plate components, just making sure we can actually dissipate the high heat density that these GPUs dissipate.
The way that a terrestrial data center keeps cool usually is they boil off enormous amounts of fresh water or they're blasting air through it. We can't do either of those in space. And so the way we do it is we run coolant past the chips and then out to a very large deployable radiator. And then that emits in infrared the heat out into deep space.
Do you think it's inevitable that we will have compute in space?
Yes.
And will it be more than compute on Earth?
It will be much more than compute on Earth. It will probably be 99% of all compute.
Wow, we'll be in space.
We'll be in space. So on a 10-year time frame, within 10 years, most new data centers will be being built in space. Now, it's going to take a long time to replace the stock of data center on Earth, but on a sort of 50-year time frame, we're going to have much more compute in space than we will on Earth.
Wow.
And yeah, maybe I'll just highlight these boxes. So.
And StarCloud is like the first, I mean, is anyone else doing this? Like you guys?
There's lots of people who say they're doing data centers in space. Nobody is doing compute on this scale. So we're just boxing these up to ship them down to do radiation testing.
I wanted to see that box that's actually going to space. Is it possible? Because that was kind of cool.
Yeah, sure. So this is the actual form factor of the second satellite box. So within this, we're going to have a whole bunch of H100s as well as this AWS hardware.
So the H100 that we saw over there, you're modding to put in this box, which then goes into space and runs customer workloads in October next year.
Yes, yes.
Wow. And can you explain a little bit more about who the hell's your customer who needs to pay for a space data center?
Initially, it's other satellites. So in the end state, we're planning on competing with all terrestrial data centers on energy cost. But for the next few years, we're expecting Starship to start launching commercial payloads on a sort of 2-3 year time frame. But until that point, we're going after a much higher value, smaller workload, which is running inference for other satellites. So imagine there's satellites producing enormous amounts of data, be that imagery, be that SAR, synthetic aperture radar data, all of these kinds of things. What they have to do now is they wait for ground station and then they downlink as much as they can. And usually that's a very small percentage of the total data they're collecting. When we're in orbit, they'll be able to ship all of that data to us using an optical terminal, and then we can run inference on it in near real time. And then we just downlink the insight. And that insight might be, there is a vessel in this location moving in this direction. Or it could be there's a wildfire, started in this location, rather than having to wait, a huge amount of time for that.
It's so cool that there's already like practical applications about this. And how do you feel about this whole like Starlink, SpaceX, Starship ecosystem? Because it seems like they're building these sort of platforms for the space economy. And it's been hard for me to imagine why the hell we need a space economy or what's going to happen besides just going to Mars. So this seems like such a cool application. So do you think of yourself as almost like one of the first space companies on these new railroads? And like, is that what got you excited about kind of this mission?
Yeah, I mean, to be very frank, I went down to Starbase, Texas in 2023, and just seeing the scale of what they're building there in terms of these Starship gigafactories made me realize, okay, the launch cost is going to come down by an enormous amount, maybe 10 or 100x. But what's really interesting is the launch capacity is going to go up by maybe 1,000x. And the reason for that is Starship's the first ever fully reusable rocket. And what that means is, let's say, for example, you build a new Falcon 9 every day for a year. At the end of the year, you have only one Falcon 9 because the upstage is dispendable. If you build a new Starship every day for a year, at the end of the year, you have 365 Starships.
Wow.
And each Starship has 5 times the payload capacity of a Falcon 9. Each Starship can launch maybe 10 times as frequently as a Falcon 9, even the booster. And so, yeah, what's coming down the line in terms of capacity to get stuff to space, like tonnage per year, is mind-blowing. It's really difficult to comprehend even what's going on.
Wow. And I feel like that's because Elon has this vision of like, you got to launch all the rockets at once to Mars, and then they come back every 2 years. And then it must help the economies of scale to have other people using the Starship.
Yeah, so you might say, why are they doing this? Because there's no commercial demand for the amount of capacity they're building right now. And that's a good question. And the answer seems to be they really want to get 1 million tons of cargo to the surface of Mars. And
in just 2 days, I'll show you how to unlock the most advanced AI filmmaking and content creation.
We can jump out. It's all right. Yeah, Yassine, you can come.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, we're good. And
action happening here at HQ.
So if you want to get 1 million tons of cargo to the surface of Mars, you need 10 million tons of cargo to low Earth orbit. And that's about 10,000 Starship launches, which is about 3 Starships a day over 10 years. And that's the capacity they're building for. In terms of will we be able to access that capacity? Well, they can only launch those every 2 years. So that capacity is going to be sitting there for 2 years. And either they just leave it there or they try and earn some cash from it. And their marginal cost of launch is extremely low. Marginal cost of launch might be $2 or $3 million, as in the fuel and labor per launch.
Yeah.
And so why not charge $10 or $20 million to us to launch, which is at least, it's close to 100 times cheaper than today in terms of per kilogram. And then, they make some money off it while it's sitting there. So that's what's coming.
And so a second ago, you were like, SpaceX is building for all this commercial demand, but there really isn't any. But on the flip side, you're creating a business that's like, wait, like we're ready to take this commercial demand. Yes. I'm sure a lot more people, like they're kind of building, like if they build it, they will come.
Yeah. So there's a few other use cases that people are building for. One is manufacturing space. Another one is asteroid mining, lunar resource mining, companies like Astroforge and Interloon and these guys. All of those will be possible with much lower launch costs. I would say we are by far and away the heaviest user in terms of total tonnage need. So we can make use of 10,000 tons worth of payload capacity. Like that would be like a 5 gigawatt data center. It's about 100 Starship launches. I'd say we're both the first use case that makes sense economically, because one of the key things about what we're doing is we don't need to re-enter a product. That's really expensive. Re-entering a product is really expensive.
Yep.
We're both the first, and we're also
like you never bring it back. You only send back the data.
We're just sending back the data. Exactly.
Yeah. Gotcha.
But we're also maybe the last and largest business ever, because we're heading towards Well, we're
like
heading
that.
towards building a Dyson Sphere, right? And StarCloud is the first.
What is a Dyson Sphere? Because everyone's always talking about that.
Dyson Sphere is where you surround a sun or a star with as much solar. You put orbital solar panels in orbit, and then with that you can build what's called a Matryoshka brain, which is you hook up a Dyson Sphere, the surrounding a sun with solar panels, to as much compute as a star system will physically support. It probably takes about 10,000 years to build a Matryoshka brain. We are the first company ever whose natural extension is to build a Dyson Sphere / Matryoshka brain.
Wow.
So
that's insane. Has the acceleration of OpenAI and xAI, has that given you more confidence as you've seen them kind of accelerate since you started the company? Because I feel like that's such a big thing, is like, will the end demand?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can see it coming down the line now. I mean, you can see what's happening with energy prices in the US. Electricity prices went from 10 to 20 almost in the last few years alone, and there's a possibility they could double in the next 5 years because of the requirement for energy to run these huge data centers. So,
wow.
Yeah.
And I feel like it would be such a cooler future to have like the StarCloud in space. Like, doesn't Jeff Bezos talk about the thing of like moving all industry and heavy manufacturing to space?
Yeah.
And to make Earth be preserved better. So I feel like StarCloud to me seems like such a, if what you're saying is right about 99% of compute eventually moving off Earth, it's like, all right, well, we should get that going as soon as possible before ruining.
100%. I mean, yeah, 100%. It doesn't make sense to cover all of the countryside with solar panels to power data centers, which is what's happening now, when you can, if it's all going to be in space anyway, rather get that going now. Yeah, and in fact, Jeff Bezos a few days ago gave a very interesting speech where he was saying all compute's going to space. He literally said within 10 years, a gigawatt, gigawatt-sized clusters will be being launched into space.
Wow. So he was talking StarCloud.
I mean,
basically.
I mean, we're working with the AWS team. I don't know if he's seen what we're doing, but we're super keen to work with them. So this machine here is to test the strength of different welds.
So one of my questions is, StarCloud seems like one of the coolest startups. You guys have raised a ton of money. I'm trying to invest, but I can't even invest. It's too exclusive. So how did you get the je ne sais quoi of startup hype to kind of be able to raise capital for such a crazy mission?
Yeah, maybe I'll just talk about this room. This is a more like dirty room where we're doing welding and fabrication, things like that. How did we get? I mean, I think investors see that we're in this like trifactor of like mega trends coming. One is launch cost is coming down rapidly. Second is demand for AI is going through the roof. And the third is that is causing energy prices to go through the roof. And these three things combined, I think, is smart investors can see, holy shit, run this forward 5 years. It's like actually a pretty obvious thing that we're doing. Yeah, we won't go in this laser room here.
Wow, this is like every guy's dream, this toolbox.
Yeah.
This is cool. It's really refreshing and awesome to see like such startup energy in the Seattle area, because I grew up in Seattle, and I feel like I never see a cool startup in Seattle.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think don't film in there, please.
Oh yeah. Whoa, top secret.
Yeah. That's our secret sauce in
wow,
yeah.
Secret sauce, love it.
Yeah. All of the talents here. Like we started down in El Segundo where where SpaceX is. Yeah, people told us we need to be there for the space talent. It's true, they have people that know about launch and propulsion and aerodynamics, but everybody that knows about building satellites is in Redmond, because you have the entire Starlink team here, you have the whole Kuiper team here, and then on the data center side, you have AWS and Azure. So, I mean, we were literally in El Segundo typing into LinkedIn like spacecraft thermal engineer, and it would go Redmond, 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 Redmond.
Cole, he's my mirror.
This is a vibe table where we're testing a bunch of. In fact, we might try and get this set up, and you can. We're testing some of the hardware. It vibrates at every different frequency, so you need to make sure that there is no what they call a mode, which is like where you have resonance at a certain frequency. Because what that can do is, if you have all of these frequencies combining, you can end up with much higher stress on the payload than you might imagine.
Yeah.
And so this basically simulates that. It will, in this one axis, and then we turn the whole payload and do it on different axes. It's very noisy in here when this runs. Yeah, we can fire up the Vibe table if you want to see what that looks like.
Ooh, damn, this is cool.
All right, well, there we go. That's interesting. So there are companies, and it seems like there's a lot more research going on and a lot of development going on in this industry, more than I thought. I really didn't think it was actually, an actual thing. So from what I see, Elon and his shareholder earning today kind of just said, "Hey, we're gonna do this thing and create some, power in space." And how we're gonna do it, he didn't say how, but he referenced a book around how this is kind of the industry that we're gonna go in. So and so he referenced strategic reason for game. So I don't know what book he spoke about, but he talked about a book that he imagines how the future of power sharing, power energy, and how he plans to run the company in Tesla. So Elon's desire, and then government defense. The government is going to need this for strategic positioning, and as well as defense, because if China has something like this and we don't, it's going to definitely be a problem. And what happens if another country has it, and this becomes another way of warfare, where now you're sending direct light and killing everybody using lasers from space? How do people escape that? So that itself is a national defense perspective, is a problem, because how do countries know, right? How do countries know, and what kind of defensive mechanism are they building so that when these lasers are being shot down from space, the enemy isn't using it to attack, attack people. I don't know how to say it, but like how do we know when like China is, for example, using this type of energy to attack the United States, its citizens, and specific regions? So this is the very sci-fi, but it seems to be something that's getting closer and closer, and there's people partnering up with companies, partnering up with governments. You got Arthroplex, Solario, Solaran Corporation, all kind of partnering up, finding for ways to come up with a solution. So this is going to be very, very big, a very, very scary world if there's something like this does happen, because now your enemy can attack you using space, solar-based space power, because they can just beam it and kill whoever they want to kill just using that solar energy, and they don't need to kill you all at once. They just, every day that you're driving, they just keep zapping you, and the next thing you know, you got cancer, you're dying. So it is a scary thought here. So governments, and then China, we know they're building this massive solar panel. I don't know if that solar panel has anything to do with them actually using the technology in space and actually sending power down to those solar panels. But China definitely has China is definitely doing building out their solar panel infrastructure. There needs to be a lot of government investment in this industry, just because of the lack of revenue. It's really hard to make money, because if you wanted to do it, who are you going to partner with? The amount of research, development, the knowledge base you have to hire, the technology you have to have is going to be so expensive that there's going to be need with government partnership. Defensive companies are already kind of working on this. You got Airbus and Northrop Grumman and Thales. They're all kind of working in this industry to make it a possibility. Is this tech being used on the moon right now? And if not, like, why? Right? It seems like you test it on the moon to see, if you can send something on the moon, maybe a solar panel, and then be able to get that solar panel energy, 24/7. And so then that would mean, whether you use redirecting energy or you use a direct space-based power transmission. And then data center in space. So you got Google, AMD, Nvidia. Well, they're all talking about sending items to space. As you know, space-to-space power generation is becoming a demand. So with companies like Google, Project Suncatcher, and Nvidia, Star Cloud satellite GPU, pushing AI compute into orbit, the need for a reliable, scalable energy distribution in space is becoming urgent. Traditional satellites operate independently, each with its own solar panel and batteries, but as orbital constellations grow, this model cannot be and this could be very inefficient. So space-to-space power generation offers a solution by enabling satellites to share energy dynamically across the network, reduce the redundancy in power systems, and extend mission lifetime and reduce launch mass, because reducing launch mass is going to be huge, because right now whenever we ship something off of planet Earth, getting out of space, out of this gravitational pull into out of orbit into space is super expensive. And then after that you still need some power to get around and maybe even like direct yourself. Then imagine if you had something like this. Once you get out of orbit into space, after out of the gravitational pull into orbit, then now you can have these solar space-based power systems kind of powering the rest of the journey for any of these spaces. So key technology, laser-based power transmission, Oracle project, so led by University of Michigan with Air Force funding, uses laser interlink to transmit energy and momentum between satellites. So there's already, as you can see, there's a company, Oracle, working on something like that. Could eliminate the need for onboarding fuel, enabling propellant-free maneuvering in space, advanced solar array, and for high, low Earth orbital or medium Earth orbital satellites. Companies like Source Energy and Admetus Cousin are developing thin film CIGS solar cells for satellite to satellite power sharing. These arrays are lightweight, radiation resistant, and scalable. Pervusk solar cell. So there's a RICO solar cell are becoming tested by JAXA HTV X1 spacecraft. They're offering high power output in low light and cosmic radiation resistance, ideal for inter-satellite energy networking. So satellite possibilities. So orbit energy mesh, constellation of satellites could act like smart grids, routing power as needed. AI compute cluster in space, satellite with TPUs or GPUs could draw power from nearby solar model nodes. Debris management and propulsion. Shared energy could power lasers or ion driven for repositioning or reorbiting debris. I don't know what that is, but military and surveillance. Defense constellations could maintain stealth or extended ops by drawing energy, right? I mean, this is going to be huge, because imagine the United States sends the military to somewhere, let's say Ukraine or whatever, and now the trucks, the helmets that people wear, all the different products are going to need energy. Now imagine that Oracle, that they're doing the research here, find a way to and as well as these other companies right here, find a way to actually ship these energies to these systems out of space. Then that's where you start seeing these type of companies make a little bit of revenue and actually see demand, and they can actually start partnering up with governments for surveillance and energy direction, because you're able to send energy in any direction you want. And in a sense, this energy can be used as a weapon to take out any enemy, any one individual. So it becomes like a multi-factor technology that's useful from a government defensive strategic way, because China and Russia are probably working on something like this. So the military surveillance, challenges: thermal management, radiation shielding, precise alignment, and economic viability versus terrestrial alternatives. I mean, yes, there's nothing like this on the terrestrial alternative. One company was talking about, well, we will get the sunlight and we will direct it, so in a way where we can even power solar cells here on Earth 24/7, because in space the sun is always shining and the moon gets in the way, so it gets dark. And so, or the Earth rotates away from the sun and then it gets dark. So if you have these satellites in space with these huge mirrors, that the sun hits them and then reflects that light to these solar cells, then we can power these solar cells on Earth. But the problem with that is what's going to happen if I look up and then the beam hits my eyes? That's going to destroy my eyes. So that's going to be a problem. And also, that's going to probably cause cancer. What's going to happen if an airplane flies through that radiation? Is it going to toast the plane? Birds, what if birds fly through that sun ray redirection? So it becomes, and then like what happens now in that specific area? The sun is going to be shining all day, because now we have this company that decided to reflect the sun's ray to Earth. So I don't see that being a business, but maybe doing this kind of like space to space, can I pull that up? Space-based power sharing actually becoming, something that can be used. Something like they want to do something like this, where they want to have the sun, the solar panels get picked up by the satellite, it gets beamed to this specific area on Earth. This could be so in this case, this is now becoming microwaves, no longer a sun ray, but a microwave that is tiny microwave. They said it somewhere up here, but these like 2.45 gigahertz microwave signals that can be shot into these cells, and then these cells convert that into usable energy. Then obviously they go into all the other, you can use it on Mars, you can use it on Earth, you can use it on the moon, because the satellite can turn in any direction and actually shoot these rays into those panels that will capture and convert this 2.45 gigahertz energy into a microwave into some kind of energy. I don't see this being a practice like on Earth, just because of it's literally a weapon, because it's going to cause cancer. I think maybe it's something that can be used on the moon or on the Mar. On the Mar, it can be used on the Mar. It also can be used on Mars, and as well as like what this company is doing. I like what they're doing. Atherflex, founded by Robinhood co-founder, is planning a 100 satellite LEO, low Earth and orbital constellation, to supply power to remote locations. And then here's that company that wants to use like a huge mirror, reflect the sun, stupid. And then this called Starcatcher. So this company focuses on powering the Earth. Starcatcher has set its sight on using a satellite to power other satellites. So low Earth's orbit satellites have insatiable demand for energy, but are limited by how much they can generate. Starcatcher hopes to help alleviate this problem. So I think this is ultimately where the test will happen, because you have companies like NVIDIA, you have companies like SpaceX, Rocket Lab, all kind of working on products that we need in space. NVIDIA is shipping their their chips to space using this. I was just watching this video. This is an actual company that is sending NVIDIA chips and building out data centers in space, and they're going to need energy. So this is a tour. So Star Cloud is building AI data centers in space. This is in sci-fi as a reality. Star Cloud is launching the world's largest data center in space in just a few weeks, and will launch an even bigger one once they obviously test that. So this entire video, it's about a company here that's actually doing that and looking to ship and build data centers in space. And so those data centers are going to need energy, and that means companies that we're talking about, like Arthurflex, and this is bullshit, but Arthurflex and this one right here, Starcatcher, are actually going to benefit. They're not public companies, so that is one of the goals that I was trying to do here, is find publicly traded companies that even though the idea of doing this is, a ways away from now, what are some companies that we can invest in? So this is what I found so far. So you got Airbus. I mean, this is defense, so they got government money. You got Northrop Grumman. This is a defense company. They got government funding. And Thales SA. So this is an practically a space company that does, let me see, space. Let me see if I can find Thales. Thales is, so it's practically a space company that that kind of produces, let me go, it's a space company that focuses on and it's not like an American company. So we can see that Thales is loading. It's a defensive company. So the company provides various solutions in the defense and security, aerospace, and digital identity and security worldwide. So I can go to their website here and we can see a little bit more about them. And these are not small companies, as you see. This is a probably almost 56 billion, so mid-cap, $56 billion company. Building a future we can all trust. We support businesses, organizations, governments, and address tomorrow's major challenges by developing advanced defense, security, cybersecurity, digital, and aerospace solutions. So their aerospace solution looks like airplanes, probably drones, but I don't know if they are focusing. Combining 40 years of experience, unique divided room, the main mission of these onboard tool deployed realm, orbit the GPS, and then obviously skydiving VTOL. I don't know if they are working on products like space-based solar powers, but I'm sure it's a topic that comes up. Space-based solar panel power. Space solar. UK working together to deliver space-based. So here you go. This is an old article. So they have been, as you can see, like the more I read into this, the more I see, like, damn, a lot of countries are actually working on this already, and it's being developed. So as you can see here, the Space Solar and Thales Allied Space UK working together to deliver space-based solar panel. Leading space. And something I kind of noticed is that the government that is in power at the time really determines how quickly some of this like space-based like solar panel or power sharing equipment or innovation moves. During the Biden's administration, for example, they were very much like eco-friendly, like plant-based, all this kind of stuff. And now with like Trump in office, things are a little different. Dig. Using coal, using coal, and then going in Alaska and making partnerships, digging up rare earth, like not really concerned about the environment, and so depending on who's in office at the time, really impacts how some of this funding is going for a lot of this kind of innovation, like solar-based, space-based power. So this is one company. They're a lot smaller than the other ones, but you have oh, that's PayPal. We don't want PayPal. Then Airbus, Northrop Grumman, this is a bit smaller. But the rest that I found were private companies. So Celestia, blah, blah, blah. You have all these companies, including the ones that I was talking about here in the Word document. So these companies are some of the ones that I found that are kind of interesting. They're private companies, but it kind of shows that there are individuals out there that are kind of developing this kind of business, and the person that is kind of working on this is the co-founder of Robinhood, and then this is the new industry that he's kind of attacking. I wanted to find why space power is gaining traction. Obviously, we talked about this. The traction is due to all this demand. Data center in space, we talked about. That's going to continue driving this demand. And then the fact that there's this company that's literally focused on sending equipment to space is pretty impressive. And the fact you have a company like Oracle that's working alongside, I think, Elon Musk, SpaceX on products on the ability to sharing power in space. And these are the companies. And something I was kind of curious about is that, like, are there companies that right now that do some kind of power sharing? Like, for example, for your phone. Right now, when you want to charge your phone here on Earth, you have to plug it in, put it on top of a surface. But I was kind of curious, is there this thing that, when I go into a building, kind of sits there and it's constantly shooting power into my phone, maybe the phone that's in my hand? It's a problem. Obviously, it's going to cause some cancer, but I wonder if that's a technology that is being developed right now, because that's how they're going to slowly introduce anything if it's actually becoming something that's being used in space, and they want people to be comfortable with it. So products that can charge your phone wirelessly in hand or pocket. These devices are going to mega QR wireless charging attachment attached magnetically to the back of your phone. Are there ones that are air charging? So it would be very interesting if something like this. Yes, but there are air charging products where your phone charges without touching pad or cable are still early development, widely available. What is the air charger? So air charging refers to over-the-air wireless power transfer, where energy is sent through space, not just through a pad, using technology. Radio frequency, microwave, laser. See, all these seem very, very kooky to me. And a lot of people that were worried about 5G, remember that when we had 5G, people were worried about all the issues around 5G, the cancer that's going to cause, and everything else. So if something like this gets pushed, I think there's going to be major pushback. Emerging air charging technologies. Here are some companies and concepts pushing their boundaries. OSIA uses RF-based wireless power to send energy across the room, can charge devices like phones, sensors, and wearables without contact. That's interesting. That would put a lot of companies out of business. Still in a pilot strategy stage, not yet available for mainstream phone charging. Xiaomi, it's probably a Chinese company, demonstrated a prototype that charges phones several feet away. Yeah, obviously, can you imagine if you can charge your phone and let's say you're somewhere in the woods and you need to charge your phone and you have this antenna that you can just put up and then it kind of like beams energy into your phone while you don't have to plug it in. Maybe it's even like solar charged, and it beams energy into your phone, your friends' phones, and your laptop, and you don't have to be that close. That would be pretty impressive. Then obviously, so you got Wi-Fi charging. Uses infrared beam to deliver power to small devices like smart clocks, sensors, not yet scaled for smartphones. Emerald focuses on long-range wireless power beaming, using a microwave technology more geared towards industrial and space application than consumer phones. Well, it kind of exists. On planet Earth, we are sharing power. Pretty interesting. Let's just see charging, what this is all about. Emerald power beaming technology. That was 3 years ago. See, they were working on this 3 years ago, and things are probably way different now. Emerald LE. This is a long video. Kind of want to watch something kind of something a little shorter than Emerald power beaming technology, the future of energy. Yeah, let's watch this one.
Everyone,
can't really find something that's power beaming wirelessly from space. Let's watch this and see what they're talking about.
I always wanted to improve things, to solve problems and make a change for the better. Well, this is that on a global scale.
Now is a really good time to be thinking about energy because of the challenges of climate change and some of the more geopolitical aspects to that which threaten energy security around the world.
We're doing this by being the first company in the world to commercialize power beaming. The main problem is not generating energy. We have lots of sun, we have lots of wind. It's just that we don't have those necessarily where we need them. And so it's all about sending them from where it's easy to generate to where it's needed. Now, if you can do that without wires, if you can do that wirelessly, that means we can have much faster decarbonization, much faster energy transition, much more sustainable energy available as fast as possible, with minimal impact on the environment.
So in terms of how successful we've been so far, we've built a prototype for indoor use. It informed what we're doing here in Taranaki, which is an upscaled version. There's nothing else like it in the world. It's not been tested before anywhere. The whole wireless power transfer concept really started for space-based applications, but nobody's really thought about applying that same technique to terrestrial applications for linking renewable power sources to where they're needed, use it wirelessly and solving some of the other problems with conventional wires.
That's the immense significance of being out in the field. The fact that it can bring many people across that Rubicon, across that threshold of belief that it's here, it's doable.
Araaki is a New Zealand government-sponsored organisation with a very clear mandate to accelerate the demonstration and commercialisation of energy innovation to limit the impacts of climate change. Taranaki is the epicentre of energy in New Zealand, has been for a while with gas and oil in the region. So when they go and see the pilots in Taranaki, they will see there is a different future, there is a better future, and they get very, very excited about it.
Emerald's technology is long-range wireless power transfer using an electromagnetic beam, and this beam is transmitted from a transmitting antenna to a receiving antenna, and that's converted back into electricity.
The technology Emerald's putting out there enables more generation to be deployed, more generation to be accessed, and of course more resilience for the communities. And in a way, the imagination is the limits of the application of these technologies.
We are developing the next stage of our technology. It's really that big leap into much higher power, much higher efficiency.
It's easily scaled up for distance and power. We know how to do that, and it's really shown us that that is definitely possible.
We succeed when Emerald succeeds, and ultimately the planets, we as human beings.
Bro, they're actually not showing anything. This is stupid. I actually want to see it. That's so annoying. So it looks like she said everything electric. It says everything wireless, extraterrestrial, constant renewable energy. Sounds both good and true. All right, so let's watch this video. It's an 11-minute video around the power energy sector.
We think differently about microwaves, solar panels, and billionaires. And if you're thinking this all sounds rather like science fiction, that's because it literally came from science fiction and was dreamt up by Isaac Asimov in 1941 for a novel called Reason. And it turned out not to be a totally ludicrous idea, and so NASA genuinely looked into it following the oil crisis in 1976.
Because we are now running out of gas and oil, we must prepare quickly for a third change, to strict conservation and to permanent renewable energy sources like solar power.
And, as they say, good ideas are hard to die, and so it's back, and genuinely being considered as part of the road to net zero. But what on Earth, or in space, are we talking about?
If you want to see everything electric in real life, then join us at one of our Fully Charged live shows around the world. Next up, we're in Amsterdam for Fully Charged Live Europe on the 24th, 25th and 26th of November.
Space-based solar power, or SBSP, where solar panels are put into high Earth orbit and wirelessly beam energy down to a fixed point on Earth where it's fed into the electricity grid. And, spoiler alert, it's been shown to be both technically and economically feasible. Today, a team from Caltech has been busy working on it, the European Space Agency has a program called Solaris, there's a US military drone covered in solar panels in orbit as we speak, and China, Japan and South Korea all have projects too.
Thinking about going solar, but not sure whether it's worth it for your home? Well, before you get quotes, there are 3 things you need to know about going solar and one easy way to find them out. Number 1, you need to know how much solar you'll need to eliminate your electricity bill.
But why is anyone bothering in the first place? The answer is, of course, all about that baseload. Baseload is the minimum demand on the power grid that's mainly met by coal, nuclear or gas, i.e. sources that are unsuited to varying their output to match demand changes within a day. And given that electrification of heating and mobility will increase overall electricity demand, the issue of baseload tends to get some knickers in a twist, given the unpredictable and intermittent nature of wind and solar, and frankly, the slow rate of deployment of grid-scale and home energy storage. Hence nuclear, carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, even fusion entered the energy mix debate, and now, space-based solar power. And that's because SBSP can capture solar energy 99% of the time, making it an ideal candidate for baseload. Compare that to here on Earth in the UK, where solar panels capture sunlight just 20 to 30% of the time. But if solar panels are located 36,000 kilometres above the Earth, they don't have to contend with night and day, clouds, or atmosphere to absorb solar radiation. So the promise of meeting baseload needs is deeply attractive, and even more so given the cost is estimated to be roughly $50 per megawatt hour, almost half of that of nuclear and carbon capture and storage. That does include a lot of assumptions, which is where the billionaires come in, but more on Musk later. Well, it's certainly not without its challenges, but to get into them, I need to tell you how it works. Now, SBSP operates on the principle of putting a load of solar panels at geostationary Earth orbit, i.e. 36,000 kilometres above the Earth, where satellites don't move relative to the Earth. Solar panels absorb solar radiation, generating DC electrical current, and then convert it to microwaves. Yes, microwaves, literally like those in your microwave, or more accurately, like those that communication satellites use. Side note, I know what you're thinking. Are we going to cook the Earth? Well, I will come to that in a second. And actually, this isn't as abstract as it sounds. Using a moving energy is really just a case of transforming it from one form to another, and in order to make it commercially worthwhile, ideally doing that in a super efficient way. Hydropower, for example, is a product of turning potential energy into kinetic energy into electrical energy. With SBSP, electrical current is being turned into microwaves, a form of electromagnetic radiation. Radio waves, microwaves, infrared, visible light, UV, X-rays and gamma rays are all part of the electromagnetic spectrum and contain energy, which is proportional to their frequency. The higher the frequency, the higher the energy. The solar radiation that reaches the Earth is made up of infrared, visible wavelengths and some UV, but high-frequency short wavelengths are easily absorbed by the atmosphere, which is why the sun's energy at the equator is only about a quarter of what it is in space. Microwaves sit in a different part of the electromagnetic spectrum and have longer wavelengths, a few centimetres long, and lower frequency, giving them the benefit of being able to travel much further without being absorbed at all. They're completely weather independent. But electromagnetic waves left to their own devices will spread out in all directions. However, when you combine waves in the right phase, you can steer and direct them and modulate the power and intensity of that beam. In fact, there's a company called Guru who are using this principle on a tiny, tiny scale so that you can do things like charge your phone from anywhere it is in the room. But even with great phasing, waves will diffuse and spread out, and so there's a careful balance of either optimizing for a super narrow beam or maximizing power. But you can imagine that over 36,000 kilometers back to Earth, you need a great big whopping target in order to scoop up those microwaves. SBSP uses an almighty net of rectifying antennas, or rectennas, to collect the microwaves, which are then converted back into electrical power to put into the grid. So nothing too wild there, but ration your apathy as the numbers are wild. Based on the Cassiopeia SBSP design, for 2 gigawatts, i.e. 2 nuclear plants worth of energy, we're talking a structure almost 2,000 tons and diameters of 2 kilometers. It needs a transmitter roughly 1 kilometer across, and for context, the International Space Station is a comparably tiny 109 meters long. Here on Earth, it would require an elliptical collector 6.7 kilometers by 13 kilometers, and whilst there aren't an abundance of areas that size, filling that same area with land solar panels would generate about a third as much power. And interestingly, there's some suggestion to co-locate those rectenna fields with offshore wind farms where there's already a grid connection. But the big juicy question, if we're talking microwaves, does that mean that the areas of rectennas get super hot? No, or not really. The intensity of the beam at the centre is limited to 240 watts per metre squared, a quarter of the sun's intensity at the equator, and therefore considered safe for humans. The SPS Alpha and Cassiopeia designs have formed the basis of a lot of feasibility studies, and the European Space Agency is currently exploring 2 further architectures which will be released later this year. Some are looking at beaming lasers from lower orbit, but you need loads of them, and owing to the lower orbit, they're not immune to the effects of clouds or day and night cycles, so we'll focus on higher geostationary orbit SBSP for now. So we've got some obvious challenges. The scale of these things cannot be understated, and it's not so much that there's not any room, I mean it's literally cooled space, but nothing that big has ever been built up there. That needs exceptionally sophisticated modular design that can be built autonomously by robots. And when it comes to pricing things in space, the cost of launches is everything, and specifically the dollars per kilo. Clearly, we need mega efficient solar panels that are great at absorbing a big broad range of frequencies and are extremely, extremely, extremely lightweight. But I promised billionaires. And this is where Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk's foray into space may be really helpful.
3, 2, 1. Liftoff of the Falcon 9.
Partially reusable space launches such as those demonstrated by SpaceX have substantially reduced the cost per kilo of space missions. And should SpaceX reach its targets with the Falcon, the launch cost of Cassiopeia could be $5 billion per gigawatt, 46 times less than NASA's modelling for SBSP in 1979. What's more, should SpaceX reach its target of 100 reuses, that would further reduce the cost by a factor of 10, and that's before we consider likely improvements in solar cells and other electronics. And this is what I find totally remarkable about SBSP. The technologies are not new. The principles are exactly the same as communication satellites. Only this time, as we're interested in collecting power and not the digital signal, we need it to work on a much, much, much grander scale. But the costs are kind of easy to project because it's based on technology that largely exists rather than requiring loads of major scientific breakthroughs and invention, as you do with, say, fusion. But the question still remains, should we do it? I said that baseload was the principal reason for pursuing spacey solar, but there are some other thoughts. If SBSP is pulled off, it marks a moment in history. And I'm not being hyperbolic. It gives energy its Wi-Fi moment where moving it isn't limited by physical cables and the headache that comes with a geographical mismatch between where energy is created versus where it needs to be used. You could direct that beam of microwaves to deliver power anywhere it's needed, such as to other countries or for disaster relief. But does that prompt a moral debate? Space doesn't exactly belong to anyone. Geostationary Earth orbit is governed by the...
Phenomenal. So I get it. So hopefully that helped right there. Just the fact that there's so much research going on in this industry. There's companies that are trillions of dollars in market cap wanting to build out their AI data center infrastructure. That's why sometimes they say this economy specifically is floating on the hinge of Nvidia and LLMs, and that's why GDP. It was one of the reasons why right now we're not even in a recession, is because of the demand for energy, data centers, and infrastructure. And it seems like from what Elon Musk was said and what he's looking to build out, it seems like there's going to be a shift in energy demand, because we can't build everything on Earth. That's not going to be sustainable. We can't continue to lay down wires and cores and cables, and we're going to have to find a way to, ship energy through space using microwaves. Obviously, that's not going to be now. Maybe we can see something like this developing in the next 10 years. We might see energy being sent to the moon, or energy being sent to Mars, or between the rockets, or between the floating data centers. This is going to be a very important defensive milestone for the government. So that is the end of the whole video on data center talk and space-based power stations. Next, I'm going to continue. I'm going to be talking about the stocks that we found the other day. We did our research. We found the stocks that we thought are going to be the winners, and we're going to check out how well they did. So it was these stocks here. It was about 5 of them. Let's use here, and let's just see how well those companies did. So the companies that we researched and came down to the conclusion, we randomly found these companies. We didn't look anywhere. We used Finviz. We use Finviz, so we used this site to find small market cap companies in the United States that went IPO in the last 5 years in the tech sector that are under $40. And we came to and we did research, and we ended up finding these companies. And let's just see how well maybe they have performed since we found them. We found these probably like last week. So the first one is PALLANDYNE, Palantir AI. So this is one of the companies that we found. We did a quick research and found, their technology seems, like something that can be used and is kind of necessary in where we are currently. So Palantir, a software company, focuses on developing software that enhances the utility and functionality of third-party stationary and mobile robotic systems in the United States. AI LLM foundational technology enables robots to observe, learn, reason. So practically, the company, they're like think of a data crunch company. You give them data around what your robots are doing, and they think they know how to synthesize that data, make sense of it, and help your robot learn faster. So accelerate speed of programming and training, increase agility, task setup and user case, reduce need for human intervention and oversight, blah, blah, so on and so forth. So since we found them about last week, like Thursday, Friday, the stock is kind of dying off. I think they're being pulled down. A lot of the companies are just being pulled down due to the overall economy. I mean, though, we've seen all the other companies kind of take a dump. They're not really doing too well. So that's probably why some of these small market cap companies, as you can see, this company is not even $1 billion, kind of dumping. So we found this company, around, I think, Friday or Saturday or something. It was around $26, and now we're at 25, and then overnight is back up to $28. So the stock is back up to like where we found it. They came right back up. What does the company do? Think in a simple format. This is what they do right here. This company has a software that they have sellers, so suppliers and manufacturers that plug into their data center, their software or their technology, and then you got the global fulfillment centers. So that's people that sell products in bulk, plug into the Giga business to business website or software, and then you got the end customer and the buyers that use those products. So this company here sells products in bulk to buyers like retail, resellers, e-commerce, brick and mortar buildings, as well as then ship through to customers. But it doesn't seem like they do the customer portion. And in a summary, is a pioneer of global business-to-business marketplace for large parcel merchandise that is reinvesting, blah, blah. The rest of it is just kind of stupid. But it's a marketplace for large parcel merchandise. So when I think of this company, I think of like Alibaba a little bit. So yeah, here's just kind of a quick history. 2010, they launched their first e-commerce store. 2013, they officially entered the United States. 2019, launched their website, launched their software practically, and then they acquired a company, WonderSign, and then 2024, Forbes #1 America's most successful small cap company. And then 2020, and then in the same year they joined the Russell 2000 inclusion. So the company is done a lot in the past 14 years. The next one, but the stock recently is getting messed up, right? And this is probably nothing to do with their business and operation, more like the economy is just not, the stock market is just not doing that well. This company, Exodus, probably didn't do well because, their crypto really took a hit in a major way. We were looking at this company, I guess, around 25. They're now at $21. Exodus practically, they have a wallet, crypto wallet, and within that crypto wallet, you can trade. That's the interesting part. You can send money between the different wallets, land a large and expanding total addressable market that they want to get into. The problem they solve is legacy infrastructure, investment highlights. So expanding, I kind of want to show you what they kind of Exodus platform wallet. So self-custody means like enhances security, and you can have your self-custody your own money. Payments, so supports vast spectrum of stable coins across all relevant blockchains. Fiat on off ramping, so buy and sell digital assets with ease using the bank account or digital assets. So they're practically, at the end of the day, what they're doing is they're connecting the DeFi, decentralized finance, with the traditional TradFi, traditional finance. And so all they do is they provide a secure wallet where it makes your everyday transaction kind of simple, and you easily can integrate into cryptocurrency without the complications. So they make that easy. Exodus business to business offering, they have the swap, passkey, and pay. Representative Exodus partners, Ledger's leading hardware wallet for digital assets. A lot of people, if you've been messing around with cryptocurrency, you probably would have heard of Ledger. That's the best way to kind of secure your crypto off of centralized exchanges like Coinbase, Kraken, and hold them on your own in your own wallet, and then Web3 wallet for NFTs. So they practically work with crypto companies, and try to make it really easy for you to do crypto related business in your everyday life without the complications. So yeah, the stock isn't doing too well. I like this company here. They're called MNTN. This company here is a little interesting. So MNTN operates a technology platform that brings performance marketing to connected TV. So in a summary, if you have a small business and you need to do TV ads, but you don't know how that works, and you don't have any how to do the SEO, company helps with that. And the way they do that is this. So they have access to substantial all network devices and platforms. And so what you can do is you can work with them. Premium. So key benefits: you got premium inventory, incremental budgeting, preferential pricing, strategically aligning with network, and TV advertising enable market to reach estimated 99% of US TV households. So practically, you work with this company, you put your business, your ad with them, and they will help you target your customers across all these different TV channels, which makes it a lot easier, and you don't have to worry about SEO. You just kind of just tell them what you want to do, and they help you get there. And then obviously, if a business does well with this kind of advertisements, then becomes a sticky business, because they want to go back to them, because this is the only company that knows how to do this kind of ad for that specific startup. So I do find this very, very interesting. I don't see why they won't eventually get into advertising on social media sites as well, just becoming like an AI first ad SEO company. So practically, this is something they say that I thought was interesting. AI driven MNTN matched, which simplifies marketer workflow. So storyboard is as easy as providing text prompt. So AI, think of like Gemini or OpenAI products. You provide selections of natural AI voice, 200 voices to choose from, and then at the end, instantly publish the CNT, CTM, as well as other major digital platforms. So you create your marketing idea, you give it to the company, you can even use AI, and they will do the rest for you. So I thought they were interesting. The stock looks like like everything else is getting hammered. Up to here, the stock is getting hammered here. If we zoom out, it's not bad. It's actually holding on pretty good. So if this is Monday, Tuesday, yeah, it did get hammered here, kind of coming back up. But most stocks got beat up anyway. So I don't hold this against them at all. So let me make this one full screen. So they're down, but overall, I like the business and the idea. This is the other company, in a sense. In a quick summary, they allow companies to rent out compute power, not energy power, but compute GPU. If you have the need for compute with whatever technology that you're making around AI, and you need your AI requires compute, what you can do is rent that compute with this company, and they will rent that out to you on a monthly basis, or based on the amount of space, the amount of compute that you need. Pretty cool idea. Obviously, I think CoreWeave does something similar to this company, but something that is interesting about this company is that this entire company is a subsidiary of BT and Bit Digital, and Bit Digital is a Bitcoin mining company, and then they said they saw that there's a demand for compute, and they kind of branched off, and now Bit Digital owns this company, and a lot of then the leadership on this team is from Bit Digital. The stock, I think it had a pretty, I think it has a good, is running pretty good. 5 days ago, whoop, no, they dumped as well. So about a couple days ago, we're looking at them at 32. Now they're about at $28. Not because of what the company's doing, because the overall market is kind of coming down. And usually this is a good time to take advantage of that. This is also Arteris are accelerating the creation of semiconductor. This company is really, really interesting. So they sit at the forefront. So they sit at the forefront of chips manufacturing. So when it comes to like what AMD does, what NVIDIA does, not, and then what like Google. So when these companies need a certain chip that they want to use, well, they come to a company like this that kind of does the research and development on how to create these kind of chips, and then they end up giving us the chip and the research, to these companies, or sharing with these companies, and then this company, like when I say these companies, is this company here, Arteris, does the research. They give that idea to AMD, NVIDIA, and then from there, those companies will pay them on recurring basis, so on and so forth. So this thing right here is called it's called an SoC, like it's called SoC. Yep, SoC is practically like systems on a network. So you see how you have a board, but this board has complex connections, and if you were to zoom in, it becomes so complicated that it's almost hard to tell. And so it's almost like impossible for a company to be able to do what this company does. So that is why, like, when we see a company like this that is working on something that is so complex, you gotta see on like, how's the competition, how's the industry, and has this company produced stuff and actually been created partnerships with some of the companies, some of the greatest companies out there that require AI chips. That question becomes like really, really important. So I want to first kind of tell you what the SoC is. Adopt semi, blah blah blah. So optimized chips. So optimized chip, on chip and data transport is critical to overall performance. Processor, computer logic, functionality, memory capacity, NOC, network on card, or something like that. It's like network on something. And so that was like one of the questions, is like, did this company even like partner up? Who are their partners? Interestingly, they have key Arteris Q2 customer highlights. So they've partnered up with AMD. AMD licensed multiple devices in device instance of Flex Gen Smart Network on chip, NOC, network on chips, IPs to deploy in AMD's AI-powered chiplet across the company's broader portfolio, which spans from data center to edge and end devices. So NVIDIA's biggest idea is biggest flex, I would say, is the whole chiplet architecture. So the fact this company here is kind of working with NVIDIA on that chiplet architecture is such a key element, because AMD is going to kind of have to continue to improve the chiplet architecture as AI continues to improve, and a company like this partnership is very critical. But they've also partnered up with Renaissance. But let me actually continue to show you the additional partnerships that they have across the different industries. Data center training, data center infrastructure, and edge inference. So these are Arteris business is 50% plus for AI application in 2025. AI everywhere Demand movement is key competency area in SOCs. So as you can see, they have partnerships across different, I guess, industries. But then if we go down and we look here, building a leader in SOC data movement, IP, and software. So they have silicon proven IP used in over 3.86 billion units shipped to date. 880 SOC designs started today. 70 to 80% market share of automated ADAS and SOC market. Strong technology and traction in AI ML system. If you are, I'm not going to keep reading this, you can, but like as you can see, diversified customer base. These are all the customers. So the fact that they have partnerships across different industries, I think kind of shows the strength of what they do. The fact that NVIDIA knows who they are, it becomes important. The fact that Hisense, Toshiba, Bosch, Honda, Boss, Deepex, Speed Data. I've seen this company before. I don't know what they do. But yeah, the fact that they have some of the largest manufacturers out here, or whether it's in cars, whether in AI, Samsung, the fact that they have relationships with all these companies becomes kind of shows like, all right, this company is strong and they are needed for the continued research of like SOC. Oh, let me just, I'm kind of mad right now. I can't find what SOC is. Boom. SOC, complexity of modern SOC chiplet based SOC platform. Dang. Oh, if you know what the SOC is, go ahead and leave in the comment. Where is S? All right, I can't find it. It is what it is. It's not too important. It's not too important. Yeah, this kind of shows like how the company makes money. They develop something, they created the company, the user, the company that made it for, they use it, and then this Alteryx, the company Arteris, uses those products. All right. Next, we're going to move on to our company here. Actually, we need to see the stock. Where is Arteris IP? The stock, I think it did have a decent run. Yeah, so this one actually had a decent run. I'm going to put it up on top. They had a really good run a couple days ago. So on the 4th, it was pulling down with the rest of the market. But out of nowhere, it went from $12 to about $15, as you can see, after hours. So this is a real company here, and this was a good find. And we did this all by doing our own research together here. The next company that we found out of during the research was Skywater Technologies. This company also had a pretty decent run. So Skywater Technologies, together with its subsidiaries, operates as a pure play technology foundry that offers semiconductor development, manufacturing, and packaging services in the United States. The company offers engineering and process development support and services to co-create technologies with customers, various microelectronics and related micro and nanotechnology applications. In essence, this is technology research company. They have about 702 employees. Big, but not the biggest. But at the end of the day, right, you need research companies. You come up with the idea, but like sometimes you don't have the technology, and this is the company that you would go to kind of find if what you're actually making is if what you're actually wanting is feasible. So technologies that they, or research that they kind of do, are around mixed signal CMOs, rad hard, MEMS, superconducting, photonics, heterogenesis integration. I don't know what all that means, but they know they work with aerospace defense, automotive, consumers, healthcare, and industrials. Services markets, so aerospace, so technology service, technology design element, and manufacturing. They have CMOs, heterogenesis resources. I couldn't find investor relations for this company. I was trying to investor relations. Let's see. Press release, investor relation data, press release. Skyward Technology announces collaboration with Skyward Technology reports Q 2025. Yeah, it's hard to find their investor release. It's really hard to find their investor relations page, but this is a real company providing actual research products, and we can do a little bit resource events products. It's so hard to get into. Boom, 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 boom. All right, and once again, something you gotta realize: a lot of these companies that we're looking at, they're not the biggest. This is a company that's about $901 million, so not that big. So this Gap Q3 financial summary, just from a quick review. So financials, these numbers are obviously in millions. This is This is Q2 of 2025. This is quarter over quarter data. This is year over year data. So Q2. These two are quarter over quarter, year over year. These quarter over quarter, and then year over year. So Legacy Skywater, from a total revenue perspective, year over year, they're up 80%. Quarter over quarter, I know they're down 80%, and quarter over quarter, they're up 258%. That's total revenue. Yep, we're looking here. And then revenue, total legacy revenue. Total legacy Skywater. See, I don't know what the legacy part is here. Gross total consolidated revenues. Okay, there it is. This is what I want to see. So the consolidated revenue between Legacy Skywater and Sky Texas, we got $150 million in Q3 of 2025, and Q3 of 2024 they were making 93. So that's 60% increase year over year, and 155% quarter over quarter. Gross profit, so money after cost of goods sold, so not operations, but the cost to make those products. Looks like costs gone up by almost 80 year over year, and 232% quarter over quarter. Geez. Gross margin, so income after operational expenses, we're looking at a 0.24% year over year, and 0.55% quarter over quarter. That really isn't that big. So their gross margin is not growing that much, because most of their money is being spent at the cost of goods sold and operations. Net income, I'm surprised here that they have $144 million in net income. That's not applicable. Not applicable. Basic income, diluted net income margin to shareholders, not a problem. GAAP gross profit. So this is actually not a good way to look at the company. let's look at them. Let's look at their financials. I think that's a review we already did. So financials, this is probably a good way. So revenue, as you can see, is kind of growing. I mean, it went from 15 to 30, 34, then back down to 19. Here's their cost of goods sold. Here's their gross profit. When we go to net income, the company is actually in a positive net income. They used to lose 20, they lost 50 million, 39, 36. So year over year, they're starting to lose less and less money, net income, and trailing 12-month, they're a positive 126 million. Who knows? The company is issuing huge load of equity. They're either using equity to pay employees, using equity to raise cash, to make other investments, because research is actually really expensive. The thing about research is you don't get paid until you come up with the results. And once you even get the results, you don't get paid right away. You get paid on incremental basis. So because of that, and even with the research, sometimes you can get paid based on the levels of research. The closer you get, the bigger the lump sum. So sometimes it's really hard to make money when you're a research company, and there's various different kind of strategies to do that. So I'm not gonna go over the company again. You can go back and watch the video when we did the initial research. But here's the company, doing decently well, up 27% today during the day. We started looking at this company right around here a couple days ago, like maybe 16, 17 or so. They continue to dump due to the market. Boom, boom. They got a big increase. SkyWater Technologies and QuamCore announced collaboration to advance scalable superconducting quantum computing. Boom. Quantum computing will make your stock go up. And then we got Enable. This is another company that Enable. This is another company that we did research. Pretty interesting what they do. Is Enable provides a cloud-based security data protection. At the end of the day, they kind of secure your data. Think of it as data resiliency. From a data resiliency perspective, this company is actually really important in the world of AI. A good example is what happened with Amazon Web Services. When Amazon Web Services went down, the world is falling apart. We couldn't log into our apps, our banks. In the future, our cars are not even going to start. But the problem there is if you don't have data resiliency, once you go down, you really go down, and you're going to lose a whole bunch of customers. So as a business, you need to have some kind of security so that, let's say you get hacked 10 minutes ago, you want to be able to shed that code and then continue to operate on the data that was at 9 minutes and 50 seconds. And your customers that means your customers can continue to run, and your data resiliency is good. So from a world where we're moving into an AI, everything's connected through these networks of different sites and different products. You need to have this level of data security and data resiliency so that you can continue to operate. Data resiliency, I think, is going to be heard even more and more and more as we get into the world of cybersecurity. And cybersecurity is so important. So I specifically have here a Google document that tracks some of the largest data security companies, as cybersecurity companies, and just waiting for a day to really make a good buy, because these companies right now are a little bit too expensive. In the past, let's say in the past 10 days, see how these companies are doing. the past 10 days. We see this company, Radware, down 45%. Maybe that might be worth looking at. Here we have Kratos Defense. Who are they? Yeah, Kratos. I don't know why it shows this. That is hide. Whoops. Let me hide this. Hide column. So we have Kratos. They're down 20%. That might be a good time to start looking at them. We have OneSpan. Maybe it's worth looking at. The ones that are highlighted any color, those are the ones I'm actually interested in and waiting for the stock to kind of go down so I can buy them. Here we got 10% down Redware. We got Rapid7 down 23%. One of the companies I'm interested in here, L3Harris, 2%. Another one, Palo Alto Networks, down 4%. Red Cat Holding, Red Cat, I don't know why this is here. And then VIA, down 23%. Confluent, down, barely down, but one I'm interested in. Coherent, up. This company is up today, so can't even. But anyway, so these are the list of those companies that I'm kind of interested in investing. Yeah, this company had a good run. This is Enable, data security, data resiliency, and kind of sitting at a very important sector of innovation. And as how we secure and how data flows is changing, you need a company like this that's kind of scaling. This company obviously IPO'd in the last 5 years under $40, and is in the tech sector in the United States. Beta, that's very low beta. If we zoom out, 5-year performance, the company used to be trading at 16, now they're at 8. Max down 34, 1 year down 30, year to date 8, and 7% in a month, and 9% in 5 days, and in 1 day they did 9%. So in the short term, this company is beating everything else that's out there. Last but not least, this is the last company, Backblaze. This is also another interesting company that I found during during the analysis. They are getting beat up significantly. This company, Backblaze, they reported their Q3 2025 earnings, and probably was not that good. So a storage cloud platform providing business and consumer cloud services to store, use, and protect data in the United States and internationally. The problem, even though this company is pretty awesome, they made some significant business changes that is really impacting them. They used to be a company that is does kind of to AI opportunity sort of. They did launch a high performance offering and cybersecurity. What is it called? They kind of pivoted their business to become like security as a service, like as a service company, so they can start making money as recurring revenue. But because they're kind of getting rid of more of the hardware part of their business, they are losing those customers that were using their hardware business. So now only their cloud business is actually kind of what customers are looking at, and some of their hardware business was lost, and those customers went somewhere else. So because they're going through this big business change, they're losing customers, which is kind of sad to see. But maybe this might be a good time to get a company at a decent price when they're getting a little beat up. They reported their third quarter 2025 financial results, but it must have been really bad because it doesn't look like the marketplace was too happy about it. So hello and thank you for standing by my name. No, I can't read it. Let's kind of pull up the company's Q3 earnings. Blaze announcement third quarter. There it is. So let's look at the third quarter earnings here and see what the heck happened, because they got really beat up. Look at the stock down 33%. We were just looking at it the other day at $10, and it's not like they have the worst business. So 28% revenue growth in B2 cloud storage, 14% revenue growth in overall Q3. I am pleased with our quarter financial results exceeding the high end of our revenue adjusted outlook actual. So Q1 outlook actual. So the outlook on the full year. Okay, so revenue between okay, adjusted EBITDA about 18 to raising from 17 to 19. So the interesting part is they're continuing to push their outlook revenue out year and for year-over-year growth in our business, referred to the below. So this is the company's outlook here. They continue to grow this number. It doesn't look like they slow down. And then going into Q4, they're saying, you know what, they're regressing about the outlook for this year. So Q3, 28 to 30 was the outlook. They actually hit 28, so the lower end. Here they beat the upper end. Here they were at outlook. The way they reported the financial data is ugly. So non-GAAP, not going forward-looking statements. Non-GAAP, let's look at their statement a little more. So revenue, gross profit, adjusted gross profit, net loss, intensive workflow, they need high performance productive Q3. Adjusted free cash flow during the 9-month end December. These are more numbers. Like, I want to read a little bit of recent business highlights. So signed a 7-figure TCV expansion deal, a high growth AI powered video surveillance customer, significantly expanding its B2 cloud storage footprint, showcasing the value customer sees, an expansion opportunity in our customer base, a record non-GAAP net income and adjusted EBITDA, B2 Overdrive recognized as the best in enterprise technology innovation, Overdrive feature as winner in Silicon Angels Tech Forward Buyer Guide, recipient of the Cloud Compute Security Excellence Award. Nobody cares. Announced executive and director stock ownership policy. Financial outlook based on the information available as of the date of for the fourth quarter 2025. They revenue between 3.7 and 3.79. Adjusted EBITDA between 20 to 22. Basic weighted average of shares outstanding 50 to 50. So they're saying they could issue up to 200,000 shares by the end of the quarter. No bueno. Let's look at their revenue. I guess this is their. I hate how they did this. So they got the PP&E, current assets, boom, total current assets, Q3. So they went from 66 million to 64. Total assets went down. Current liabilities, total current liabilities. So it is good to see that their current liabilities is a lot less than their current, less than the current assets. Total assets and total liability comparison looks like their total assets are much better than total liabilities. However, September looks like 30th for this quarter that they reported looks like they added significant amount of liabilities here, and that looks like it's due to this operational lease liability, non-current. So long-term lease liabilities, they need to pay up if they're gonna have an office. Revenue, 3 months is a quarter over quarter, so 33 to 37, which is pretty good. Their gross profit, so that they did well there. Research development, nothing too crazy here. If anything, they slow down their general administration expense. Let's look at why did investors hate what happened here. So why did Backblaze stock tumble after reporting their earnings in Q3? Backblaze stock dumped after Q3 earnings despite beating expectation because investors were concerned about slowing growth metrics. And so it is because of that forecast. This is why their guidance, but they beat expectations. Strong headline numbers, but mixed signal underneath. Backblaze reported 0.03 cents non-GAAP EPS beating the expectations, negative 0.01, and revenue 37.2 in revenue, up about 14%. B2 cloud storage grew 28% year over year, but this was below prior guidance of 30 here that they missed. And Q4 outlook was trimmed 25 to 28, thinking there's going to be slow down in growth. Net revenue retention, overall net revenue retention dropped about to 106% from 188. Come on, year over year. B2 net revenue retention felt overall it fell down from 118 to 106, and then their B2 NRR fell to 110 from 128, signaling slowdown expansion from existing customers. So they're gonna have to get new customers, and they are losing customers because of this strategic business change. So flat growth in legacy business, compute-backed revenue and ARR were flat year over year. Computer backup, suggesting this stagnation in the segment. Adjusted free cash flow, despite improved profitability, adjusted free cash flow was negative $9.5 million for the first 9 quarters of 2025 months of the 2025, though better than the. All right, well that's not bad. So their loss, adjusted free cash flow loss is a lot less. The stock had rallied about 55% year to date before earnings, so even after a slight decline in growth or guidance was enough to trigger. In short term, while the company is improving margins and beating on earnings, the slow B2 growth trajectory and cautioning guidance is kind of I guess that's what made the stock just drop, because they're saying, you know what, our growth might be a little slower Q4 2025. All right, Well, there you go. So those are the companies that we were we kind of looked at. Another company we're going to put on the list is Fubo. Obviously, it's not one we researched, but it is a pretty awesome company in what they do. This is Fubo. Yeah, we didn't find this independently, but this is also Fubo is a really interesting company. Already opened up a position in there, so we'll see where we go from there. But that is it for the night. I think that's all. I have gone through everything here. Let me pull this back over. These are the videos. This is Fubo. Let's see if I can pull up an interesting YouTube video here. Okay. Let me see. No, that space-based reflectors are the worst business.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, three childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from Perth, Australia.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team.
We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of...
USA. Yeah. So if I'm there and I'm like, hey, well, I like this guy, Jason Dozier. Like, what does your organization do?
Yeah. So Hire Heroes USA provides personalized, lifelong services that are free to veterans and military spouses. So when let's say I was served as a first sergeant in a BSTB. Well, what the hell does that mean to a civilian hiring manager? So we unpack that with the clients that we work with. We first start with your resume. So we do an initial assessment. We figure out what do you want to do when you transition from the military, or if you've already been transitioned, what have you been having trouble with in terms of your job search, and then we make sure that your skill.
Oh, they're both.
Do you think that AI can help with some grassroots campaigning?
Right, like write me a fundraising email in the style of a Taylor Swift song.
Yeah,
or something silly.
Would pay attention to.
AI could totally do that. And so I am assuming both political parties are going to be using AI not only in this election, but in every upcoming election. But when you mentioned Taylor Swift, that was interesting because part of their problem with AI is how do you monetize what is happening? You have these large language models that are scouring the entire internet to train themselves. Part of the internet are copyrighted Taylor Swift works. Do you compensate her for the training of AI? I don't know. Then the second question is, well, if this AI algorithm generates things that sound like Taylor Swift lyrics, do you compensate Taylor Swift? I don't know.
Well, on the topic of kind of the relationship that the technology industry has with Washington, it's undeniably going to have to be much more intertwined, given everyone is still ramping up their understanding of what AI is actually capable of doing. Do you think leaders like Sam Altman are in some ways more powerful than lawmakers themselves?
I don't. I think he's helpful in providing information and providing insights into how these large language models work. And I think it might be good to sort of step back and give you my view of how I look at AI as a lawmaker. And to me, the best analogy is sort of two bodies of water. You have this large ocean of AI and then this small lake. So large ocean of AI is all the AI we don't care about as lawmakers. So if your smart toaster has a preference for bagels over wheat toast, we don't care. But in this small lake are the AI aspects that we care about. So one of them would be destroying the whole world. Second bucket would be AI that isn't going to destroy the world, but can kill you individually. So there's a lot of AI, for example, in automated cars. And if your cell phone malfunctions, it's not going 40 miles per hour. But if an automated vehicle and AI malfunctions, it can kill you. It's killed people. And there's a lot of AI in moving things, planes, trains, automobiles. And my view is we need to have more federal regulators more attuned to unique aspects of AI to deal with those specific issues. And the last bucket is the hardest, which is AI algorithms have some sort of bias that's harmful to society or harmful to individuals, whether it's hiring algorithms or algorithms that deal with bank risks and credit risks. That we have to grapple with, and that's much more complicated.
Moving forward, do you think artificial intelligence will fortify democratic institutions or erode them?
I have no idea. And I think...
I love an honest answer. I really love an honest answer.
That's a great question. I don't think anyone predicted how social media was going to look like decades later. I do know that most people aren't particularly happy with how it turned out, which is why I think you have more of a movement in Congress to try to regulate AI, because no one wants AI to look like social media decades later.
So you definitely think some regulations should be in place before the 2024 election?
I do. So for example, one of those is disclosure. I support legislation requiring disclosure of who pays for social media ads. If you watch a federal TV commercial, at some point if I do a commercial, it's going to say, you know, I'm Ted Lieu and I approve this message. Well, in social media ads, you have no idea who paid for it. So for example, now if Russia is going to pay for an ad supporting Donald Trump, at some point it's going to have to say paid for by the Kremlin. And so people will know, oh, that ad was paid for by this organization or this country.
Nandira Sambuli, thank you so much for joining us. So you're a policy analyst and a researcher studying the impact technology has on institutions, diplomacy, media, entrepreneurship, culture, all of it. And you have a particular expertise in Africa. Could you tell us a little bit about how you're seeing AI play out in the region?
Thanks for having me. AI is playing out in both the good and bad, I guess the double-edged sword way that we'd expect. On the good side, we are seeing exciting innovations in use of voice in Rwanda, in Kenya, in Uganda, where we're seeing local languages being captured in voice databases that are then being used for service provision. In the case of Rwanda, I've heard from the government that they're using that voice that has been recorded through AI projects with civil society to expand service provision to local communities, which is exciting. On the other side, we have the usual markers. Disinformation is propagated faster by technologies that are able to be, co-opted for such purposes. In Kenya, for example, during our last election, we had a very familiar situation where obviously bots or disinformation for hire accounts were proliferating and actually sullying the information environment.
Are there any specific countries, you mentioned Kenya, for example, are there any other kind of country level examples that you can give us around how AI makes its way into democratic institutions?
I think, writ large, any country on the continent that is leveraging social media is the first entry point. So Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, practically most countries on the continent do not face wanton internet shutdowns during moments like elections. We have seen a variation of these tools sort of being leveraged either by politicians or other groups that have been interested in trying to sully the information environment. And it hasn't just been tied to elections. We have seen anti-LGBTQ messaging really proliferate. We have seen messaging against or trying to sort of intimidate, pro-rights groups. We've seen, and some of that has also not just been from the continent. We've seen, I think there's a case of in Kenya and a few other countries, Spanish-affiliated right-wing groups that were leading these anti-abortion messagings that were proliferating everywhere. Then we have the case where it's particularly, very prevalent on the continent, and I think across all countries, with what we call dark social. So groups like WhatsApp, where these messages are then taken, and we can't see the effect of that.
Anyways, that's not what we want to see. What we want to see is Jeremy. Jeremy looks like he spent $100,000 on these stocks. On this means single stock. So let's watch what Jeremy bought this week. Obviously, he's bull on Fubo, one of my favorite companies I initially put in a little bit of stock into. But yeah, let's go see what Jeremy bought.
Jacks, ladies and gentlemen, do we have a lot to get into here today, including I spent 6 figures plus on some stocks here today. Okay, we got so much to get into. Public countdown, a whopping $257,000 here today. That's a holy smoke, as a saying, no dang jokas, right on the floor type day, okay? We call that a bloodbath. It was an absolute bloodbath out there here today. My 2 biggest expenses, to put this amount in context, last year in 2024 was one, I did this pool, spa, fountain wall in my backyard, by the way. Best money I might have ever spent. The kids and I have enjoyed that thoroughly. $120,000 that was, right? And then the other big expense I had last year was I bought the Ferrari. That was $240,000 cash after all the taxes and all that, right? And so, yeah, it was definitely a big number. Like you could build a couple pools for that much, very nice pools, right? Now, we got to put this into context, right? Because back in April, the public count, you know how much it was? $2.4 million. So, yeah, we were down huge today, right around 3.7 mil. But gosh, when you go from 2.4 mil to 3.7 mil, in a few months, I'll take that every single time. Like, yeah, we're down from the top, but like, that's still an incredible run we had over the past several months, right? And not only that, we've had an incredible run the past 3 years. Look at where the public count was 35 months ago, less than 3 years ago. Public count was sitting right around $1 million. And here today, it's almost $3.7 million, right? So sometimes you just gotta like widen the view a little bit and you realize, oh man, like we have a lot to be thankful for here, do we not? Now, with that being said, there's damage out there, damage all over the place. Elf down 35% here today. Honest down about 30%. Celsius down 24, almost 25%. SoFi was down about 10%. Fubo down 7%. AMD down 7%. Palantir, and by the way, look at how big AMD's gotten to be such a big position that even a 7% move up or down now, we're talking $50,000 for that stock, right? Palantir down almost 7 percentage points here today. There was some damage out there here today. We have a lot to get through. Celsius, this stock fell off a cliff today. Is this an incredible buying opportunity? We'll speak about that in this video here today, okay? Elf Beauty was the worst stock in the whole stock market today. The worst stock in the market, down 35%. We'll speak about this incredible opportunity in regards to Elf. Honest stock, the market cap on Honest is all the way down to $259 million. We're going to speak about Honest if there's a huge opportunity there. Then I'm going to share with you the stocks I put 6 figures in today. We'll speak about that in this video here today. Then we're going to get into some reactions. I want to react to this one from this analyst, BTIG, Jonathan Krinsky, on the S&P 500 going to 6,500. We know Tom Lee's talking about 7,500 by year end. Boy, do we have some differing opinions out there, right? Elf fell off the shelf. We're going to speak about that stock and listen to an analyst speak about it and kind of share my perspective and opinions. Elf is a very good company, but expectations were high going into the print. And then last up here, looking forward to Robert Frank, who really studies the high net worth, super high net worth individuals, talking about how they're managing their money right now. I want to share my perspective and opinions on that here today. One thing and one thing only I need from you guys on a day like today, if you could just hit that thumbs up button. Even if you're somebody that doesn't usually hit the thumbs up, Can you just do that for me here today, okay? My public account was down 257,000. I hope it's not too much to ask for just a thumbs up. You know, please don't be stingy with the thumbs up for you, man. I stay out here for you guys. I don't care if it's a bull market, a bear market, a kangaroo market. I love making you guys content. I love teaching all the stuff I've learned over the past 17 years and, you know, taking things up to a higher level and keeping you guys focused on the long term, right? Pinned comment down there here today will be to apply to join my private stock group. People thought like, oh, you know, with Bitcoin falling and like financial assets in general falling, a lot of stocks going down right now, would demand weaken? Literally today, we're going to have the most members join the private stock group in the history of the private stock group today. I just added up the numbers of how many members have joined. I'm like, this is going to be a record breaker by far. So if you want to join us in there, I'm considering basically shutting the group off to new members once we hit 3,000 members, and we're at 2,875 members right now, and then reopening it at some point in time in 2026. So if you want to join us in there, that will be the pinned comment down there. I'm super happy. Like people are, you know, don't care about what their account says in the next 3 weeks, 3 months, 6 months. They care about what their portfolio says 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years from now, right? And when you go through my course curriculums, when you learn everything, right? When you get 1000x access, your chances you're going to have success in the market go up dramatically if you actually know what you're doing, right? If you look at me, I've been able to get through all the bear markets. On the bull markets, I make more money than I could have ever dreamt, right? Like, think about how much all my private portfolios are up as well. Think about, like, what do I own in my private portfolios? It's all the same dang stocks I own in the public account. So you imagine where my net worth has gone over the last 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, those sorts of things, right? And we've been able to have so many folks go through that, private group and reach 7 figures plus, right? I think we've had over 200 people scale their portfolio now to over $1 million, and some over $10 million. And we've had probably 700, 800 people scale to 6 figures plus. So yeah, the results speak for themselves. Pinned comment down there to join us, okay? Celsius Holdings. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this stock does not deserve to be down the way it was today, okay? There's some other stocks that were down huge today, and I'm like, I get it. Celsius, no. Not only should this stock not have been down, I could make a strong argument that it should have been up today. And that I can't say the same about a lot of the stocks that were down today. This one I can, okay? They reported a B grade income statement. Now, this would have been an A plus grade if it were not for one thing, okay? So look at this. Revenue came in at $725 million. That's versus $265 million in the same quarter last year. Gross profit went to $372 million in this quarter from $122 million in the same quarter last year. But look at this right here. They had this one-off expense line item, distribution termination. It was a $246 million one-off here. Okay? So that made their profitability look horrible, right? It made them look like they lost money and those sorts of things. But we have a private stock group member that did a little digging in regards to this. This is one of the other beautiful things about having the private group. We're all digging into these stocks all the time, running projections, keeping up with the news. Look at what one of our members found here in regards to this distribution agreement, okay? PepsiCo has agreed to fund the termination fees associated with moving a significant portion of Alani Nu into the PepsiCo distribution system, resulting in net neutral cash position for the company. While the company's cash position will not be affected by the termination process, generally accepted accounting principles require the company to record the estimated termination expenses on the income statement. While the payments received from PepsiCo to fund such terminations are required to be recorded on the balance sheet and amortized over the life of the distribution agreement, resulting in a timing difference on the income statement. Ladies and gentlemen, that one-off is like the most fake one-off ever. Like, this is the best situation you could have imagined here, okay? So this is what just happened with Celsius. You just got a massive discount because people are lazy and the algos are lazy and they have no clue what's going on here. And so they think the company just took a $250 million one-off fee when PepsiCo's funding it, right? Like, are you kidding me? Like, you gotta be flipping my flapjacks. This is insanity. What happened in Celsius stock is insanity. And that's why I say there's a lot of other stocks that fell big today. And like, I could make a strong argument why they fell, right? Some of them definitely fell way too much. I'll be honest about that. But like, I could understand them not going up on their earnings. This was the one that I'm like, this stock should have been up today. This stock should have been, they just made a massive mistake in regards to this one. But You know, some people do the research and do the digging and find out things and others don't, right? And that's the stock market for you. Now, what are my projections for Celsius? Okay, so here are my projections for Celsius and where the stock is going over the next few years. Basically for every case I have for Celsius is revenues are going to go up about 30% range next year in 2026. And then 100% net income growth there because they're not going to have that one-off next year, okay? Now, I think, honestly, I'm going conservative on both those numbers because you got to remember the Rockstar will be full year impact positive 26, and then Alani is going to be part year, right, where they weren't in 26. So that's going to help revenue growth as well, and then we know the Celsius brand is growing, and we know international. So I think 30%, I'm actually being conservative for all three of these cases regarding revenue. And I think I'm also being conservative with 100% net income growth because remember, there's a $246 million hit they had to take here in 25 that then's going to not be a hit in 26. Remember that. And then, like, profitability should go up quite substantially next year because you know why? They're not going to have any of these one-off like expenses in regards to the acquisitions like they had this year with Alani, with Rockstar. So honestly, could this company have net income next year of $600, $700, or maybe $800 million? The answer is yes. But I wanted to, like, would I be shocked if Celsius had net income of $700 million next year? Not at all. 0% I would be surprised. But I wanted to go more conservative. I want to have them a little less than $500 million in net income in 2026 for this company, okay? So that's how I ran all my scenarios. Now, additionally, for my bull case, I ran them only revenue growth of 15% per year, 27 through 29. That also might end up being a conservative number. When you think about Celsius's growing brand, when you think about internationals, like they're just starting to really get to that international opportunity, right? When you think about the Alani, obviously scaling of that business, I mean, 15% might end up being conservative. And then remember, price increases over the years and things like that, right? And then I have them doing 25% net income growth. They should get a lot of leverage on that, bottom line over the coming years as they scaled out. They don't really need to hire a ton more employees. They've done a lot of the hiring in the past couple of years, and now they got the Rockstar team, the Alani team, all that. If anything, they might actually lighten up on employees, in my opinion, over the next year or two. So net income should go up way more substantially than revenue should actually go up for the company, okay? So I've been getting $900 million in net income in 2029 under my bull case scenario. 35 to 40p would be fair for a company growing top line 15%, bottom line 25% in the drink industry. And so that would give me a compounded annual growth rate well into the 30s, ladies and gentlemen, well into the 30s. Now, keep in mind, 26 is such a key year because if they were to grow that net income to $600 to $700, $800 million next year, keep in mind that completely fundamentally changed all these estimates. Then we could be talking about, like, let me show you how much this changes it, okay? So let's say they grow net income next year by, I don't want to go, that's probably a little too much, okay? Let's say they grow it by 150% next year. So they push to 579 million. Look what that just did to my numbers here, okay? Now we're talking about CAGRs into the 40s regarding this company. So this is why 2026 is going to matter so much for what their net income is, okay? Keep that in mind for next year. Pay attention to net income because it's going to completely change these numbers here. I think I went very conservative with being net income of $463 million next year. That's a net income margin of only 14% roughly. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, base case for this company. This is basically just a fancy way of saying what I expect, right? Kept all the numbers for 26 the same across all the cases. Then I have them only doing 10% revenue growth on average, 27 to 29.
See, this gets me excited, jumping out the window. You need to buy the deal, folks. The reason you're not buying the deal, I can tell you why. You don't know what you're doing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and friends, number one thing about real estate is you got to get busy learning, what am I looking for? What am I trying to buy? What assets do I say no to immediately? And what assets do I like? Okay, this is what I'm looking for. There's an exact model, okay, math, a code. And I'm going to show you some of these deals. I'll show you for free how to get access to the best real estate in the world. And then I'm going to show you our exact procedure for underwriting the deal and the potential of the deal and the possibility of the deal, how long you're going to keep the deal, how much it'll cash flow you, how to do splits with your investors if you don't have any cash and you need to raise the money. These deals that I'm doing today, they're so big, you have to raise money. So look, come to the free webinar. I'll show you exactly how to play the game the way I play it. I've never done a deal in my entire career that didn't cash flow every month. I was literally paid, check it out, paid to buy something. I'll show you how to do that.
In the great green room, there was a telephone, and a red balloon, and a little toy house, and a young mouse. Good night, room. Good night, moon. Sheridan, part of Marriott Bonvoy.
Is that not a conservative number? I think that's pretty darn conservative. 15% net income growth. If you got a company in the drink industry growing top line 10%, bottom line 15%, 28 to 33 P is very fair for that company. And we're talking about a CAGR midpoint right around 20%, right? And once again, watch how this changes if we're talking about that profitability in 26 is a lot better, right? Look at how this changes my case. Now we're talking about the compound annual growth rate is actually going to be more toward the 25 to maybe even close to 30% range. Whew. Yeah, this is why like Celsius should not have sold off today. It was ridiculous, okay? And revenue, as far as the bear case for the stock, I'm only doing 5% revenue growth, 5% net income growth. Yeah, and if that scenario plays out, like it's going to be hard to make money in Celsius over the next few years, but not a very realistic scenario there, right? So Celsius this is a huge gift. There's no other way I can put it. Like, if people are buying Celsius stock in these prices, like they just got a massive gift here today. And all you can say is thank you very much for that. Because it looks clear to me that Celsius is on its way to becoming the next drink giant. And when we start talking about drink giants, we're talking about $50 billion, $100 billion plus market caps, right? They're $15 billion. So there's a long way to go in this party. All right. Next one up here, e.l.f. Beauty. Oh boy, let me take a drink before we talk this one. Okay. This one got hammered today. Now, should e.l.f. have been down? Yes. e.l.f. should have been down today. Should e.l.f. have been down 35 percentage points today? Absolutely not. I believe the company deserved to get dinged today, right? Because they missed their revenue estimates, and that like people pay attention to revenue estimates more than anything in regards to e.l.f. So the stock should have been down. The stock should have been down 5 to 15%, not 35%. This was way like just the market being ridiculous. Okay, here are my e.l.f. estimates for this company over the next 4 years roughly. Okay, here's my bull case for e.l.f. 25% revenue growth in 26. Right? Because they're going to have the full road deal, that's going to be fully integrated in 26 for the company, right? So their revenue should be very strong. The company's guided for 18 to 20%. I think they're guiding low because they missed revenue estimates 2 straight quarters. So I think they want to do numbers that they know they can easily beat. That's my personal opinion. Okay. So 25% revenue growth in 26, and then doing 20% revenue growth per year, 27 through 29, 35% net income growth in 26, and then 30% net income growth 27 through 29. They should be able to run that business very lean. My guess is in 26, they'll probably get a lot of the cost out of the business. They're probably going to have a lot of duplicated roles because of the acquisitions they've done over the next few years. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do a layoff and maybe clear out some employees or something like that, or they just keep the current team and just basically have like a hiring freeze for the next few years. In my opinion, I don't think they need to do hiring in any substantial way for the next several years, essentially. Okay, so net income growth there, 35 to 40 PE would be very fair for this company if they're growing revenues 20% a year and net income 30% a year, right? And we're talking about a compounded annual growth rate of 40-ish%. 40-ish% under that scenario. We're talking about a stock that goes to the high 200s to low 300s. Today, the stock, you can buy it for $76. Pretty attractive. Here's my base case. This is just a fancy way of saying what I expect for the company. I expect them to grow revenue 23% in 2026. I expect their net income to actually not go up that much next year under my base case, essentially. I'm expecting only 15% growth for net income, all right? Then I have their their revenue going to 15% growth per year, 27 through 29, and 20% net income growth per year, 27 through 29. If you got 15% top line for a cosmetics company, 20% bottom line, 30 to 35 P is very fair for a company like that, right? Because people just keep rebuying these products again and again and again. That gives me a compounded annual growth rate in the 20s. e.l.f.'s a buy today. e.l.f. is a flat out buy today. Will e.l.f. stock go up in the next 3 weeks? Who knows? Who cares? The bottom line is e.l.f. stock is going to be on its way closer to $200 over the next few years than it is, $50 over the next few years. So are those numbers like crazy? Like, no, those are, if you're educated on e.l.f. stock, you'd be like, that's pretty like conservative numbers, if anything, right? My bear case for e.l.f. has them only growing revenue 18%, the low end of their range in 26, with no net income growth next year. Then only 9% revenue growth per year after that. And only 9% net income growth per year after that. 23 to 28p, and I still make money. Like, those are dog dirt numbers there. Those are dog dirt numbers. Oh, gosh. Put them in the pig pen with the mud. That's what type of numbers those are. And I still make money. Not much money, but I would still make money. If I can still make money in a bear case, it looks pretty attractive. So ELF, huge gift. Huge gift. You know, where's the next $20 for ELF? I have no clue. I don't know if the next $20 is down or up. I don't know if the stock's going to be $56 or $96 next. But I think I know where the next $100 to $200 is, and it's to the upside, okay? Bottom line in regards to that. Honest Company, alrighty. Honest Company, next up here. 30% hit today. This one, did it deserve to be down? Yes. Did it deserve to be down 30%? No, absolutely not. This is silly. Stock should have been down 5 to 10%. This is silly. Okay, $259 million market cap. Keep in mind, the company has cash and cash equivalents right now of like over $70 million with no debt. And they keep bringing in money. So, like, this was ridiculous, okay? Now, people are freaking out about the diaper business, right? The diaper business fluctuates crazy because a lot of it depends on when Target or some of the other retailers place their orders, okay? Sometimes Target and other retailers will place a massive order and, you know, Honest diaper revenues go flying. And sometimes they don't place a big order during a quarter, and guess what? A big order during a quarter, we're rhyming, and guess what happens? Their revenues aren't quite there for the diaper category, right? So that's something to keep in mind in regards to this. And obviously people are really worried about revenue. Revenue growth, there's not going to be revenue growth for the next year, right? Unless a miracle happens. There's going to be no revenue growth because they're going to exit several product categories that are hurting their margins, that's hurting their profitability, right? And so they're getting out of those. So I understand if somebody's looking for revenue growth, they're looking at Honest and like, there's going to be no revenue growth for next year, I'm out. Peace. I get it. I get it. When there's revenue growth again, do you think Honest is going to be $2 a share? Nope, it's not. That's the thing. It would be so perfect if it was like, I'll wait till their revenue starts growing again in 27, I'll get back in this stock, right? Think it's going to be $2? It's not going to be $2 then. It's going to be $4 or $5, $6 then. Because more than likely what Carly and the team's going to show is even as their revenues are going down, likely their margins are, guess what, going to go up. So as their margins go up and their profitability goes up despite revenue going down, once they get out of those businesses and exit the product categories that are hurting their margins and profitability, then people are going to start extrapolating numbers and going to be like, oh gosh, they're going to start turning revenue positive again in 27, right? And you've already got margins and profitability increasing with revenue going down. What do you think's going to happen when the revenue starts going up again? Oh my gosh. It's just math, ladies and gentlemen. And so, you know, keep that in mind. The stock's $2 today. When revenue growth is there again for Honest, it won't be $2. It will not be $2, okay? And so, silly move in regards to Honest. And I understand it's a hated stock. No one wants a piece of that stock. We'll see in regards to that. I'll likely be buying Honest in the public account, more shares here soon. What did I buy here today? Okay. By the way, Discord chat's busy. We got a lot of members. Oh, look at that. We just got another new member. Now to 2,876 members. We got a new member just while I was recording this video. An all-time record today in terms of the most members in history. So, what stocks did I buy? Here's what I bought. Here's why I bought them. Nike. First up, I bought almost $14,000 in Nike here today. Nike, I mean, it's easy money for the next 3 to 5 years. I don't know what other way to put it. Like, it's just... You know, it's a tax loss harvesting situation. I wouldn't be surprised if Nike sees even more lows here at the end of the year. I wouldn't be shocked at all. Like, anybody that's bought Nike stock pretty much has lost money on the stock. So if you need a stock to write off some gains against, people sell Nike, right? And they're like, it's not going anywhere for the next few months anyways. I'll buy Nike back in the first quarter of next year or something like that, right? And I'll tax loss harvest for now, write that off against my gains. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Celsius Holdings, I mean, we just spoke about that one. That's a big boy buy today. I bought, $43,000 plus. When I say a stock should not have been down, and then I come through with the big dog money, you know that stock should not have been down. right? It'd be one thing if I said that. I'm like, that stock shouldn't have been down. And then I don't come and buy it. It's another thing when I come through with a $43,000 buy here today. It didn't deserve to be down. That was ridiculous, silly in regards to that. PayPal. Bought another 140 shares of PayPal. That was a little under a $10,000 move, $9,300 move there for PayPal. That one's, oh man, I think the returns for PayPal this next 3 years are going to be insane. Insane for that one, right? Yeah, I mean, my projections, have you guys seen my projections for PayPal? I think I have them saved here. Let me take a peek at PayPal. Low data. Look at this. You guys ready for this? You ready? You ready? Here we go. So here is PayPal. This is my base case for PayPal. I have them only doing revenue growth of 7% on average the next few years. And guess what? My CAGR is likely going to be in the 20s for PayPal. And keep in mind, when we do these intermediate projections here, I'm not even factoring in for all the share buybacks they're going to be doing, right? Which is going to likely help that earnings per share be a lot higher than $7.33 in 2029. We could be talking about EPS of $8 to $10. With how many, you know how many shares PayPal's constantly? You imagine how many shares PayPal's buying back right now with their cash flows that they have pouring in. My gosh, ladies and gentlemen. So I think PayPal's an easy CAGR in the 20s over the next few years. Like easy. So yeah, I bought more of that stock here today. And I own a lot of shares in my different portfolios. Elf came through with a big boy buy for Elf here today. Like that stock should, like I said, that stock should have been down. 5 to 15% would have been fair for Elf being down today, being that they missed revenue again. But 35%, like, what are you doing? Like, I can't, like, it's just crazy, man. Like, people are just so ridiculous with it. Like, they sold Elf just a few months ago at $49, right? The stock was $49 just back in April. Does everybody remember Elf being $49 just a few months ago? Because it was. And guess what? It's 76 today, so you regret that massively. Let's go ahead and take a peek here at good old Elf on a shelf. Yeah, Elf got all the way down. I need to get this guy out of here. Elf got all the way down to $49 right there back in April, right? So, I mean, geez, you know, you're already up, 54% from there. And that's with a stock crash. Keep that in mind. Like, oh my gosh. Jeez. Crazy. I don't know why I thought Chipotle. Next one up here, Cake. Cheesecake Factory. That was just a small buy for Cake here today, just 70 shares, $3,300 a Cake. And then Amazon. I love Amazon stock. I would say, if I had to say what's the best stock to buy right now, before we get in the reaction videos, what's the best stock to buy in Mag 7 right now, today? The best buy out of all the Mag 7 stocks today for the next, let's call it 3 years, Meta, without question. Without question. With that being said, I have so many Meta shares coming out of my ears, it's ridiculous. So I always have to watch my risk levels, right? So being that Meta is such an oversized position for me, it's very difficult for me to buy more Meta shares, okay? What's the second best buy in all of Mag 7 after Meta? Amazon, without question. That's why I'm buying Amazon right now. I'm not overexposed to Amazon. I could still, between all my different portfolios, I could still probably add another $100,000 to $200,000, if not $250,000 of Amazon stock, and feel comfortable. For me to go buy another $100,000 to $250,000 of Meta stock at this stage with how many Meta shares I have, it's difficult. So remember, that's how I make it through the bear markets, right? I don't get too overexposed to any stock, because that keeps you, out of that situation. I can still outperform in a great bull market the way I position my portfolio. So I don't need to take some crazy risk and go all in a stock or something like that, right? All right, let's react to some videos.
Here today, obviously, we've had a lot of discussion about how AI is driving things lower today. You're looking at the 50-day moving average. What's so important about what you're seeing right now?
Hey, Courtney. So, yeah, it's been a remarkable streak. We have not touched the 50-day moving average in 145 trading days. That's the third longest streak since 1990. The second longest streak ended in 2007 at 147 days. So we're quickly, coming up on the second longest streak in the modern era. And so that's the backdrop. Now, there's kind of two competing forces here. On the one hand, trend and momentum of the index of the S&P and the NASDAQ are quite strong. and we're in a seasonally bullish period when the market's in an uptrend. November, December tend to be even that much stronger. The issue is that under the surface, as many are aware, the internals are anything but robust. Last week, for instance, we had 9% of the S&P hit a 52-week low. And the issue, you can have a market when there are a number of stocks underperforming on a relative basis, but when you start seeing absolute price weakness to the extent where they hit a 52-week low, and let's be clear, 25% of the market is within 10% of a 52-week low. So there's really this bifurcation going on. And so that setup leads us to, at least at a very minimum, test the 50-day moving average. But we think more likely you actually see something closer to 64, 6,500 in the S&P before you see more fully washed out conditions.
Okay, let's talk some market now. Some big market talk. Where's the stock market headed, right? Where are the financial markets headed? Because obviously we just spoke about a lot of individual stocks there, okay? What have I warned you guys about consistently for the past 6 months? It's been something, if you watch my channel religiously, right? Something I've been warning you guys about for the last 6 months, time in and time again, right? What has it been?
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these.
2018. And watch out for the fourth quarter of this year, right? Is everybody watching out now? Is everybody listening? I warned everybody about this for 6 months. I don't know how many people listened, right? Again and again and again on this reaction channel, on the main channel, 1,000 times. Watch out for the fourth quarter of this year. Reminds me a lot of 2018. 2018 had a lot of pain for investors. Exactly what we're seeing. People are experiencing pain right now. I just pulled up Bitcoin. Bitcoin's down about 20% from its recent highs, right? We got a lot of these individual stocks getting slammed all over the place. Like, I looked at how many stocks were down 15 to 35% today, and it was a long list of them. Did you guys see? I think I still actually have it up here. How many stocks were down? Like, look at this. Look at how many stocks were in severe pain today. Like, look at this. Like, there must have been, how many stocks were down, like, let's call it 10% plus today. Look at this. We're talking, what is that, 40 stocks down double-digit percentages today. That's an astonishing number. Jeez. So there's a lot of pain out there, right? But I warned everybody about that the whole year. Additionally, next up here, listen. This is another reason I pulled up Bitcoin here, okay? The other reason I pulled up Bitcoin is that's a very important asset to understand if people want to take risk or not. When Bitcoin is selling off, it's just the ultimate sign for people don't want to take risk. When people are bidding up Bitcoin, it's the ultimate sign of people want to take risk. They want to buy riskier stocks, right? Small cap stocks. When you see Bitcoin selling off, small cap stocks selling off, right? Which, let's check out IWM. Okay, IWM, let's go ahead and take a peek at that one here over the past bit of time. So from where we hit those highs recently, the recent highs was right here, and IWM's down about 4.5%. So it's almost technically it's kind of in pullback area right now, that 3 to 5% range. It's kind of like a pullback. If it gets that 5 to 10% range, we'll talk about a big pullback. And then if it goes 10% plus, like 10% to 15%, we'll call that a small correction. And then if it goes, 15 to 20%, we'll call it like a medium correction. If it goes 20% plus, we'll call it a large correction, a severe correction, right? And so that's a sign that people are not looking to take risk right now. Now, the important other thing to understand about this and where the overall market's headed, when you see deterioration in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and smaller cap stocks, right, and then mid cap stocks, the last thing to fall before you can finally bottom out everything is the indexes have to get hit. That means S&P 500, and that means the NASDAQ. Once those get hit, then we can talk about eventually bottoming out the overall financial space and trending up from there. But it's a process, ladies and gentlemen. It's a process, and it goes step by step. And if you can look back at basically almost every kind of crash scenario, and it all plays out the same. And you could probably look back at April. You can look back at what happened in 2022 from the 2021 highs, right? At first, it was, Bitcoin started to get hit, Ethereum started to get hit, other crypto started to get hit, right? Small caps started getting hit, mid caps, and then it was the whole indexes. So just understand, there could be more pain ahead for this market in the short term. Short term meaning the next 2 months. I know November and December are usually great for the market. In 2018, they were not. That doesn't mean every year is great for the market in November, December, right? And so I've been, I obviously warned people again and again and again about there's, could be pain in fourth quarter this year. And now people are like, oh yeah, shoot, there was pain, right? But keep in mind, we could still get that indexes down quite substantially from here. We could see double-digit percentages before year end. But a lot of that depends about what happens with government shutdowns, right? Does that end anytime sooner? Does that keep dragging on? The longer that drags on, the more the market's going to get freaked out here, right? So that's going to be a whole game at play. What happens between the U.S. and China, that's a whole game. We got NVIDIA earnings on deck, that's a whole game. What news or not news do we hear about OpenAI? That's a whole game.
What about the put-call ratio? I know you watch this one too.
Yeah, I mean, so look, the other issue, aside from breadth being much weaker than the index would have you to believe, is sentiment is quite complacent. So put call ratios are a good transactional indicator. You have survey data where you ask people, are you bullish and bearish? But the put call ratios are really, what are they actually doing? And they're bumping along year-to-date lows on a 5 and 20-day basis, meaning there's very little interest in hedging. And that's another concern. You can also see it in something like the National Association of Active Investment Managers. Their exposure last week hit 100, which was the highest since July of last year. So there's just a lot of indications that people are, certainly, if not euphoric or optimistic, at least complacent, and that's another market risk.
I really am always interested in consumer and market psychology. And Bitcoin has sort of been hovering around this $100,000 mark, which is a psychological level for people that watch this. What does it tell you when you look at it on the technicals?
Yeah, I mean, so two things. From a purely price standpoint, 110,000 was kind of our initial support, and that certainly broke. Obviously, 100,000, as you mentioned, is psychological. That is a level that...
I had a friend who bought a bunch of Bitcoin a couple of days ago, and I was telling him, he's kind of asking about what is potential downside. And I was telling him, here's how much downside based upon the stock market. And I told him, listen, if the NASDAQ goes down 10% between now and year end, I said Bitcoin's probably going to see the $75,000 level or maybe even under 70,000, right? If we saw the NASDAQ go down 10 to 15%, I said if the NASDAQ went down like 20%, you're talking Bitcoin probably down to 50,000, right? Why? Like, how do I have confidence in making a call like that? Because it always plays out that way. Like, Bitcoin basically is like a 2x, 3x leverage on the Qs. It's just as simple as that. You can look back at almost literally any time period. People try to argue this. I'm like, this is factual. This isn't opinions. This is factual. Look back at 2022, right? NASDAQ was down 37% peak to trough, Q1 2021 to Q4 2022. How much did Bitcoin go down? 70%. And that's just consistent. Like, look at just since the kind of recent highs we had. S&P 500 down 2.6%, IWM down 3.7%, Qs down 3.73% from the recent highs, right? And look at Bitcoin, 10% down. Look at Ethereum. Ethereum is basically like a call option, put option on Bitcoin, right? And look at Ethereum down 17% in that same amount of time, right? So you take those Qs down another 10 percentage points from here, you'll be talking about, like, literally Qs down 10% from here, you're talking about Bitcoin being down another like 25 to 30% from here. And you could be talking about Ethereum down 35 to 45% from here, if you take those Qs down another 10 percentage points or so. So it's a simple game, man. It's a very, very simple game in regards to those assets.
People will be watching.
And it's not opinion. It's just like, look at every single cycle and you see the same exact thing.
But, the reality is it just doesn't act well, given what gold's been doing, given what the NASDAQ's been doing. And if you look over the last couple of years, there's a very tight correlation, or there has been, between Bitcoin and the NASDAQ. And, all correlations do break eventually. But I think, the relative weakness of Bitcoin was another red flag for us when coming into November, looking at the NASDAQ.
And then very quickly, before you go, I want to dig into gold just a little bit more. It is down just a touch here today, but what a run gold has been on. Can you sort of tie it all together for us between what you're seeing with markets, Bitcoin, gold, and all those technicals? What does it mean? Is it really breaking from how we typically watch gold trade?
I think you can get, you can look at a lot of different ways to ask what gold means, but as far as what is the chart telling us? I mean, look, it got about 30% above its 200-day a few weeks ago. That's about the widest spread it's been in the last 20 years. So some consolidation was needed. It's had a little bit of it, but on a monthly basis, it's still very extended. So we think probably setting up for another leg lower, also likely testing its 50-day, as many other markets are as well.
Yeah, so the bottom line is gold, market keeps going down, gold's going down too. You know, a lot of people assume like, oh, you know, gold, NASDAQ goes down, gold's going to go up now. Like, sorry, it all goes down, it all goes down. You can even look at the great financial crisis. Like, you would have assumed during that stock market crash where the indexes fell 50%, you would have assumed gold would have gone up, right? Because it's supposed to be a hedge, and they announced all the money printing and whatnot during that crash. Check out gold over that time period. Yeah, no, everything was going down in Chinatown, oil, everything. Alrighty, let's react to this one.
Discuss TD Cowen senior retail analyst Oliver Chen. Oliver, it's great to have you here. And this is an interesting one because this stock had been on fire for a long time. It sold in a number of retailers, and a number of retailers are having to go through some price adjustments. So can you explain to those that may not understand the particulars how that really did have an impact on the quarter?
Yeah, basically, Courtney, e.l.f. is raising the cost of their product by about $1. There was a slight disruption in terms of retailers taking a little more time to raise the price, and the company stopped deliveries to those retailers until they did raise the price. So that was an issue in terms of core e.l.f. brand growth. And that is overall an issue, too, as core e.l.f. brand is growing around 2 to 5%.
And listen, ladies and gentlemen, what is that? What is that he just said there, right? You know what that is? It's two things. One,
the reason we created these initial was to solve a pretty basic
power. e.l.f. has a lot of power. By them basically telling the retailers, we're not sending you product till you go, that's power. Not all brands can do that. But e.l.f., you don't have e.l.f., you're irrelevant. Your Target, your Walmart, your Amazon, you don't have e.l.f.? Like, that's what the kids wear. Like, have you talked to the millennials? Have you talked to Gen Z? Like, okay, they're going to go somewhere else to get their e.l.f. products then at that point in time, because the best products for the price point you can get them at, right? And so, like, most of their cosmetics products are under $10, and they're high quality. Like, customers love them. So that's very substantial in regards to that. The other point in regards to that is what? Guess what? Short term. It's a short-term nonsense thing, right? Okay, it affected the numbers negative in this quarter. Who cares? If you're planning on owning e.l.f. for the next 3, 5, 7, 10 years, it's irrelevant. Yeah, it hurt the short-term numbers. Whoa. You know what I mean? Like, whoa. Oh, gosh. We're screwed for the next 10 years because e.l.f. didn't send some products to some retailers because the retailers were taking too long to, like, it's like, you won't even remember this. Like a year from now, you won't even remember this. Never mind 3 or 5 years from now. Give me a break.
In half. This is a brand, Courtney, that grew around 20% previously. So it's a very good company, and we are recommending the stock on a long-term basis. But expectations were high, and we thought expectations were high coming into this quarter, and growth has decelerated.
And so even though they're going to have to take these price increases, you don't believe that it's going to deter demand for this product. Obviously, this is a lower price product than some other makeup brands out there. This is more mass, less prestige.
Yeah, we see consumption trends as being quite attractive in terms of 7 to 10% in the market, but retailers are destocking and they're facing tough comparisons. So the reality of e.l.f. core brand growth is moderating relative to the past, but it's still growing, and it's a very innovative company that reacts with speed. The stock is down a lot because expectations were very high, and this had grown a lot faster in the past. But the backdrop remains pretty good for beauty in the long term, given that it's a resilient industry.
Love to move on to Tapestry again.
Okay, so now you want to talk about a scenario where e.l.f. stock becomes an absolute rocket ship. Short term meaning the next 3 months, and the stock goes from $70 to $120. You want to talk about that for a moment? How does that happen? I'll tell you exactly how that happens. There's a potential Trump tariffs could be overruled by the Supreme Court. Right? Potential. Might not happen. Might happen. We don't know. What happens if it is? One of the biggest beneficiaries in the entire stock market is e.l.f. Because they would see massive money coming back to them. And think about it like this, right? They're going up. They're going up $1 on all, pretty much across the board on their products. Let's say they don't have to start, pay that tariff anymore. Do you think they're going to go down $1 a product? Of course not. So then their margins would explode to sky-high levels that we honestly haven't seen. So in that scenario, you would likely see ELF go from $70 to 120, and it would happen like that. You want to talk about ELF being up 20, 30% in a day, like it just was today? Had those tariffs get removed? There you go. So I'm not planning on that, but just understand, if you think you've got all the time in the world, like, oh, I could buy ELF for the $70 a year from now or something like that. We'll see about that. Next up here, let's talk about high net worth individuals, talk about what they're doing with their money, my perspectives on this.
That's Robert Frank. He's got the details.
Good to see you, Andrew.
Nice to see you,
back. Only a third of millionaires, in fact, surveyed use a wealth advisor, and among those who do, many are planning a change. A survey by Long Angle, that's the network of high net worth founders and executives, found that using an advisor does rise with wealth. So only 22% of those worth less than $5 million use an advisor, while nearly half of those worth more than $25 million use an advisor.
Do I personally use an advisor? No, I do not. I do not use a financial advisor. I have no interest in using a financial advisor, right? I can understand a lot of people wanting to use a financial advisor. It really depends on how much you trust your decision making, right? How much you know about the financial markets and emotions. It's not just about like, oh, I got to understand income statements, balance sheets, cash flow. Understand most financial advisors don't even have a clue how to properly value a company. They're financial advisors, I would describe them as very good for basic personal finance stuff, right? Like more income than expenses, like let's make sure we own some, index funds, things like that. Like, maybe some tax related things, although financial advisors aren't even going to help you a lot. For most of them, they won't help you a lot with taxes. They're going to go ahead and send you off to a tax professional. I wouldn't be surprised if they get a fee on that as well, right? So, so some people, I understand them needing a financial advisor. Like imagine, you're married to somebody, they make a ton of money, they pass away, you don't know anything about money, right? Like, gosh, you should probably get a financial advisor in that situation. So you don't screw everything up. Or some people that maybe they gamble their money too much and they need somebody overlooking things, right? Or they just don't really care about money that much, but they came into a lot of money. Either they inherited the money or maybe they were just really successful at business, but they don't know that much about money. Like I understand those individuals using financial advisors, right? So a lot of it comes down to that, right? To each its own, right? For me
Them are considering switching advisors, with most of the complaints around cost, a lack of personalized service.
The one thing I do as far as a professional, I do use a professional in regards to something money related. And you know what that is?
Scribe is how you stop explaining the same thing over and over at work. Watch this. It'll change your life. Raise your hand if you told
taxes. I outsource that to the professionals. I let the professionals handle my taxes. I've been doing that for years. I think I first started outsourcing my taxes to good professionals here in Vegas. I think I did that back in, like 2018. Like once I got to a certain net worth, which I will not describe, but once I got to that number, which was in 2018, I said, okay, I'm handing this off to somebody else, right? And that's when I went ahead and made that move. And ever since then, I've always used, professionals for taxes because you want to stay out of trouble with the IRS, right? Like I'm not trying to have any beef with them. I make sure everything's handled. The individual I use has actually a lot of authority at the IRS. And so, there's different levels of respect depending upon certain titles and certifications you have and your connections and things like that, right? So that's the one thing that I could, honestly, everybody that's higher net worth, you should use a professional for your taxes. If you make, $60,000 a year and you got a net worth of $40,000, does it make sense to use a tax professional? Probably not. It could, but probably not. But if you get your income to six figures plus, if you get your net worth, certainly over $1 million, but certainly if you go to multi-millions, use a tax professional. Because remember, these tax laws are changing all the time. Every year when I finally have my meeting with them, they tell me about this thing changed, this thing changed, this thing changed, and now you can do this and blah, blah, blah. I don't have time to keep, my focus needs to be on making money, right? That's where I can get the best ROI. Saving money on taxes, I'll outsource that. And usually the ROI you get from using a tax professional is going to be easily, especially if you're higher net worth or higher income, is going to easily be usually thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. And you're not going to pay them thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. So it's one of the best ROIs you can probably ever get, just to be honest. And in terms of peace of mind, right? Because let's say you get audited, you do your taxes yourself, right? And you got a multi-million-dollar net worth and you make, $250,000 a year, blah, 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 whatever, right? Ooh, when you get audited and you don't have a professional representing you who has some authority at the IRS, good luck.
Response times. Now, the survey also asked millionaires to rank 14 other professional services commonly used by the wealthy, from personal trainers to private schools, accountants, and estates attorneys. Personal trainers ranked highest on the satisfaction score with a 9.3 out of 10. Personal sports coach, private schools, sports coaches also got high satisfaction marks. Accountants and estate attorneys, though, they ranked below pool services. Therapy also ranked near the top.
Yeah, because one's like you just need it.
The other, like you need it, and the other one's like
you want it.
You want it, yeah. And in fact, when you look at therapy, this was an interesting one. Millionaires under 40 were 3 times as likely to use a therapist than those over 50. Now,
but that's just generational, isn't it?
It's absolutely generational. Emotional health being a much more important issue for this group. You can find all the numbers and how much the wealthy are paying per year for all of these services. That was really interesting. How much they spend on private schools, private trainers, all that stuff. That's going to be in your Inside Wealth newsletter coming out in the next hour. CNBC.com/Inside Wealth. You guys have personal trainers, right? You certainly
yes,
look like
and I'm an emotional wreck, but I may need therapy.
Have you ever?
So, by the way, in regards to that, and it's a serious subject here, when it comes to like physical therapy, like personal trainer, right? I think that's a great thing for a lot of people if you get money. If you have trouble holding yourself accountable and you don't really know that much about working out, right? Like if let's say I never played football because I had an unbelievable strength and conditioning coach. I played football for 5 years, all 4 years of high school. An unbelievable strength and conditioning coach. He was so ahead of his time. Like I see professional athletes doing certain workouts that he had us doing back when I was in high school in like 2004, 2005. He was like, this guy honestly is a legend. Like in my eyes, his name was Coach Schmidt. Coach Schmidt, legend. I'm like, I see NFL players doing the workouts he had us doing back in the day. And I'm like, dude, this guy was so far ahead of his time. It's not even funny, right? And then I ran track. I was obviously a sprinter in college, right? So I know a ton about working out, like, about as much as you can know. And then I'm able to hold myself accountable. But I can tell you, if you don't have all that knowledge, and if you are a situation you have trouble holding yourself accountable, 100% get a personal trainer. It's well worth the money because they'll help hold you accountable, and they'll be able to, obviously teach you a lot if you don't know that much, right? And your physical health, I mean, your health is everything. You know what I mean? Like you could be a billionaire if you're in poor health. Oh gosh, you'd wish you'd have $100,000 to your name and be in good health, right? Like it's not worth it if you're in bad health. It's awful. And then in terms of, like therapists and things like that, yeah, if somebody's going through something or, has trouble dealing with something or whatever, like that's always a good option as well, right? But keep in mind with all this stuff, personal trainers, or if it's a therapist or something like that, right? Not everybody's created equal. You got to find really good ones. Same thing with taxes. You might assume every person that does taxes, they're all the same. They're not. They're not. You might assume all lawyers are the same. They're not, right? I always am willing to spend as much as it takes for top tier tax people, top tier lawyers whenever I need them for something. That's like, I get the best of the best. And I would do the same thing if I had a therapist. I would do the same thing if I had a personal trainer. I would get the best of the best, because at the end of the day, your results will go up significantly in any of those sorts of categories, right? So yeah, your health is everything.
Are you willing to cop
Sure,
that?
years ago.
I have never, but I have 3 dogs.
Their therapy?
They're your therapy?
No therapist can come close.
You're highly satisfied with your dog therapy.
They're better than
10 out of 10.
They're better than we are. They are. We don't deserve them. We really don't.
I mean, after I joined the show, I thought I really got to get some therapy, right? I mean,
you know what?
But this is therapy, right? Is that what you're trying to suggest? I know this is
therapy.
3 hours of therapy.
This is therapy, but I support your efforts to get additional therapy wholeheartedly. I'm not going to put you down for that.
Okay, I got one for Robert Frank that's just a curveball.
Yeah.
There are people in New York who I think the wealthy who might be looking for a therapist after yesterday's election. And more importantly, were looking for therapy when they heard that Lena Khan was joining the transition team.
Which just goes to show you, looking back at the Biden administration, I mean, she had a very important job and we had her on all the time and hung on.
I think we should have her back and talk about
we
what
will
was
have her
happening in New York
back,
City.
but let's just know. Okay, so as long as we know, but I mean, she is a
no, but that's what I'm
and she
saying.
was running a very important department in the Biden administration.
Well, no, I wonder what it portends for business in New York. It was funny.
It's great for business. It's awesome.
A number of business leaders in New York reached out to me yesterday. I was traveling back from London, and it wasn't even the election result itself. It was when this Lena Khan announcement was made.
Right.
It was like they were sort of like frozen in place, and talked. I mean, some of the texting and back and forth was more about sort of what had happened to the merger business. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of bankers in this city, financiers in this city, and sort of what the approach is. I don't know if she's going to have a role in the future.
What can she do, though? I mean,
the future group or not?
What my question was, this appears to nationalize a city mayoral staff, right? Instead of saying we're going to operate the city as good managers, which is what the mayor's job is, it somehow makes it seem like we're going to be a platform for some national ideological.
I don't know. I mean, I was also surprised by that there were so many people from the de Blasio administration, of all things, and they were pointing to that as if, given that they have quote unquote experience. But the truth is, I think most New Yorkers, no matter what your politics, did not think that was a golden era in terms of managing the city.
What is she going to do? What is her role? Did they say what her role is?
I could not ascertain that. But I will work on it. I'd love to have her on the show, just talk about the future of New York.
Yeah, that would, if I had business in New York, I'd be scared as well. Like, oh boy, we'll see what happens with that. In regards to Linda Khan specifically, right? And I don't mind it, because I'm going to turn 36 here in just a bit. And my hope is in my 40s, I really want to get a place in New York City. I really do. I really love New York City. I do. Not as much as I love Vegas. Vegas is my number one, okay? But New York City, I love New York City. That's my number two, okay? And so I love to get a place in New York City, specifically at Steinway Tower. So my hope is over the next 4 or 5 years, all the rich people start, moving out of there en masse, go down to Florida, right? And then I could get a place for cheap in New York City. And by then there'll be some new, people bringing back New York City. We're going to bring it back, okay? All right, guys, appreciate you joining me as always. Thanks so much for being here. Pin comment down there to apply to your own private stock group, private wealth group, get access to thousandxstocks.com, all that good stuff. Much love and have a great day.
Build a website you love.
All right, that was Jeremy. I hope you enjoyed that. So I did kind of show this here. This is what, a lot of these stocks took a hit today. So this is what Jeremy holds. He has Meta. The return on this stock is ridiculous. So this is Meta. He has 500% return. AMD 100%. Amazon 63%. Celsius 156%. Nike, he's down. I used to hold Nike. I had to get rid of it. Just maybe they'll do well going into the World Cup, because Nike does sell a lot of their products, and they're going to be partners with a lot of the teams as well. So most likely we might see Nike rebound there for the World Cup 2026. Palantir, he's up over 2,000% on Palantir. He was in at 7 right here. His average cost was $7.34. That's $170 stock. $183 stock now. Cheesecake Factory, he likes the diversification of the business, I think Flower Child and everything else. And then he did Estee Lauder. I don't even normally look at those at all, but he's up on that. PayPal, I am adding to my PayPal position. It went down today. I bought some today. I believe I bought some on Monday as well. Elf Beauty. I'm gonna have to get in Elf. It is getting beat up. I think we saw Elf get really beat up today. I think it's down like 30% or so, 40%. Here it is, Elf down 33% for the day. They've been getting beat up like crazy, so I think I'm gonna probably pick up some Elf tomorrow. SoFi, I have some shares of SoFi, but he's up 240%. He gets into these companies, you know, way before they go anywhere, and he really does. He knows what he's doing. Like, there's no way you're getting. Look at his returns are all like everything he has here is in green. Obviously, he has some losses like this Planet 13 around the marijuana industry, which was a mistake. I remember when he was getting into this company, he went to visit the site and everything else. But he's down. This is big loss. He invested $106,000. Adobe, I think Adobe's partnered up with YouTube recently around just allowing users to be able to, you know, create some things there. But I think they're gonna get cannibalized with AI, so I don't think so. Because their products cost a lot of money. Google, I think Google's an amazing company. They win at every sector of tech. They just have quantum. They have their own their own chips, AI chips, and they keep that guarded. They don't just sell it to anybody. So I think Google is a great company. Fubo, I think, is a great company, and I think right now sitting at $3.80. Fubo is a buy. Like, I like Fubo, especially with the recent partnership with Disney, and that Disney now is 70% owner of Fubo, and that just means they're going to be able to push Fubo to the over 120 subscribers that they already have. They already have in their business. Let me put this closer. And so, I think that Fubo is definitely a stock looking at, and it's gonna be going. You know, they're gonna be doing a lot of sports related business here, especially with the World Cup coming up. They have Spanish channels, American channels, as well as now they're probably gonna have some of other Disney's channels, because Disney ended up removing a whole bunch of channels from YouTube Premium. So for those who subscribe to YouTube Premium because they wanted to watch some of Disney-owned sports channel, they're no longer there. So they have to go to Fubo, or they have to go somewhere else to get those services. The Honest Company, no. It looks like he has some cash here, 68,000. Revolve, Salesforce, maybe Planet 13, and then he has two shorts here. He has short on Palantir and short on Tesla. I think this is just to balance his portfolio out, because this is a normal practice. If you have, if you're going long, you always want to play a little bit on the short end. So here you can see he's taking a little loss on Palantir, and you're taking also a loss on, he's doing well on the Tesla short. Tesla obviously went through, Tesla shareholders voted that if Elon can get the market cap of Tesla to $8 trillion, Elon's pay package will be $1 trillion. So that's pretty impressive. So, and then Elon, because of that promise, because of that vote, he said he is going to practically build out like an air, I guess it'd be an Optimus army. And now I think we're just looking at a video of that. Let me see if I can go back to it. This. He's gonna be building his own army of these. So that's what he said initially in in the earning call. Is like, I'm not gonna build an army of robots and then and have like these weird institutions who hold funds on behalf of their clients, and they can vote whichever way they want, and I don't want them to just come in and remove me as the CEO. So because of that, he said that he's not gonna build these, but it looks like now he's gonna be building a whole Optimus army. If anybody can do it, it's gonna be Elon. I think right now, I think he has the most data on roads, most data on probably how natural movements on robots. Obviously, the hands are the most complicated part of the entire robot. Everything else can just be learned. But I find it pretty impressive. The vote went through, and yeah. So practically, the goal is they're gonna put X or Grok into the brain of Optimus, and that's what's gonna power the entire thing. Pretty crazy. Happy Halloween from Optimus. So yep, so that's his portfolio here. Out of all this, I think Meta is a great company. AMD, Amazon, and AMD, I love those companies. PayPal, not Palantir at all. SoFi, yes. Not Adobe, Google, Fubo. There's probably like 8 companies that on here that I like out of everything else. I'm gonna play a video here of the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play a video of Meet Coven. He's covering the unemployment numbers, which are a little scary right now because they're not looking too good. The unemployment numbers are way below what we were looking at here. Let me see if I can bring that up. I think it's like a 22-year low. Unemployed. So I'll play the video and look at the unemployment numbers. Corporate taxes. So unemployment levels since 2005. So unemployment levels, seasonally adjusted. So October 2009, obviously, this is during the whole tech crash, .com bubble. Unemployment skyrocketed to about 10%, and then since then, the unemployment numbers just went down until we hit, the whole pandemic, and everybody was told stay at home. Unemployment bottomed here at almost the lowest it's been before this period right here. It says 3.5 September, November 2019, and February 2020. Unemployment hit 3.5, but then it just skyrocketed to about 14.7%. Nobody was really working or working from home, companies were shut down, everything else, and then we slowly came back to the the 3.4 to 4% unemployment. But what we're talking about now is like this unemployment number, seasonally adjusted U3 unemployment number, is starting to tick up, which is kind of scaring the market, scaring some investors as well. So let's watch Jeremy kind of break it down, and then we'll go from there.
Economy, and this is really annoying because it feels
let's watch Meet Coven break it down.
Like one day we get good news, then the next day we get bad news, then we get good news, then we get bad news. And that's actually reminiscent of an economy that is in transition. The question is, are we at 2007 levels or 2011 levels of transition, where we're just sort of like, oh man, that was a crazy recession we went through in 2011, right? Maybe again in 22, until they changed the definition. Or are we about to go into the pooper doopers? Challenger job cuts report that just came out this morning indicates that layoffs for October were the highest since 2003. We need to talk about that, but we also need to talk about a hidden detail that nobody's going to talk about because it's buried in the report and it's actually potentially more critical. But let's look at the headlines first. So, October's pace of job cutting was much higher than average for October. It's really odd to see these kind of large cuts going into the holiday season. Now, of course, Amazon defends this, for example, with their layoffs of 14,000, which are part of this, obviously, I at least presume, by saying, oh, well, this was just sort of like the corporate layer. We're not we're not firing people that we need in like the seasonal retail division. We still want to sell to consumers, which I, still think is a little questionable. Why not then wait till like January or February? But whatever. Job cuts surpass 1 million for the year. Highest total since 2003. Mind you, we also have the worst October, not only since 2003, but what you're about to see is the worst since 2008. So again, I'm kind of like, ugh. Total job cuts for the year are at 1 million. And October's pace of job cutting was much higher than average for the month. Some companies are saying they're correcting after the hiring boom after the pandemic. But this also comes as AI adoption and softer consumer spending and corporate spending, as well as increased costs, are leading to belt tightening. And I actually like the jade here because I kind of think this whole we just hired too much after the pandemic is a nice excuse that's relatable because people are like,
looking for an easier way to get that LLC.
There were a lot of companies were hiring because it was hard to find employees. But let's be real, when you've got increases in costs from inflation and you've got tariffs, somebody's going to take it in the margin, and usually it's the corporations that go, crap, we can only take so much. I mean, if you look at the ISM and PMI reports yesterday, what you end up finding is the companies are saying costs are still going up. McDonald's is like, costs are still going up, but we can't pass them on to the consumer because people aren't paying. There's no PP. There's no pricing power. PP. So this is normal. We expected this to happen. Kava, Chipotle, they're all getting wrecked. Malls, I mean, these are consumer-based. McDonald's is complaining about it. McDonald's is trying to pitch you a 99-cent coffee every day to compete against Starbucks. Starbucks is selling off their businesses in China because their China bet failed. And this mall I went to yesterday, I love this kind of research, by the way. I went to this mall yesterday. It's called the Thousand Oaks Mall. And what was remarkable is the business just sold to another company. And I looked at the earnings call for the company that originally owned it, which is ticker symbol MAC, a mall REIT. And I'm like, how come this mall REIT is saying in their earnings call that they are 94% occupied when I'm like, bro, I'm walking through this, I'm like, that's vacant, that's vacant, that's vacant. Yeah, we got an entertainment, thing that they kind of threw in here, which doesn't look anywhere as nice or cool as a Dave & Buster's, and it's dead. In fairness, it's a Wednesday evening. But you kind of go through some of this other stuff, you're like, oh my gosh, that store's vacant right there. You walk down, it's like vacancy, 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 vacancy. And you're just like, bro, what's going on? I mean, it's no surprise malls are dead, Amazonification or whatever. But I'm like, hey, on your earnings report, this is another angle from upstairs. On your earnings report, Mac, you guys are like, oh yeah, we're 94% occupied. And I'm going through it, I'm like, no, you're not. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe the average everywhere else is that you're 100% occupied everywhere else. So I go through the earnings call, and it turns out this business is actually selling off their assets with the lowest vacancy. So this particular mall was included in their earnings call as, oh yeah, we're really grateful. We're disposing of the following assets. And they go on to list a bunch of malls throughout the country. And I'm like, wow, that's how you guys are doing it. You guys are paying off debt by dumping your crappy malls and letting other people try to pick them up and flip them. And now I'm looking at the people who are trying to flip it, who've owned it for, a few months now. And I'm like, bro, this ain't going well. You may have thought you were getting a good deal. You may have just bought the bag. But point is, there is true weakness in the consumer. And this is why everybody talks about the K-shaped recovery, right? And the question is, where does this put us in the cycle? And this is the part that makes me nervous because look at this. This is the part that doesn't get the headlines. Y'all know AMD just reported earnings, and right after earnings, the stock was down 4.7% in the after hours. It was nuts. Now, so far in the overnight, it's recovering, and hopefully it continues to recover tomorrow. But the question is it a good buy at these prices? And this is where what I like to do is jump into investing.com. They're a sponsor of the channel, and I'm super excited about it because if you get the Investing Pro Plus subscription, you can get a bonus coupon if you use code MEETKEVIN. Just use the link in the description down below or scan the QR code. You get 55% for the Black Friday early bird special, plus an extra 15% when you use my coupon. But here's what I love. Number one, I'm going to watch EPS revisions after these earnings, okay? AMD only gets 40. Kevin, this is the part that doesn't get the headlines right here. Not only did individual companies announce large layoffs in October, but a higher number of companies announced job cut plans. This is actually a red flag that is not going to get the headlines. Job cut plans are basically hey, yeah, we haven't announced the job cuts yet, layoffs, but we're going to. And Challenger tracks this as well. And they found that there were nearly 450 job cut plans at companies. That's up from 400 in September, and it is the next highest level since March, which saw 350 individual job cut plans. The total for the month was the highest, since 2003, which is more than 20 years. But October itself had the highest total single month in the fourth quarter. So this is specifically referring to the fourth quarter since 2008. So think about this alignment here, okay? Worst total job cuts for October since 2003. That's this chart right here, okay? Ding number one. Ding number two, worst fourth quarter since 2008. And remember, we had even worse unemployment in 2009 after Lehman Brothers collapsed, which is concerning. And then, see, they even say here, over the last decades, companies have shied away from announcing layoffs in the fourth quarter. So it's surprising to see so many in October. But it's not just surprising to see so many in October, it's also surprising to see now the highest level of announcement plans since basically Liberation Day, tariff panic. And we're talking about a lot more. 450 companies to announce layoffs is a 28% increase in layoffs to come since March. So these numbers are bad. Technology, 33,000. Retail, retail, not a surprise that you're not seeing as many job cuts here yet. 2,400, down a little bit from the prior month. So far, though, we're still high on retail layoffs for the total for the year. Services sector, didn't see that many in October. It's actually warehousing that really drove a lot of numbers in October, which suggests, quote, an ongoing overcapacity and automation-driven restructuring. Okay, so I'm going to give you a play, but at this point, I think this play is getting a little expensive, but I think robotics. Okay, we've been talking about this in the course member live streams. Symbotic, we know this is a play we've been playing since $20. It's absolutely been killing it. $4. This is forklift robotics for factories, like actual warehouse automation. There are other opportunities that you can get into in robotics, but look at that robotics supply chain. Teradyne is an example of a company, and there are plenty of other companies that are involved in robotics. But look at that robotics supply chain. Talk to your AI about the robotics supply chain. It's really impressive, I think, what opportunities are out there. And then, the Qs were absolutely phenomenal yesterday. We did have a little bit of a sell down into the close, but I have to say it was crazy that we went from 618 to within 40 cents of my price target intraday yesterday, which is exactly what we called in the Alpha report yesterday, which was remarkable. If you haven't joined that yet, go check that out over at meetkevin.com. But, how do we reconcile this with what Nick T tells us? Because this is obviously very frustrating. And the ADP report. Well, the ADP report was good, right? Yes, it was an above break-even ADP report, but then again, break-evens should be including government employment. And we don't have the numbers for government employment because the Bureau of Labor Statistics is shut. So are we getting potentially a poor sample of the labor market? Yeah. Now, I'm not trying to cast shade on the ADP report. I think it's one of the best sets of data that we have right now. At least it gives us some direction. But Nick T tempers some of the enthusiasm around the ADP report by using the 3-month average. With the 42,000 jobs growth in October, followed by 2 months of negative, the 3-month average private sector payroll growth would have been negative if it weren't for the report that we got this week from ADP. This is, of course, where some people say, oh, well, this is obviously, Donald Trump's influence. There's some, something shady going on here with the numbers. Who knows? I mean,
If you don't believe creating SOPs can take seconds instead of hours, you haven't tried Scribe. Check out the...
What's sus is that the Federal Reserve was getting the weekly payrolls data, and then all of a sudden, Waller talks about how we get this weekly payrolls data that says things are a little soft, and all of a sudden, we don't know this, but we think they may have gotten a phone call from the Trump administration going, why the hell are you putting out information that says the economy's doing bad? Then all of a sudden, they come out and go, you know what? We're going to stop giving that data to the Fed. 2 weeks later, they're like, you know what? We're just going to give that data to everybody. And then all of a sudden, it's magically good. I'm not trying to be jaded on the data, but I do like and appreciate that Nick T is giving us a 3-month moving average. And I think this is a reiteration. And I think this is just the easiest way to reconcile it. If you go to meetkevin.com, I have a bear bull scale. And I think that this is a nice way to just sort of see, listen, if you're there 10, all in on margin, everything's fine. There's no risk, right? 1, you're bearish, sell everything. We're kind of mid-range here. And the rationale is, earnings are good, except for that lower consumer discretionary and food-based side of the economy, which is unfortunate. A lot of people are suffering. Things are expensive. On the flip side, earnings at corporations are fantastic. But at some point, the consumer's pain shows up in corporate earnings. And of course, for now, we've got AI propping us up, but now you've got OpenAI pseudo requesting a bailout from the Trump administration. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? So it's weird, man, that I will say we are in a bizarro environment. And so it's not a surprise we're getting this noisiness. And I think for now, until this is why I say it over and over and over again, okay, the government reopening is going to be the next negative catalyst. Between now and then, I'm more bullish catalyst. But once the government reopens, I'm negative on reopening. Why? Why would I be negative on reopening? That's when we actually get that BLS data, and it might actually show us that, hey, we thought we were at 40K for private, but if we now get 2 or 3 months worth of jobs data all in sort of one cluster, it's gonna be like, Merry Christmas, we're trending below break even, and if we're negative on that for a new 3 months, it's not good, you know? So the trend is, at the moment, worsening. We'll see how markets react to it today. Thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna go on vacation now.
Why not advertise these things that you told us here? I feel like nobody else knows about this.
We'll try a little advertising.
Yeah. Did you see that? I think we saw that here. I pulled it up, I thought. So I think this guy here normally provides pretty good data, what's going on in the economy. I think he did post about the job numbers or the layoff number. All right, let's go search for it one more time. It was unemployment. So obviously it was like 100 and something thousand jobs that were lost as of this year. And that number looked crazy just because it's the highest that we've seen in a 22-year time period. Layoffs. I think it was maybe in layoff. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, this is it. So more than 1 million workers have been laid off so far this year. Number of job cuts January through October of each year. So January of October of each year. So this is COVID. Nobody was working. A lot of companies were laying off, or businesses going out of business. Like companies were going out of business. And then, like, there isn't one single time period, September through October, until we get to this tech bubble where the entire economy just fell apart. So what does this mean, and what is actually going on, and why is what does this have to do with the government being shut down to this day? Is the government shut down because they don't want to give us the numbers, and it's actually worse? Can you imagine it was 2 million people not working? But at the same time, do we look at unemployment the same way anymore? So in the past, we had, a whole bunch of people here in the United States, whether undocumented or illegal or aliens, they have been getting removed. So when you look at the total pool of people in the United States, when you look at the pool of the unemployed people, you kind of have to remove those numbers. So you don't even count them. And even with those individuals removed, does the unemployment number make sense? I don't know. I mean, it's just a question, but it kind of makes me think maybe on the unemployment number is looking at those individuals that have been removed. I don't know where exactly they're getting their data from, but I think that would probably impact this significantly. If it's not counting them, and this is actually the real number, it's actually really bad. So it is kind of interesting that we've just this year we've lost 1 million jobs. The last time it was almost as high is .com bubble. Literally, the economy was not dead, but like the worst, and that was a recession period. As you can see, this gray, the thickness just shows like how long the recession period is, and you can see one right here in 2020. There was a tiny recession. It's just a small gray line. this is a recession, the 2008-2009 tech bubble, and we were at what, 1.5 million, maybe 1.3. I'll say 1.2, 2.5, and here we are over 1 million just this year. So it is a little scary. I'm going to close this out and show and look. We can look at this here. Here's what happened. This is Challenger, Gray and Christmas Inc. job cuts by industry total. Gray and Christmas. Okay, so here's the tech bubble. Here's the 2000s. Here's the COVID unemployment numbers. And here is, I don't remember this unemployment number in 2020 layoffs. This is job cuts by industry. And here's this 2024 job cuts. I don't remember what job cuts were happening. I don't know why we had this spike here. But we are starting to see, even in a year where the stock market is doing amazing, we're starting to see the advent of AI. I mean, a lot of the job cuts that we saw here, this is due to AI, because Amazon layoff. There was actually a huge layoff that Amazon did, and not just Amazon, like a whole bunch of other companies also laid off people. There was a good list. Software, these are top impacted job titles. Like, remember, like 3, 4, 5 years ago, if not even longer than that, everybody used to say, "Oh, go study tech. Learn how to code. That's gonna be the future." Nope, not anymore. Look at this. At about 15% of the total job impacts, if you're a software engineer or programmer, you're screwed. But if you decided to, go out there and get it, like 2, 3 years, 4 or 5 years ago, you got a job plumbing or as an electrician, you're way better off. Your job is a lot safer. And I don't know where the numbers are. I can't find it, but Amazon and a whole bunch of companies did significant number of layoffs this year. And a lot of these big tech companies are doing layoffs because they're seeing that AI, large tech companies layoff numbers because they're using AI for efficiency. So here it is. So we have Amazon cutting jobs at 30,000 roles. The largest single reduction this year, concentrated on Seattle and tied to retail and operational streamlining. So Amazon has the warehouses. That's why when we're looking at Jeremy's portfolio, I said I really like Amazon because they're they're creating efficiency by doing the hard thing. They have a ton of employees. They're just saying, you know what, we can automate almost everything they have. I've put a video up on this where I just literally all I did was look at all the automations that Amazon has, and I think Amazon is going to be one of the greatest companies, multi-trillion-dollar companies out there, and already is. I think almost $2.5 trillion market cap. But I think in the long term, Amazon is going to be one of the greatest companies that we have. AMZN, I think it's a 2.8 market cap or 2.6 trillion market cap, but it's going to be way more than that because they do so much. So anyways, Amazon is laying off 30,000, as you can see. Amazon has employees. Amazon has 1.6 million employees. So it's not a problem that they do some layoffs. Intel doing about 27,000, reflecting prolonged pressure in the hardware cycle and margins. Microsoft also doing a layoff. Salesforce also cutting 4,300 employees. Meta removing 3,600 positions in consumer products. These layoffs are part of the broader trend in tech industry, driven by factors such as AI adoption, software, softening the consumer and corporate spend, rising costs. The impact of these layoffs on innovation and the overall tech landscape remains to be seen. But I think this is kind of crazy that we're seeing companies, laying off thousands, tens of thousands of people. And as we saw, we've had at least about 10,000 layoffs this year. Pretty impressive, and I don't think that's gonna slow down at all. We're gonna continue seeing large tech companies laying off people. So it says Google partners with Polymarket to integrate real-time predictions market odds into search. Google will now display live odds from prediction market platform Polymarket and Kalshi directly on Google Search and Google Finance, bringing crowdsourced forecast on events. Okay, when is this happening? This is interesting. Let's see when this will happen. When is Google going live with Kalshi data on Google Finance? I don't even know how you would search for this. When are they doing this? Google Finance is expected to integrate Kalshi, so not yet. All right, but that is kind of interesting. So if I look up at a stock, maybe during their earning calls, this might come up and say, and it might say, the predictions market is saying, the chances of earnings being hit is going to be this or that. Pretty cool. Let's watch this video. Obviously, it keeps coming up. I think Sam Altman was subpoenaed on stage.
Conference many years ago that you probably were at. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, go ahead. Will you help? No subpoena for Sam. Oh, good. Can you take him off the stage? Wow, getting off to a dramatic start already. Well, conference many years ago that you probably were at. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so Sam Altman got subpoenaed on stage. What LMAO breaking OpenAI to partner with OpenAI to help fund OpenAI? It is kind of crazy. It feels like this is what's going on right now in the market. An historic, groundbreaking. I gotta laugh at this. I have to repost this and put a laughy face on it. In a historically groundbreaking, innovative self-financing deal, OpenAI has announced a strategic partnership with itself worth over 1.5 trillion to finance a billion gigawatt of computing space. Oh my gosh, that's funny. It's on. They are definitely taking a kangaroo. Oh, that's crazy though. He got subpoenaed on stage. Let's see what Unusual Whale's talking about here. Breaking the U.S. Government shutdown is now the longest in history. Yep, that's very true. The following update. Yep, Sam Altman got subpoenaed. Texas voter approve a constitutional amendment affirming parents are the primary decision makers for their children. The measure adds language to the state constitution affirming that parents are the primary decision makers for their children bears the responsibility to nurture, protect the children. Interesting. Is this maybe Texas very like, individual, what you want to do? Don't let the government, step in. Trump has said the U.S. government shutdown is now affecting the stock market. Do not expect it to end soon. I think this is kind of probably what drove the market down. The government shutdown is now the longest and likely the most damaging to U.S. in history. I mean, CNN will say something like that. Sam Altman has said, "We do not have or want government guarantees for OpenAI data centers. We believe that the government should not pick winners or losers." Well, that's probably not a good idea because, well, I think it is a tough situation. Like, the government shouldn't be in the business of picking winners and losers. But when we have winners, I think we should support those winners. Otherwise, a country like China, they're going to support their winners. They don't want them to go down. And so if the government gets into supporting the winners, I think then they should benefit in whatever outcome that business does. If let's say the government goes and helps OpenAI, does that mean then the government would have a certain amount of shares in the company, or can the government kind of influence the direction or leadership? I don't know. Tesla shareholders approve Elon Musk's up to $1 trillion pay package once he gets the market cap up to $8 trillion. Job postings declined to near lowest levels in 4 years. And 2020 was the last time that, the interesting part is this is the norm, right? Historical job posting numbers. If we look at the historical job posting numbers in the USA, I think before let's look at this one, job posting on Indeed. What the hell? U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS. So if we're looking like at the job numbers and we're saying that those numbers are weak, I don't historical chart database. Shoot. I tell you what, sometimes these sites are a little overcomplicated. Job growth by year, full-time employment, unemployment, Y chart. Sometimes I'll have it. But we're going to try to find the job postings and see how good that was. But I was trying to look at full-time employment. So here we are, going back to 2021. Can we go max? We can't go anymore. So full-time employment, as you can see, 2021 was high, going higher and higher, and kind of just flat. Now we're 134.48 million out of 300 million individuals in the United States. But what I'm more interested in is to see the 10-year numbers, right? Like, I think those numbers are way more important than the last 5 years. But unfortunately, full-time employment in the past 5 years, because we want to see the 2010 numbers. The 2019 numbers. Yeah, this is the site that I wanted. All right, so 10 years. So even though everybody's whining, this is kind of ridiculous. So everybody's whining about the job numbers, but in reality, job opening going back to 2019 is kind of the same. Not really much changes here. So people are worried that we're back to the 2009 numbers, which I find kind of ridiculous. Like, chill. Right? We're going back to normal, if anything. So job posting numbers are not that ridiculous. Job posting declined to their lowest level in 4 years, US Data Index. So things are normalizing. So jobs are normalizing? Like, is that what he's trying to say? Non-farm. Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. Like, sometimes that's why when I see some of these posts, I'm like, what are you talking about? What the Democrats are doing on the government shutdown is genuinely unprecedented. And while the administration has shielded the American people from the worst of consequences, all this is coming and soon. and an aviation emergency that will lead to a significant travel delay for all Americans. Food stamps and other assistance programs ran out of the needy Americans. Great strains on our military and national security. The shutdown has now passed from farce into tragedy, and the consequences of this national emergency falls on every senator and congressman and woman who refuse to open the government. But the most ridiculous part about this is the most ridiculous thing about this, all of them are getting paid. That's the crazy part. Even though, you got people out here trying to, can't even work or anything, the most ridiculous part is that everybody's getting paid. How's the government shutdown affecting you? It'd be interesting to see how it's affecting this guy. My bags are. How about you? Oh my gosh, my portfolio is down due to low liquidity. I'm a pilot. You can see the streets developing, stress developing, cracks in the safety system. This either ends very soon or won't end well. Food stamps shutdown is hurting people in my community. Setting up food pantry collections and increasing discounts for EBT SNAP eligible customers at the business. Money printer should shut down immediately, affecting my bag. The reality of what's I'm fine. I think the reality of what's going on is as much as I want the government to reopen, I kind of don't want it to reopen because I've realized that there's a lot of people taking advantage of the government programs right now, and it is so ridiculous. And maybe there's there's some people that are taking such a crazy advantage of the program to where it's just been like a family tradition. Like, my mom did it, my mom told me to do it, and her grandma told her to do it, and it's more of a problem. I think like I want the government to open, like I want people to get the money they need, the food that they need, SNAP program and everything else. But at the same time, like, I mean, I'm lucky it's not affecting me, but there's a lot of people that are finally coming out and talking about their situation, and it's like a person that is very able, that they can go get a job. They're walking around, doesn't look like they got any kind of issues at all. And the story they're saying is, well, my grandma used to get EBT or SNAP, and so my grandma told my mom told me to use the program as well. And so the government shutting down kind of removes some of the, or forces some people who are kind of taking advantage of the program to kind of go get a real job and kind of feed themselves because they're not used to that. But also it hurts the people that need it the most. And that is the hardest part of what's going on right now. It's that I've seen like some videos of people, like a blind lady trying to walk home because the bus isn't, coming to pick her up, or people going hungry. I find it is kind of sad, but at the end of the day, I don't know. I mean, it impacts people differently, but if we're shutting down, if JD Vance literally just posted and said, the airlines are gonna get shut down due to the government shutdown. Will the airlines get shut down due to the gov shutdown? They're talking about actually shutting down the airports. While the airlines get shut down due to the government shutdown, the government shutdown has led to 10% reduction in flight at 40 major airports due to the shortage of air traffic control. This reduces its effort of the FAA effort in maintaining safety amid the shutdown ongoing and the reduction in staffing. The shutdown has also resulted in more flight delays, prompting travelers to check bags status before heading to the airport and airline. So practically, there's going to be some airlines that are going to have to get shut down because some of them are staffed by the U.S. government. I don't know. I mean, and if we're going to have some kind of delay, something happens, there could be, this could end in a way where now we're having airplanes fall from the sky. I don't know. We're not going to have airplanes falling from the sky, but I think due to the low staffing, and when not, the airports might not be as clean, or the airplanes might not be checked as they should, and something bad could happen. So U.S. airlines began canceling hundreds of flights on Thursday due to the Federal Aviation Administration order to reduce staff at the country's busiest airport starting Friday because of the ongoing government shutdown. Close to 500 flights scheduled for Friday were already cut nationwide. The number of cancellations climbed steadily throughout Thursday afternoon, according to FlightAware. So the government shutdown is actually FAA ordered to cut flights at 40 of the busiest New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, but the impact would disrupt travel at many smaller airports as well. The FAA seeks to reduce services 10% across high-volume markets. So it is kind of interesting that you wouldn't think the government shutdown is gonna impact the airlines. The cuts could affect as many as 1,800 flights, or upward of 268,000 passengers per day, according to estimates. Is this just being biased? Like I don't know. Shutdown already strained travelers. Yeah, so I mean, bad things could happen. I mean, if the FAA, like Federal Airlines, if the FAA is shutting down, is not hiring people, then I think bad things could happen, and that means an airplane, gets wrecked, or a pilot is stressed out if he's gonna get let go, and he's not focused, and that he makes a stupid decision because of the stress. So anyways, it is kind of crazy where you're thinking, well, as if you're thinking that the government shutdown is just related to what's going on in the White House, but in reality is impacting flights as well. And then we're seeing unemployment numbers kind of normalizing. A lot of people are making too much of a worry from this. Is job openings, even though job openings are coming down, if anything, we're normalizing. Like in 2016 and 17 and 18, job openings were at 5.6 million. And we're just, if anything, like we were hot, very hot after COVID. And then there obviously, there's so many, like, I don't know how to call them, illegal aliens or undocumented people in the United States. And there was millions of them that came in. And so that obviously went from, back to the normalization, rather like a 2-3x what our normalized job opening numbers used to be. And so yes, we were climbing up to 2019. COVID happened, the pandemic happened, we had a recession, and the job openings went up to 12 million. Now we're normalizing. I don't know why people are freaking out about this. I don't see this being a problem. Now if we start seeing the low 5 millions or so on, that might be a problem. But right now it's not a problem at all. And on top of this, when a lot of these illegal immigrants are being removed out of the country, I think the people are going to be the number of people fighting for the same job is going to be down, and so that's not going to be a problem at all. So yeah, I'm done talking about that. It's some people stressing about it, and kind of frustrating. Something else that's interesting is that because the government shut down, there's some important data that we can't get. The Fed is turning to different data sets to get some important information. Officials at the Federal Reserve are missing critical data during the government shutdown, relying instead on reports from private companies. There are indicators that hiring continues to slow down since the government's most recent report in August. Private sector inflation data was mixed, with one index rising to a 2-year high and another showing prices falling. State level initial job claims are going down. Job opening Indeed are showing that those are going down. The thing about Indeed is it has opened to fake jobs anyways. So how many fake jobs does Indeed have? So because of this, we can't even take Indeed too seriously. So Indeed has significant issues with fake job listing, with reports indicating that approximately 40% of the job postings are fake or ghost jobs that companies do not intend to fill. Survey found that 81% of recruiters post ghost jobs advertising, and 36% job posted online are not real vacancies. So why is Indeed something that is worth even looking at, right? So it's just like maybe ADP, ADP data, really good data, but the problem here is that Trump kind of told ADP, hey guys, don't give the job numbers. If practically, like, if you guys want good business and you want me to say good things about you, don't give the payroll number. So payroll provider ADP published report on both job gains and losses in private sector, as well as worker pay. I thought they weren't gonna do this. Maybe they did. ADP most recent reports have shown a slowing job market. Private employee above about 4,200 jobs in October, slightly exceeding the 35,000 jobs lost over the previous 2 months. But I guess ADP did report their October numbers here, showing that 42,000 change in the U.S. private employment. Private employment added 42,000 jobs in October, which is more than the slightly exceeding the 35 jobs posted the last 2 months. But at the end of the day, Trump did tell ADP, "Hey guys, don't provide this data. Don't provide this data to the Fed because the government shut down." And obviously, then ADP wants the big clients that they have, the health industry, because they don't want those clients to go somewhere else, and so they comply and say, "Yeah, you know what? We won't do that." So national changes in the U.S. private employment numbers are going up. Industry, I mean, this is a mess, but we're seeing I mean, things kind of flatten it out. Like nothing is really going up at all. I think if anything, barely, and kind of flattening out. If you look like right at the edges, it's even maybe some of them are going down just a little bit. Education, maybe I'm seeing some downtrends in leisure and hospitality. I think we're gonna see downtrends in the establishment size regions. We're gonna see like numbers go down in blue collar jobs, like office jobs. Changes by estimate size. Small businesses down 15,000, mid-size 25. Large corporations are hiring. That's not true. I work at a large corporation, the custodial bank, and now directors, when they think about who to hire, I was talking to one of them, and practically they were saying, "You know what? We don't know. Like when we're budgeting the money for the year, we're deciding between AI or hiring somebody new out of college." So it's definitely a tough, a very hard decision to make for a lot of corporations, because if they can gain that efficiency through AI versus hiring somebody new, they're probably going to do that AI hiring, AI technology purchase, rather than hiring somebody completely new from the marketplace. What happened to the data during the government shutdown? Yeah, so I was just looking at that data. Something interesting is the federal government is actually stepping up. They're buying they're buying the MBS and securities this month and last. So the federal government is actually buying a mortgage-backed securities, and the Fed were expected to ease supply. So the Fed is doing a couple things. They're reducing the interest rate, especially in the United States. They're cutting rates by 25%. They just did that in October. Most likely they're going to do this in December again, especially the way things are looking. And on top of that, the past couple of months, the Fed did cut the numbers. Fed repo. They've been buying mortgage-backed securities again, and they're doing it very quietly. I mean, they're not really saying anything. But if you look at this number here, this is overnight repurchase agreement, Treasury securities purchased by the Federal Reserve and temporary open. So as you can see here, the federal government is stepping in and buying back mortgage-backed securities. Right here. So Fed, $229.4 billion overnight bailout, bigger than COVID worst day. The Fed just quietly dropped nearly $30 billion into bank reserves. This is because a lot of people are arguing that there is some liquidity problems with the with the smaller banks, and so due to that, the federal government is just kind of quietly going in and making these buying back a lot of their debt and kind of injecting money into the economy to, in a way, do a quite quantitative easing. So most people don't realize, just because the federal government reduced rates, like that's good, that's quantitative easing, allowing for more borrowing from businesses and individuals and banks. But another way is they're just gonna go out and say, you know what, we're gonna buy back our debt. Here's some money into the economy. That's gonna it's gonna do some easing in the market. There's gonna be more capital in the market. Another way is they're gonna probably come out and say, you know, bank reserves don't have to be as high, so they're gonna reduce the bank reserve percentage. What is the current Fed bank reserve rate? I wrote it with a W. So between 3.75 to 4. So the current federal fund rate seen by the federal government. What is the bank reserve number percentage right now? I do not know. So the bank reserve percentage refers to the required percentage of customer deposit the bank must hold in reserve. So usually, so when the federal government wants to loosen the economy, what they'll say is, you know what, for every dollar you or anybody deposits, the banks are required to hold a certain amount in reserve. When the federal government wants to loosen the economy and quantitative easing and let the money and the borrowing flow, they will say, you know what, banks don't have to hold as much of their customers' assets. This percentage ensures that the bank maintain a buffer of cash and equivalent assets to meet short-term cash demands. But it doesn't say the percentage got to be. So I don't know what the percentage is. Federal Reserve Board, the 12% requirement reserve ratio against net transaction deposited above the lower reserve tranche level was reduced to 10%. The action reduced. They did reduce it. So there's, I mean, I don't even know they did this, which is kind of interesting. So when did this? March? Oh, geez, that's old data. But yeah, this is what the government does sometimes. They'll reduce how much the banks have to hold to do quantitative easing. So the government is quietly doing quantitative easing here, buying back mortgage-backed securities without really saying much about it. So the repo market just broke. The Fed just injected $29 billion into the banking system via overnight repo, the biggest since 2020. In 2019, this exact scenario triggered a $255 billion in emergency liquidity, followed by $6 trillion in QE due to the COVID. Ignore the noise, because this is how major liquidity cycle begins. And you can see it right here. When COVID happened, a whole bunch of money got injected into the market, and the money went only one place, right? It went into the bigger corporations. Right here, August 5th. Yeah, that's at this point, I'm just going too far back. Chris Patel, you're booming nothing to me. Optimus will be eliminate poverty. Oh, eliminate. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it will or not, but probably true. Can't be poor if you're dead. Biminar, now you all know, LOL. Every family member and friend I spoke to that voted for Trump last election is voting Democrat next in November. In a lot of countries in northern suburb, Jeez, I can't read that. Median age of U.S. home buyers since 1981. So the median first time buyer age increased to 40 this year, the record high. Typical Typical repeat buyers is now 62, also a record high. All buyers. So first time home buyers since the 90s, it's been around the 30s. It looks like that number is growing to almost 40 years old now. Repeat buyers are also, those numbers are not staying flat, are increasing. Obviously, I can't, this yet, I mean, nobody can really afford homes anymore. Things are just becoming more and more and more and more expensive. Yeah, COVID really changed how, this is awesome. COVID really changed how people rent or buy homes. Wait, why does OpenAI need a federal government backstop? IPO and raise all the money you want. Stop trying to get taxpayers to subsidize your risk. I agree. I really do agree. Like, this lady practically said, if you want, practically she's talking about OpenAI becoming like too big to fail kind of business, because they are a critical part of the America's infrastructure, AI infrastructure. In a way, they are. This happened with some of the banks already. Patronage is always back on the menu, boys. Love it. How it started and how it's going. Our 7th gen TPU Ironwood is coming to GA. It's our most powerful TPU yet. 10x peak performance improvement versus TPU versus version 5P, and more than 4x better performance per chip for both training and inference workload versus TPU version 6E Trillium. We use TPU to train, serve our own frontier. Wow. This is what I'm saying, like Google's always a buy. Bye. Like, seriously. This is such a good, funny quote here. Like, for real. Let's review your mistakes. Literally, I've always, not interested. Follow, subscribe, add. So sad. Now, I don't know why people even invest in Duolingo. Like, it is a company that is going to get beat up by what's going on in the world of AI. Like, it does not make sense to me at all. Yeah, so I really don't understand why people invest in Duolingo. Democrats block bill to cut Congress pay during shutdown. Democrats block bill to cut Congress pay during Senator Rick Scott pushes to cut Congress pay during shutdown just got shut down. I think this is a brilliant idea. I don't think the government should be able to shut down everybody and a lot of people's jobs, and then they're allowed to continue to get paid and we're not. Like, that doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, I don't think that should be allowed. Like, how does that even make sense? So Democrats block bill to cut Congress shutdown during the shutdown. Senator Rick Scott pushes to cut congressional pay during the shutdown. Just got shot down. His bill would have stopped lawmakers from collecting paychecks while federal workers got unpaid, but Senate Democrat blocked it, keeping their own salaries intact even if the government stalls. Scott called it proof they care more about their own paychecks than the people actually impacted. Ugh. This is kind of crazy that Zohran Mamdani won 84% of young women. Trump terrifies them the way most right-wing men talk terrified them. This is a strategic issue. If MAGA doesn't fix its messaging problem with young women, the middle term could be its undoing. Wow. So here is that vote. Age by gender: men 18 to 29, 68%. Men 34 to 44, 11%. And then women 18 to 29 voted for him here. Empathy is good. Empathy that allows for destruction is suicidal. We must learn to articulate the difference. This is score balance to strike. I agree. But I think we kind of live in a world where, feeling based and not really what's going on. USA to block NVIDIA from selling scale down AI chips to China. Yeah, I don't think we should sell it to China. I don't care what they say about rare earth minerals. We can get rare earth minerals. We've got great partnerships across the world. Why would we give China one of America's best, even if it's scaled down, one of the best chips that can be bought out there? Like, that would not make sense to me at all. That would be stupid. And so US should block USA to block the Chinese trying to buy our stuff. Obviously the numbers don't look good. We have about 84% of New York ladies voting for Mamdani. Why is that? If you're here, just tell me why you think that 84% of women that are between 18 to 29 are voting for Mamdani. What do you think is being, like, what do you think? Is it that they can't afford? Are they just afraid of, one side? Or, I mean, it's a little political, but why are they voting for him? It is kind of crazy. Something that is kind of interesting is that where did it go? This is really interesting. So Senator Rick Scott says, you know what? If you're in the Senate Congress, you shouldn't be getting paid until you reopen the government. I think that is such a good idea. If the government decides to shut itself down, and they're gonna put a whole bunch of people out of work, then they shouldn't get paid either until they open the government. Like, logically, that makes sense, because for them, they're gonna get paid regardless whether the government is open or shut down. And so because of that, like, it is so annoying to see that all these congressmen and senators continue to get paid because it doesn't matter for them. Anyways, my channel is not political at all. I need to get off politics, but my channel is about investing. So if you like videos on investing, make sure to subscribe. This is literally all I talk about all day. If you're looking for a stock to buy that you think that might be really good, this is a channel for you to kind of follow. Right now, we're getting beat up a little bit. I totally have this company here called BMNR, Bitmine Immersion, and they are focused on buying one cryptocurrency, and that's all they focus on, and that is Ethereum. You probably already know they got, actually not just them, but most of the stock market got obliterated today. Looking at Amazon, got beat up. Looking at AMD, they got beat up as well. Looking at, look at this, AMD 7% just today. BMNR, they also got beat up today, 9%. So usually this, what I say is, remember what happened in 2019. Let's look at the QQQ. What happened in 2019? Well, that's a little bit over 5 years ago, when the stock market got beat up and we went from 380 to 287. And during this time, the stock market got beat up. People didn't want to buy anything. They thought the stock market is going down all the way to these lows, like 200 or maybe 177, 73. But in reality, what happened? We had a little recovery. Things came down. The whole pandemic shutdown happened, and since then, the market hasn't seen any. We've seen one other kind of flash right here, but besides that, and this flash was in April, I believe, and since then, all we've seen is just up and up and up and up. And so all that to say is, like, when the market goes down like this, it's literally going to your favorite store at a discount. And so when the market goes down like this, I always like to go and just take nibbles of some of my favorite companies out there. So oh man, I hate this site. Tell you what, not the screener. Does this show percentage performance? So days change. So here are the 1 week. Let's look at the 1 day change. Let's look at them by market cap. Here are some of the largest companies out there. This percentage change is obviously for 1 day. Nvidia down 3%. Tesla down 3%. These numbers do not look right. 3%. Yeah, it is 3%. Yep. So yeah, Nvidia down 3%. Google. I think Google's such an amazing company. They are at the forefront of any technology innovation. So right now, people are worried right now, oh, well, Google might lose to the AI. That is the worst argument for Google. Google is not going to lose to no AI. Google's greatest threat is not that they don't have the technology. Google's greatest threat is that they have the technology, and if they show that they do have the technology, they're going to be in Congress again talking about why they are a monopoly. So they can't show that to people. They can't just have that in the marketplace. They have to let OpenAI come out with something that they think is a genius move, and Google is gonna come out 3 months later and they're gonna say, oh, well, we have it too, but they've had it for like 10 years already, or maybe 3. That's how Google does it. So I think Google is like one of the best companies out there, as well as Amazon. Google and Amazon. I mean, Meta also is a great company, but Google, this Google right here, is one of the best companies out there. Obviously, it is. I mean, the market's saying it is. It's $3.4 trillion, but they have so much innovation, whether it's stuff related to space, quantum. Having their own chips means that they don't have to rely on what Nvidia has, unlike most companies out there. Same thing with Amazon. They don't have to depend on Nvidia chips. They have their own chips out that they've been using on their own, that they've actually built out, so they don't have to go and wait in line to get Nvidia chips, like what what Meta's doing, what Tesla's doing, what OpenAI is doing. A lot of these companies have to stand in line and wait until Nvidia has room to build the products these companies need. Nope. So the best companies are companies that are self-sustaining, not reliant on other companies giving them the supplies they need to grow and expand and take over a market. Google's greatest threat is not that that they don't have the technology. Is that they do have the technology, they show off, and they shoot themselves in the foot. Amazon, great company there. They're laying off a whole bunch of companies. Broadcom, something that I always say is that tech is sometimes even more, cybersecurity is more important than all of the AI industry that we have. There's no point in having any of it if a company in China or Russia can hack into some AI product that was created and literally hack into everybody's systems. So cybersecurity is more important than anything else that we have right now. Meta, Tesla, Taiwan. So yeah, so all these companies. So that's what I would say. I would say look at Broadcom. This is a great company to look at. Look at Meta, Tesla. Tesla just finished up the entire package deal. If Elon can get Elon did get his package of $1 trillion. Imagine a payout of $1 trillion. So he got his $1 million payout as long as he gets the market cap of Tesla to $8 trillion. That's a big number. Is that even possible? Like, can Elon get the market cap of Tesla to $8 trillion? So the voters have decided, and they said, you know what? Elon's the only the person out there that can actually make this happen. And Elon said, I am not going to touch it. I'm not going to build the best robotics company, the best robot army, and then in 10 years, some CEO is going to come and boot me off the company, and I'm out here by myself, and I'm out here, and I can't even have a voting right of the direction of the company. The crazy part is this, like, you have funds that have these portfolios. Like, imagine 401k funds. You buy into a fund, and those funds hold America's largest companies, and Tesla's one of them. You don't vote in your 401k, obviously, and so those funds are going to go vote on your behalf, vote on behalf of the funds, and so they have their own agenda, and they get to vote. That's the crazy part. So all that to say that Elon finally got the, not control interest, but like a decent amount of control of Tesla, to where now he can build out the army he wants, the robot army, as he says, and he also calls it the infinite money glitch. And so they decided to vote on it, and he's gonna get that $1 trillion pay package, but he has to perform. But besides those, like the companies that I would say like really look at, that got beat up today for no reason, and all of it, the only reason Alf got beat up is because of this whole like tariff situation. Like, what are you talking about? In let's say in 5 months, this whole tariff thing turns around, probably will. Nothing stays the same forever. Alpha is gonna go right back up to up from $70 to $100. This is a company that was $180. It plummeted to what is this, 50, 60, $68, and now it's coming down to what, 77, 76. This stock is probably gonna go right back up. I think obviously the only reason it got beat up by 35% today, it does not make sense. It's a buy. It really is a buy. So Alpha's a buy. It got beat up. I think there's a couple of other companies as well. AMD got beat up. That's a buy. Another company that got really beat up today was who was it? There was one more company that got its booty handed to it, and I was very, very surprised. These are companies on discount in reality. Like, you'll finally get companies you can buy on discount, and you want to take advantage of moments like this. Yeah, that's okay. That company did get beat up. PayPal, PYPL. Like, PayPal is a good buy. They didn't get beat up, but they got beat up, right? A couple of days ago, this $67, $67-ish, $69 stock, but now it's beat up here. They're sitting at $66, down 2% for the month, down 4% for the 4% for the month. Year to date, down 22%. This company just reported earnings, and their numbers were killer, absolute killers. Partnership with Google, PayPal. Now people are going to be able to buy, do transactions on OpenAI, just LLM, by just talking to the LLM. You just tell it, I want shoes, this color, this is my shoe size, and you just say, tell the AI agent buy it, but then the payment processor is PayPal in the back end, and the company's only $62 billion. Yeah, PayPal is a big time buy. Fubo, they got beat up as well. I need to make a playlist of a list of these companies, man. Let me make a list of these companies real quick. Yeah, Fubo is a buy. Should log out. I'm logged in. Watch list. Let's go to watch list. All right. So I've added I've added PayPal to the list. And then we got AMD. Add that to the watch list. Who else getting beat up? Fubo. They're getting beat up too. And this company is definitely a buy from all the crazy partnerships that they're having. I thought I just added them. Fubo. Definitely not this Fubo. Let's see. Let me add Fubo to the list. What the heck? Fubo TV. Watch list. Add to the watch list. Remove from the watch list. How do you remove companies, man? Yeah, I don't know how you remove them from the watch list, but yeah, these are some of the companies that are getting beat up and worth keeping a close eye on. BMNR, that's not Bitmine Immersion. I mean, they're also another company getting beat up that is worth really keeping an eye on. Amazon, AMZN, and Google. And then PayPal, Amazon, AMD, they're on the list. So yeah, these are some of the companies getting beat up, and they're really worth looking at. I may have to make additional playlists around some of my other favorite companies, but I think that is it for tonight. I feel like I covered quite a significant amount of items. If you have questions, go ahead and leave them in the comments. I'll definitely respond to them. Let me make sure you subscribe if you're still here, because I'm always covering these kind of topics. This is my passion here. So but for the night, I am out of here. I will talk to you when I talk to you. Probably tomorrow I'll be back on. Have a great night. Thank you for joining this financial education and business. Catch you tomorrow. Hopefully we have a great market. I'll try to be there on the open as well.